A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Well, Mr. Ace finally got a job, and things brightened up in the apartment where the Aces moved when they lost their money. Marge's boyfriend, Neal Williams, got him a job selling real estate advertising on the paper where he worked. But one problem still remains. Betty, Jane's 18-year-old niece who lives with the Aces. She's such a serious type that Jane can't get her interested in any young fellows. Our scene now is the living room after dinner. Mr. Ace is talking to Marge about his new work. Listen.
All I've been doing so far is learning the ropes. It takes a little time.
Of course it does.
I don't expect to earn any more than my salary the first couple of weeks, but as soon as I know who to contact for big advertising campaigns, I expect my commissions to bring in a great deal more than my salary.
Sure, it takes time.
Everybody down at the paper has been pretty nice to me, thanks to Neal.
Yes, I'm proud of that young man. He certainly came through in this hour of need, didn't he?
He certainly did. I can't have anything but the greatest of regard for him.
You and Jane both.
Jane? What is she?
Yes, she thinks he's about the last word now. Especially after that talk he had with Betty the other time.
Well, he's about the first person around here that could get Betty to talk even a little pleasantly. I can't understand her. I try to be pleasant and make small talk, but she gives me that cold, supercilious stare as if to say, why don't you go sit down and be quiet? You don't know what you're talking about anyhow.
Why, mister?
Well, I can't help it. She's that
Don't tell me she's got you buffaloed, too, with that highbrow talk of hers about the world and its trouble.
Well, I don't know what to talk to her about. I don't see how Neal did it.
He certainly had her eating out of his hand with that highbrow voice he affected.
The surprise was when she consented to let him bring some young man out here to meet her.
Well, that ought to be good. They should be here pretty soon.
So who's he bringing, do you know?
I don't know, but he promised to bring one out.
Well, I give up. She's the most obsolete girl I ever met. I talk myself black and blue in the face, and I can't get the first place with her. I just give up.
Good.
Good? How can you say good? You, her uncle.
Well, if you didn't pay so much attention to her.
Pay attention to her? After I promised my sister I'd try to find some fellows for her to go out with. My only sister's only child, my own flesh and bones, and you say I shouldn't pay any attention to her.
Well,
Now, take it easy, Jane. What happened now?
What happened? She sits there in her room reading with her nose in a book all night long, and a shiny nose, too. She won't do a thing about getting dressed nice to meet this fellow Neal's bringing out. So all I do is take a comb and try to fix her hair a little, so she won't look so much like a scared crow. And she says to me, "Go away, Aunt Jane, you bother me."
Well, if you wouldn't...
Well, I looked at her a ghost. Well, I said, is that all the thanks I guess are trying to pay for your hair so you won't look so terrible with those glasses that you wear all the time? And she says, I'm quite content with the way I look. And I said, well, you're certainly no Venus B. DeMille. And I walked out.
Venus B. DeMille, huh?
Jane, you didn't.
Yes, I did. I couldn't help it. Who does she think she is, and how? Why, she should be glad I wanted to look nice, and that I'm working my head to the bone trying to find some young fellows for her to go out with instead.
Now, look, Jane, you're working yourself up to a state.
Well, I can't help
Well, take it easy, can't you? She's going to meet some fellow tonight.
Sure, Neal's bringing one out. He'll be here pretty soon.
I know, that's just it. I want her to look her best. Well, if not her best, at least she can look nice. She doesn't have to look like she just stepped out of a bandwagon, but she can say...
Well, she just doesn't believe in dressing up. What can you do about it?
Well, I give up. I ought to tell her to just go hire a kite as far as I'm concerned.
That's the idea.
But I can't because she's my own sister's
Oh,
only...
child, yes, I know. But why don't you wait till she meets this young man? If she likes him, she'll do all that herself. You won't have to coax her. Why work yourself up this way?
Well, I like to coach her. I want
Oh,
to.
you do.
No, Jane. I think you're making a mountain out of a molehill.
Of course.
Beg pardon? I mean, you're making a big fuss over nothing. There's nothing you can do, is she?
Over nothing? I suppose it's nothing. When I told her if she went out with this fellow tonight to a dance or something, she could wear my fur coat.
You what?
Yes, I did. I suppose that's nothing. I suppose that's making a mountain out of a moleskin.
Out of a moleskin?
Oh, you can laugh, Marge, because she isn't your only sister's only child. You don't understand. You haven't even got a sister, much less an only child.
Oh, well, here they are now.
Oh, there's Cyril. Honestly, if you would only let me...
Well, I guess I'd better let them in.
Yes, sir, you let him in. I'll go see if I can do something but Betty.
You stay right here.
But, Marge, I better tell her that
Plenty
there's
time for that. You stop worrying yourself about it.
Hello, Ace. Hi, Neal. Hi, tonight. Come in, Mickey. Yeah, come in, young man.
Thank you.
Mickey, this is Mr. Ace. This is Mickey Mansfield. Mansfield, glad to know you.
Pleased to meet you.
Come right in.
Hello, Neal.
Ladies, good evening.
Hello, Neal.
May I present my very good friend, Mr. Mansfield. This is Mrs. Ace, Mickey.
Pleased to meet you.
Oh, pleased to meet your acquaintance.
And this is Miss Hale, Mickey.
Hello. Pleased to meet you.
Well, won't you sit down and...
Take off your coat,
Oh, thanks. Okay, Mickey, off with the coat. I'll take those. Oh, never mind. No bother. We'll just lay them right here. Oh, might as well hang them up. Take off your gloves, young man.
Gloves? I haven't any.
Oh, excuse me. I thought those were gloves. I can see now. Mickey and I just knocked off work. We haven't had a chance to clean up yet. You'll have to pardon our appearance, Jane.
Oh, that's all right, if you'll pardon our appearance.
Well, everybody here seems quite presentable.
Yes, but somebody might not. I think I better go call Betty.
Yeah, where's Betty?
Well, I'll bring her right in. She's reading in her room. She's been reading so much, Mr. Master. You'll have to partner if she isn't presentable.
Oh, that's okay by me.
All right. Betty, they're here.
Sit down, Mickey. Oh, thanks.
Yeah, you work on the paper too, Mickey?
Oh, yes. I've been on the paper about 6 years.
6 years. You must have started very young.
Started when I was 12.
Yeah, Mickey started out as a copy boy. Oh, right. And what do you do now?
Copy boy.
Oh, sort of work your way up. Mickey's learning fast. He could be making greater headway than he is if he didn't have so many outside interests. And that's the young man you want Betty to meet? Well, he's the best I could dig up on such short notice. I told Mickey about Betty, and he said there was a dance tonight. It was hot stuff.
Yes, and a $10 prize for the best couple. Neal Williams, what are you talking about?
Me? I didn't say anything. That was Mickey.
Mickey, did Neal tell you anything about Betty? No, not much. It's a blind date.
A blind date?
Yeah, but if Neal says she's okay, it's okay by me. No, it's okay by you, is it?
Marge, I think we better let time handle that.
Neal Williams, you don't actually think you're going to get Betty to go with this young man to a dance?
Betcha.
Oh, betcha nothing. You know positively that
you wait and see. Is it a bet or bet $1?
It's a bet you lose. Sure, it's a bet. Say, what about Betty? Is she as hard to get as all?
Well, I think you're wasting your...
Come in, Betty. Oh, here she is. I finally found her. Betty, this is Mr.
Well, hello, Betty.
Hello, Neal.
May I present my friend, Mr. Mansfield? This is Betty, I don't think I know your last name.
Betty Taylor, Mr. Mansfield.
Glad to meet you, Betty.
How do you do, Mr. Mansfield? Well, sit down, everybody. Sit over here, Mr. Mansfield. Would you like a little something to eat, like a cup of coffee?
No, no coffee.
Betty, Mr. Mansfield was telling me just this evening that he's making a study of our so-called younger set.
He's off again.
Well, that's interesting. And what conclusions have you come to, Mr. Mansfield?
Mickey is still working on it. His conclusions come later. In fact, tonight he's taking up the study of the younger generation's recreation. Their ideas on having a good time.
Seems to me they're doing nothing but having a good time.
Yeah, we always have a good time.
Tonight, Mickey intends visiting one of their dance halls.
Yeah, how about it?
I beg your pardon.
How about it? Getting kind of late.
Would you like a glass of milk, Mickey?
Nope, no milk.
Mickey is anxious for you to come along with him and observe these young folks at close range.
Me to one of those dances? I should say not.
Well, Neal...
No, thank you. Just the same, Mr. Mansfield.
Well, Mr. Williams, I think that concludes our little transaction. Now, if you kindly come across...
Wait a minute, Mark. Betty, I don't think you're quite fair to my young friend. Here he comes all the way out here to invite you to a study of the young people at close range, and you refuse him.
But I don't have to study him at close range. Neither does your friend. Has he ever read Hellman's Decaying Civilization? Have you?
Me?
Yes, Mr. Mansfield.
Have I what?
Have you read Decaying Civilization?
No, how is it?
You should. It's most vital. Well, you'll see it when they make a movie out of it, won't you, Mickey? Maybe you and Betty can see it together when it comes out.
I'll wait for the picture. Betty, I'm disappointed in you.
Disappointed? Why?
Well, I thought you were really serious the other night when you spoke so glowingly on what was wrong with our modern youth.
But I am.
Oh, no, Betty.
Oh, I am, honestly, Neal.
I wish I could believe that.
But I want you to, Neal. I'd hate to have you not believe me. Now, wait a minute, Betty. Mickey is the one you're supposed to go.
You do? Then prove it.
How?
Go with Mickey and see for yourself.
Well, I will if you'll come along.
Me?
Oh, no, foul. I came a foul.
What?
Sure, I'll come along. Okay, Mickey?
Yeah, I guess so. Only this is a spurious blind date.
Okay, Betty. Get on your best bib and tucker.
I'll only be a minute, Neal. Oh, take your time, Betty. Mickey will wait. Do you want me to come in and help you? No, thanks, Aunt Jane. I'll be on it.
There you are. How's that?
Now, I want you to make her dance every dance, Lizzie, because she's been working awfully hard and coming home and reading night. Now, you just write your name after every dance on her program.
Well, what program?
You'll like her after you get to know her. She just hasn't had much fun, that's all.
Yeah, I can sure see that. Why don't you come along? I bet you'd be more fun.
You mean it?
Yeah, would you like to go?
Oh, hey.
Jane.
Oh, no, I don't think... you just take Daddy.
I'd rather take you.
Oh, you would not. Would you?
Sure thing.
Oh, you would not.
All right now, Jane.
Oh, I'm old enough to be your older sister. No, you just go along with Daddy. Would you like a cup of tea before you go?
Nope, no tea.
Well, would you like a cup of hot chocolate?
Nope, no chocolate. I wish you'd come along with us and let me buy you a scotch and soda.
No soda. Come along, Neal. I'm ready.
Okay, baby.
Well, it looks like Betty's developing a crush on Marge's boyfriend, Neal Williams. We learn how they came out at the dance when next we meet the evening.
Lights out. Everybody.
This is a tale they tell of another Christmas. A Christmas 19 years ago. The Great War was over. War-weary soldiers and officers were at last being allowed to rest, to enjoy such recreation as soldiers might find. Leave areas were established in various parts of France, and at intervals, individuals were sent from the stations of their organizations to these areas, there to rest and refresh themselves for a brief period. This story properly begins on Christmas night, 1918, 19 years ago. A leave train was just coming to a halt in the station at Villefranche.
On peut monter à ce compartiment-là, monsieur. Il y a seulement un officier. C'est un Français. C'est première classe, monsieur.
Oh, merci, monsieur. I choose a brighter mind. Here you are, Mike. Ta.
Ah, merci, monsieur l'anglais. Merci.
I'm not English, you know, chap. Australian. Anzac. Company?
Ah, oui. Vous êtes australien, n'est-ce pas?
Righto. And Merry Christmas, old chap.
Un joyeux Noël, monsieur l'Australien.
Excusez-moi, monsieur, but s'il vous plaît, I would like to venir ici. Oh, blast it, I can't talk the ruddy language.
It is not necessary to speak the blasted language, monsieur, since I speak yours after a fashion.
Oh, beg pardon, old chap. The station master told me you wouldn't mind if I stowed myself in here with you. I hope.
I should be very glad indeed of your company. I am Captain Esme Rochefort de Gascoigne, of the 212th Regiment Artillery, GPS.
I'm Lieutenant Horace Ballantyne, of the Australian Light Horse, sir.
You are welcome, monsieur. May I help you with your baggage?
I'll have it stowed in half top. Thank you. There. Oh, going on leave, Captain?
Oui, I am not sure where yet, but c'est la guerre. One never knows where it goes in this world.
Too right, Bigger. That was jolly good of you to share your compartment, old chap.
I am only too glad. It has been rather a lonely journey so far. I am delighted to have someone to talk to.
First-class compartments are not too easy to copper, either. A bit cushy, this, isn't it?
Not too bad, indeed. You'll pardon me, I know, but I am a bit curious to know how an Australian officer should find his way to Villefranche.
I don't quite know myself, Captain. Gascoigne, is it?
Yes. And your name is Ballantyne?
Right.
I must remember.
Well, I was at Gallipoli in the infantry with the Execook. The 3rd Officer Division, you know. got a bit of a crack in the head, and the first thing I knew, I found myself transferred as town miser, a village a few miles east of here. Nothing but Americans in it.
Ah, the Americans. They are good soldiers, eh?
Fair dinkum.
And now you find yourself bound for leave on Christmas night.
Righto, and jolly glad of it.
Where are you going, do you know?
Report to the RTO at Isle of Bane. That's all I know.
You have the same difficulties in your army, I see. One never knows where one goes. You are a long way from home, my friend.
Righto. A bloody long way. Halfway around the world, you know.
And you have come to fight for France. I salute you, monsieur.
It's been fun.
Oui. And now it is over. And our young men lie dead under the stars out there.
We lost a few, too.
Our young men, monsieur. French, British, Australian, American.
Not to mention a few German chappies.
Quite. Eh bien, one cannot make the omelette without breaking the eggs.
A bloody lot of good eggs, friend Gascoigne.
Oui.
I wish the blasted train would start.
It is always a mystery how they control these trains. Particularly when one wishes to go somewhere in a hurry.
Oh, American chap out there, looking for a flight, I fancy.
Perhaps we could invite him in here if you do not mind.
Why not? If it's all right with you.
He is a comrade, and there is little room on the train.
Righto. Oh, Yank! Yank there! This way, Yank!
He comes?
But strike me pink now. The blighter's black. And an officer, too.
So? I have heard that the Americans have 2 divisions of Negroes, and they have many officers who are, as the Americans say, colored also. But I have never seen one.
You don't mind if I ask him in?
My dear Valentine, why should one mind? Is he not a man, an ally, an officer? Do we dislike one another because I am French and you Australian?
Good chap. We've lots of blacks in our unit. What the devil's the difference? What difference does it make what color the blighter's skin is? Yes. Room here.
Do you mind awfully, Lieutenant?
Not much room anywhere else, old chap. Oh, come in. We've room for one.
Thank you. I was afraid I was going to be left behind.
My name's Valentine, Lieutenant Australian Rifle.
I'm Captain Melvin, 370th American Infantry.
Delighted, Captain. And this is Captain... I have to help the chap out, Captain.
I am Captain Esme Rochefort de Gascoigne of the French Artillery, Captain. Welcome.
Gentlemen, thank you.
Oh, here. Give me your musette. I'll shove it up in the rack.
Oh, thank you, Lieutenant. Feels good to get that thing off my shoulder.
Sit down, Captain Melvin.
Thanks. Been standing around there all day long on one foot and then on the other waiting. Finally, when the train did pull in, I thought I was still going to stand there. Good of you to take me in.
We are delighted.
Righto.
You're an Australian, eh, Lieutenant?
Righto. From Adelaide.
I just think of that.
Where are you from, Captain Melvin?
Oh, I'm from Chicago.
And you, Captain Gascoigne?
My home is in Bayonne, as one might infer from my name.
Your name, Captain?
Gascoigne. Bayonne is in Gascony, you see.
Oh, I see.
Oui.
It's odd, ain't it? Here we are, 3 of us in one railway coach, bound for somewhere. And we've come from all over the world to meet on Christmas night in France.
We don't even know where we're going, do you?
Well, I haven't the slightest idea. Libre, that's all I know.
Well, may as well have a spot of Christmas cheer, eh? A bottle of rather good wine in my musette.
And so have I.
Not to be outdone in this matter, mes amis, I also have a bottle of Lacryme Christi.
Tears of Christ.
A very precious wine in these days, mes amis. I do not remember how I came by it, but suffice it to say, I have it. We are about to start, huh?
We are starting.
A ruddy happy crowd out there at the station. Christmas.
Still Christmas, despite the fact that most of them all want to get out of the town and go somewhere.
Last Christmas, I was down in Texas, in Logan.
I was in the hospital at Marseille.
And I, mes amis, had dinner with a German general.
A German general?
captured on Christmas Eve.
Oh, yes.
Gentlemen, will you drink with me?
With pleasure, if you will drink with me.
And with me.
Well, then, to Christmas, eh?
Yeah.
To Christmas.
To Christmas.
You know, my musette's so bloody full of junk of all sorts. I was afraid I might have lost the bottle.
Souvenirs, huh?
Oh, yes. Silly toys and things that I picked up. Given to some kid somewhere. Lord knows they have few enough.
I have gifts, too, in my musette. There is no one left of my people to give them to, but it is a sentiment for Christmas.
Suppose we all do that. Mine's packed with odds and ends. I didn't know if I'd ever get back to that outfit after this leave, so I got some souvenirs together.
Another drink, mes amis?
Oh, not now, thanks, Captain. I'll wait a while.
I think I shall, too.
Quiet. It is a beautiful night, eh?
Yeah, clear. You know, if the war was still on, I'd expect to hear someone shout, lights out, jellies up. Have a lot of bombs land in our laps.
I hope we are done with that, monsieur.
Amen.
No moon, though.
Yeah. But look at them stars.
Oh, see that one over there? You might imagine it to be the Star of Bethlehem. Very bright, isn't it?
Oui. Nearly 2,000 years ago. I wonder if that same star still shines upon the earth.
If it does, we wouldn't know it. Not us. Fight wars and deny the name of the man that was born under it.
Oh, religious chap?
No, not at all, Lieutenant. A long way from it.
I'm not a religious chap either. But used to have some jolly times as a kid at Christmas time, though. Church things and all that, candles, whatnot.
One is not religious, save when one sees the star shining down on him.
I wonder if that could be the star.
And why not, my friend? Our earth changes, but the everlasting stars change not.
Yeah. Be funny if it is, wouldn't it? Bon say.
Oui. But our journey is long, gentlemen. If you wish to sleep...
You sleepy, Captain?
That little drink of wine has affected me, I fear. I cannot keep my eyes open.
Yeah, I'm a little tired myself. Standing around all day in that station. There was no place to sit down.
I can always sleep myself.
I propose, then, that we do sleep for a little while, my friends.
Talking to sleep, it made me sleepy. I'm all for it.
Shall I turn down the lights?
If you will, monsieur. Pleasant dreams. Merry Christmas.
And Merry Christmas to you both, gentlemen.
And to you, Lieutenant Valentine. Captain Gascoigne.
Yonder star shall watch over us. N'est-ce pas?
The star that shone on Bethlehem.
Good night.
Are you asleep?
I'm not.
Nor I. Almost, though, I must say.
I was thinking. It seems that I have met you both before. Somewhere.
That's really odd.
Why, my friend?
I was thinking the same thing.
I was, too. But it couldn't be. One from France, one from Australia, one from America.
Oui, it is so. Good night, my friends.
Good night.
Good night.
Friend Gaspard, we have journeyed far, and the sign that thou didst promise to us is not yet.
Peace, Balthazar. We have not yet come to the end of our journey. Behold, Melchior crieth not out. Canst thou not study his patience to be like unto him?
Yet thou art tired, Melchior.
I am tired and weary. Yet must we go on. No man knoweth what the end of his far journeying shall bring him.
Dost thou see, Balthazar? Thou must needs have faith.
I have faith, friend Gaspar. Yet my burden upon my shoulder is cruel heavy, and I would fain rest.
Have faith, O Balthazar. Have faith, I conjure thee.
Faith. I lead on, O Gaspar. Whither thou goest, there will I follow thee.
And also I, Gaspar. For I know that thou art inspired of God, that his hand doth lead thee.
Yet not even I know what miracle he will do before our eyes.
No matter. We will follow, and thy road lead to death. Now, which road takest thou? That to the right hand or to the left?
I know not.
Wilt thou not call upon God, Gaspar?
Aye. Kneel down, brethren. O Lord, Father God, lead us, thy servants, in the way thou didst set out for us. For know, Lord, Father God, that we are poor, and our eyes know not the right, and we would follow the way that thou wilt have us follow. Therefore we pray thee humbly, dear Father.
A miracle.
Miracle? What sayest thou, Balthazar?
Behold, Gaspar, a sign from the Lord, Father God.
There is no sign.
Behold, in the sky.
A sign.
A star that burneth brighter than all the stars of the heavens. O Lord God, we thank thee. The way is before us. We follow thy will.
Behold, Gaspar, the star shineth upon the pathway to the left.
Forward, forward, brethren, for the end of our far journeying is at hand. Certes, this is a sign from God.
Behold, Gaspar, beyond the hill, the lights of a village.
'Tis so. Now we are come to our destination indeed. Haste, friends, haste.
Knowest thou what town is that, O Gaspar?
Nay, I know not, save that it be the end of our long journey.
Oh, travelers, have ye seen the star?
Who calls? Who art thou?
It is a shepherd. See the flocks of sheep beyond the road?
Seest thou the star, travelers? Knowest thou its meaning?
Aye, we have seen it, O shepherd, yet we know not its meaning, save that a miracle of the Lord Father God is nigh unto us.
From the blackness of the sky it sprang into blaze, traveler. Dost thou think it portends the end of earth?
Nay, friend, not the end of earth. Say rather its beginning.
What sayest thou?
Behold, shepherd, the mantle of the Lord is upon him.
He speaketh of miracles.
Aye, and the miracle will come to pass. Haste, friends, haste, for this night will hear the voices of angels chanting, and the sound of many great wings. Peace on earth, peace, goodwill to men.
Glory to God
in the highest.
Verily, ye speak as men that understand the workings of the will of God.
Say now, shepherd, how is yonder village named?
Surely, if ye know what shall come to pass because of the star, how is it ye know not the name of the town?
We have come from far lands, shepherd.
Aye. What matters it if we know not such trifles as the name of a little hidden village, when we know of a miracle to be wrought in the name of Almighty God?
Aye, 'tis so.
What miracle shall come to pass?
It is hidden from our ken, O shepherd. Yet it shall come to pass. Fear not.
Aye. And such a miracle as shall set all the world to singing praises, lifting up their voices unto the heavens, crying in a loud voice, Mighty, mighty is the Lord God of hosts.
Ye be not of Israel?
Nay, I am from the land of the Greeks, and these my companions be also from far lands. Melchior from Ethiopia, Balthazar, a wise man of Egypt, a soothsayer unto the king.
Ye have come far.
Aye, so. Since many days our feet have trod the pathways of hidden, unknown places. Yet always have we set our faces unto the east, obeying the bidding of a voice unheard, the guidance of a hand unfelt.
And ye go now into the town?
Thou hast not told us its name, shepherd.
Certes,
All men know that yonder town is called the town of the house of bread, even Bethlehem. Know ye that I, even I, am of Bethlehem, where was born 1,000 years agone David, son of Jesse, that was king of Israel.
'Tis well. For now I speak with the tongue of the Lord, the wisdom he hath put into my mouth. Behold yonder Bethlehem, whence came David, king of Israel. Now this night shall be born in Bethlehem that Messiah, that very Son of God, which the ancient prophets have foretold. And this is the miracle that shall come to pass. For he shall be born of a virgin immaculate, and his name shall be Jesus, called Christ. O thou Lord God, Father, I give thanks unto thee, that thou hast appointed me and my companions, that we shall be witnesses before all the world that the Son of God is born. Haste, my friends. We must on, for the miracle is at hand.
The Spirit of God is upon him.
Speak with the tongue of the Lord. Haste.
O holy man, may I not go with thee, seeing thou knowest not the village, and I with my brethren was born there.
Aye, thou mayest come with us, but haste, friends, haste.
Behold the star, how it seemeth to beckon us on.
Lo, it cometh down from the heavens and standeth above the rooftops of the town. It is the doing of God.
Aye, praise God.
Praise God.
Praise God.
Sling thy burthens from thy shoulders, friends. Haste, haste.
I marvel also that there should be lights abroad in the town. The hour is passing late, yet there is a light in every house.
Perchance the men of Bethlehem rejoice that the Messiah is born.
Nay, not so. For he is hidden from men, and they of Bethlehem know him not.
Then what?
The feast of Hanukkah is but lately over, my masters. The feast of the lights in memory of the Maccabee, and many remain. Also are there others in the town who have come to deal with the men of Herod, the Tetrarch of Galilee, even the tax collectors, and thus is the city full, even all the inns.
Dost thou know where we should find him, O Gaspar? Hath it been revealed unto thee?
All in good time, my friend. We follow the star.
Perchance he shall be born in a family of high repute.
Aye, 'tis not fitting that the Son of God shall come from an humble home.
The will of God shall be done. The child Jesus be born in the wide fields under the star, my friends. Haste.
Behold, these be the walls of Bethlehem, O wise man. Yonder lieth the gate.
Perchance the soldiers of the Tetrarch may refuse us admission into the city, Gaspar.
Nay, they are gone away, Melchior.
Aye, they all lie in the inns and public houses and carouse of the people of the town.
Gaspar, art thou sure indeed that we shall find him in Bethlehem?
Dost doubt the word of God, Balthazar? On, on.
Now, whither do we go, O Lord Gaspar?
Name me not Lord, shepherd, for we are all humble men in the sight of God.
Praise God.
Praise God.
Behold how the rays of the star shine down upon this certain street. It is the way, friends. Follow.
Lo, one comes, Gaspar. In haste.
Aye, but so...
Perchance he knoweth.
Hold thou, men. Whither goest thou?
Who art thou? Stand aside that I may pass.
Who art thou? Know that I am a citizen, even as thou art. If indeed thou art a citizen, and not a strolling player or hawker of false jewels.
Oh, speakest thou thus to me, who am the great physician? Know, man, that I am Balthus, the leech, the learned, the clever, skilled in cupping and the art of the chirurgeon, the saver of lives, the bringer of babes into the world.
Peace! Thy tongue clacketh like the
Sayest thou art chirurgeon, O man of Bethlehem?
Aye, I am that. I am Balthus, wrestler with the angel of death, sometime physician under great Antipater himself. I am...
Hold, I pray thee. Hast thou attended woman this night that was brought of child?
And how didst thou know that, stranger?
Wilt thou say aye or nay?
Aye, I have done so. And look ye now. This night have I come upon a miracle, a very marvel, a prodigy of nature. Never before in all my time have I...
Cease thy clacking and speak, leech.
And who art thou thus to...
Speak of the marvel that thou hast witnessed, man.
Behold, not 2 hours have passed since one came post-haste, crying before my door, O Balthus, O most noble surgeon, O saver of lives, come down and haste. And I, setting down the goblet of sack posset wherefrom I did drink,
flung open the window, and looked down.
To thy story, Leech, to thy story.
Behold, crieth the man in the street, behold, Malthus, a woman hath need of thee in the stable, nigh unto the inn of the 2 oxen.
In the stable?
Aye, in the stable. Now, I am a man of charity, and always ready to answer the call when sickness stalketh abroad. In the plague that came upon Bethlehem 9 years agone...
Aye, thou art always ready when thou dost smell the smell of gold, Leech. Say on, and quickly.
If thou wilt but be still and let me. I spoke of a marvel.
Say on, say on.
I flung my cloak about me, and I came in haste, as ill becometh a man of my age and girth, and yet I am charitable, I say, and behold, in yonder stable was a woman couched in the straw of a manger, brought to bed of a child.
Surely women have been brought to bed of a child in stables before, Carurgeon.
Aye, so. But mark me well now. This woman was a virgin.
Nay.
I swear it by the holy phylactery. By my father's beard I swear it. Verily was a child born unto her, and she a virgin.
Thou hast drunk too much of thy sack-posset, neighbour. Thou a physician.
I swear
Hold. Thou said enough, Leech. Verily hast thou stood before a miracle this night.
A miracle? In sooth, a very prodigy.
Where lieth the woman thou didst attend?
In yonder stable. The man did say that they'd come from Nazareth in Galilee to give his testimony unto the tax collectors. And though they beseeched the innkeepers, yet would none of them give them room, saving only this one, who, having pity upon a woman with child, did say unto them that they might find bed amongst the kine in his stable, and did charge them naught.
May all the blessings of God be on this innkeeper, that he hath offered shelter this night unto the Son of God.
Eh? What sayest?
And on thee, physician, for that thou didst lend thy hand unto her, who is the very mother of him who shall be the Saviour of the world.
Verily, I know not who thou art, old man, yet I perceive that thou hast the gift of prophecy. If I have served, then I am glad, for I took naught from them, and the babe did look upon me with a look that I shall ne'er forget, though I live to be the last on the earth. Now I crave thy blessing. If thou dost speak sooth, I am most blessed among men.
Verily shalt thou stand at the right hand of him who hath come to the earth, physician. Thine was the hand that first touched him. Verily art thou blessed.
I thank thee for thy grace, friend. Go now inside the stable. I go to the temple to render thanks unto God, for verily I believe thee.
Now, my friends, 'tis the end of our long journey before us. Come with me, I pray, each of you. Come and fall down and worship the infant Jesus, Son of God, which shall be called the Christ.
Praise unto him.
Praise unto the Son of God. I will not go in. I am not worthy.
Nay, shepherd, there be none of us worthy to touch his hand. Yet there be none too humble to do him reverence. Come.
Aye, come, shepherd.
The star waneth a little.
Shadows fall upon us.
The star paleth before his glory.
Nay, Gaspar. Behold in the sky a sign.
A sign? Oh, Father, Lord God.
A sign. The shape of a man crucified upon a cross.
Valentine. Gascoigne.
Didst cry out unto... I say, what's the matter?
I was dreaming, I guess.
Well, where are we?
It was a dream, but I saw you too.
You saw us?
It's hard to remember, but I...
Did you dream of 3 men, Melvin?
Yes.
I did too.
Gaspard?
And Melchior?
And Balthazar?
Gascoigne?
And Melvin?
And Valentine.
Good heavens. Look at our shoes. All of us.
What?
Straw. Where did...
Straw. From a stable. And that smell. What?
Gentlemen, I have been in the East. I know what that smell is. It is myrrh and frankincense.
Lights Out, especially written for radio, comes to you each Wednesday at the same time from our Chicago studios. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
In just a moment, you will hear The Clock, presenting transcribed the premiere of a new thrill drama by Lucille Fletcher, the author of Sorry, Wrong Number, and other noted studies in suspense. Listen now to The Clock. The American Broadcasting Company presents another in a series of dramatic programs, The Clock. From Hollywood, The Clock tonight stars two distinguished players, Elliot Lewis and Jeanette Nolan, and is produced and directed by radio's master of the art of suspense, William Spear.
Fulfillment, birth, and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time. Clocks. All over the city, clocks. Little clocks and big ones, new ones just learning to count. Old ones, old hands at the game. Clocks standing aloof from their owners, taking no part in their joys or sorrows. Their faces immutable, impervious. All over the city, the clocking needles, sewing the fabric of life, and the death which must make room for new life. Stitching time, the clock, whose face shows no anger or delight or surprise. Because time sees all things. From the two-room walk-up flat on the lower 3rd Avenue, New York, where Mr. and Mrs. Bela Bosniak live over a second-hand clothing store, you can hear, if the 3rd Avenue elevator isn't going by, the chimes of the huge clock atop the Metropolitan Life Insurance Company building.
Good morning, Charlotte. I'm so sorry to be so late, but I overslept myself. I was dreaming.
Breakfast is over 2 hours ago. Everything is put away.
So, of course. But perhaps there's some coffee.
I don't keep stale coffee standing around all day. If you want, you can make some for yourself.
Thank you, Charlotte. Such a dream I had. Does my head ache? Do I feel depressed? Is there by any chance a piece of coffee cake in the house?
No. Uncle Miklosh come by this morning.
Uncle Miklosh? What do you want?
He wants you to come down and make fresh potato salad. The boy from the high school didn't come.
But I thought it was my day off. All right, Charlotte. I will go. Just as soon as I have my coffee. Oh, what a dream. A terrible dream. Cannot seem to get it out of my head. Do you know what I was dreaming, Charlotte?
Who cares?
I dreamed I was being electrocuted. Electrocuted, Charlotte. Isn't that terrible?
The water's boiling.
And it was so real, too. I was in a cell, a real cell in a prison. White, glaring white, like a bathroom. I was lying on a cot with my hands behind my head when suddenly I heard these footsteps outside the door. Then I jumped up like a madman. And it came over me that the footsteps were my jailers. They were coming for me, to kill me. I was condemned to die.
Will you hurry? Drink your coffee. I told him you'd be right down.
Yeah, but the coffee's so hot. There's a cup for you, Joe.
No.
And then, these guards came into my cell and dragged me from the bars. There were 4 guards in gray uniforms. There was also a tin priest. Now, everything was very quiet. All the other prisoners shut up. They watched me from behind their cell doors. I could feel their eyes burning at me. I could hear my feet shuffle, shuffle along the floor. I felt so weak.
No, you don't have another cup. Give me that pot.
But it would help clear my head a little. After a dream like that...
Get your clothes on. That will clear your head.
In a minute. I'm just trying to remember.
Remember what?
Why they were electrocuting me. What I had done.
Oh, what an idiot. He worries about his dream.
Yeah. I suppose it's silly. But that is the trouble with dreams. They tell you one little thing, and it is so real. But the rest of the story, they keep it to themselves.
What, are you going to stand around here talking all day?
No, I was just going. I'll be right down. Charlotte? I don't want to disturb you, Charlotte.
You can't come in. I'm scrubbing this kitchen, and I don't want you making tracks across my floor.
I know, Charlotte. I wouldn't want to mark your nice, clean floor. It's only my coffee.
Go down to the drugstore for your coffee.
It's closed on Sundays.
So? I told you when we were having breakfast.
I know, but 8 o'clock. It's such an early hour for Sunday. And Uncle Miklos kept the store open last night till 11.
You didn't come home last night at 11.
A little glass of beer at Kleinman's. Would you begrudge me that after I was on my feet till 11 o'clock at night? Please, Charlotte. I don't feel so good this morning either.
Naturally. After Kleinman's.
I'm not sleeping so good. Not all week. I'm having the same bad dreams.
Yeah, always some excuse.
But it's true. Do you remember? I told you I dreamed I was electrocuted. I was in that cell. Well, every night now, for a week, I have been dreaming about that cell.
So what?
And in one corner, there's a bed. 2 magazines, the Look magazine and the Hungarian Weekly. I can see them just as clear as if they were in this kitchen.
Well, move those chairs out of the way. I want to scrub under the table.
Don't you think that's very clear, Charlotte?
What's clear?
To dream all that. Every night.
Who cares about dreams? They're all the junk in your head.
But it is very clear, just the same. To be there, night after night. Oh, yes. Last night. Uncle Miklos was there, too.
Huh? What?
I mean, in the dream. He came to see me in my cell. Wasn't that clear?
I don't see anything so clear about that.
Can you imagine Uncle Miklos giving me anything?
That's a fine thing to say. Who brought you to America? Who gave you the job in the delicatessen?
I didn't mean that way, Charlotte. I meant...
What did you mean?
I meant... Well, Uncle Miklos is always so careful with food in the delicatessen. But in the dream, it was a very nice roast chicken in the dream with plenty of breast and stuffing. And Uncle Miklos even had a bottle opener in his basket to open up the schnapps. He kept telling me to eat. Eat, Bella. He kept saying, stuff yourself. I can hear how he said it. You only got another month to live. Maybe I should go to see a doctor.
Huh?
He should give me a thorough checkup.
Maybe you should go to a fortune teller, too. There's lots of places who'll be glad to take your money. If you only got the money.
Might be a good idea.
Only you don't got the money.
But, Charlotte...
Will you keep your dirty feet off my nice clean floor?
I'm sorry, Charlotte. I'll wipe it off.
Oh, get out, will you? Go down to the drugstore and get yourself some coffee. By the radio in the middle of the afternoon yet.
Well, what time is it?
4 o'clock. Why aren't you in the store?
I just came up here for a nap.
A nap? In the middle of the day? Where is Uncle Miklos?
Uncle Miklos went out. There was no customers. I was very tired. But if it is 4 o'clock, Uncle Miklos was coming back at 3.
So Uncle Miklos was coming back at 3? Now you're in a fine mess, a fine, nice mess.
Well, maybe he's not back yet.
Hey, and what's this bottle of beer doing under the sofa?
What bottle of beer?
So, that's why you were so tired. Why you didn't hear me. Why the radio was playing so loud I could hear it halfway down the street. Drunk.
Please, Charlotte. It was so hot. And I wasn't really drunk. I was only asleep. I was having a terrible nightmare.
Where did you get this bottle? From Kleinman's? Or from Uncle Miklos' store?
From the store. But I will pay him back, Charlotte. Now listen to my heart. How it's still pounding. How can a man wake up quickly when he's dreaming he's on trial for his life? Think of it. 1,000 people looking at you, and the judge with his black cap on, and the jury standing there, and then one of them getting up and pointing. And you hear the words, clear, clear. Guilty. Bela Bozniak is guilty. And is condemned to death.
How many times do I have to tell you never to touch anything in that store? That belongs to Uncle Miklos.
Charlotte, why should they say I am guilty?
Because you are. You are guilty of stealing Uncle Miklos' bottle of beer and cheating on your time in that store. Naps yet. Naps. Like a millionaire. And how do I know what other things you are guilty of? Maybe you steal from the cash register. Who knows? Maybe you stuff yourself full of blutwurst and pickles when Uncle Miklos is not looking. Maybe you insult the customers.
What a terrible thing to say.
I know what I hear from Uncle Miklos.
What do you hear from Uncle Miklos?
Lots of things. But all I got to say to you, Bela Bozniak, is you better watch your step from now on. You better behave yourself.
Why?
You afraid me?
It's no use, Charlotte. It's no use. I got to see a doctor or something.
Oh, get out of that bed, lazy, good for
Charlotte,
nothing.
I'm really sick. I must have a growth in my brain.
Yeah, there's always something the matter with you when it comes time for
Nobody
voice.
keeps on dreaming the same dream night after night. Nobody. With a normal mind in his head.
Keep quiet. I don't want to hear about your dreams.
Always, I got this terrible guilt in me. Like a pain. All night long. I'm running away. I'm hiding from people who are trying to catch me.
So why do you run? Why don't you get caught?
I am on the streetcar, riding under the L down 3rd Avenue. There are lots of people. I'm squeezing myself tight up against the window, turning my face out so no one will recognize me. I am pulling my coat collar up around my face and my cap down over my eyes. I am wearing dark glasses. I am running along the Whitestone Bridge. It's summer, a bright, glaring day. I am like a little black speck on the big steel bridge. And over my head, they are looking at me from airplanes. And under the bridge, they are watching me from boats. The automobiles are racing after me, honking their horns. Far ahead, at the end of the bridge, I see the man at the toll gate, waiting to stop me. He's a tall man with glasses, a brown overcoat, bald. His name is Mr. Toyner. Wait, darling. Don't do that.
Maybe if the covers are off you, you will shut your mouth and get out of that bed.
I can't. I'm too weak.
Lazy, good for nothing. Get up! Well?
I was over to the doctor.
So, you were over to the doctor. I wish you joy to the doctor. And what did the doctor do for you, millionaire?
Nothing.
Nothing. $3 he pays to the doctor for a visit, and the doctor does nothing for him.
Dr. Stumfolk
Wonderful.
was not a mind doctor. It's for the stomach and the heart. He knows nothing about the brain.
Oh, so now he figures that out. Dr. Stumfolk is not a mind doctor now. After he throws away the $3.
He gave me these pills.
Yeah, medicine already. How much do they cost?
They are sleeping pills. I don't need sleeping pills. I don't want to go to sleep.
So in this case, then, why did you buy
I am
them?
afraid to sleep. Every time I sleep, there is that Mr. Toyner waiting for me again. He is everywhere. Beside the ash cans in the air shaft, on the fire escape, in the hallway behind the baby carriages. I even dream he's in the delicatessen. He's looking over the counter at me like a customer. He's hiding behind the herring barrels.
Hey, give me those pills. You didn't take any yet, did you?
He's even in Kleinman's. He's sitting there in the back room drinking a glass of beer and looking out the plate glass for me to go by. His face is green and red in the neon sign going on and off outside. Now green, now red. And sometimes I hear him whispering.
That's good. It isn't a special prescription. I can take that back to the drugstore. You didn't even open the
He
bottle.
whispers to somebody about me. He tells people what I have done. And I know it's true. I am guilty. Oh, I am guilty.
I'll go take them back to the drugstore right now.
But why am I guilty? What have I done? Charlotte, think. How could I be guilty? Is it because of Mama that I left her there hungry and never brought her over like I promised? But you yourself, Charlotte, said there was no room. And the money Uncle Miklos paid me. How could I have brought Mama here to starve? How could I have paid a boat trip when there was nothing for us half the time to pay the rent? But maybe it is Mama, cursing me from the grave. Charlotte! Charlotte! Don't leave me alone, please. Charlotte! Hello, Charlotte. I got good news for you, Charlotte. At last, I just slept. And the dreams, the bad dreams, have gone away. 2 hours, 3 hours. I was sleeping, and there was nothing. Just sleep. Isn't that wonderful, Charlotte? I guess I'm cured, huh? You went out and left me alone. I was so tired. But I was afraid to sleep. I went to the park and I lay down on a bench. But the minute I closed my eyes, there was that Mr. Turner again with his face green and red. And then I went over to Kleinman. I had only 2 little beers. The pianola was playing. It was nice and cool and dark. Charlotte! What is it? Please, Charlotte! You're not that mad at me, are you?
You numbskull! You good-for-nothing Schlemmian!
Oh, Charlotte, please, what has happened?
What has happened? You are fired. That is what has happened. Uncle Miklos refuses to put up with you anymore.
What?
He's through with you. Do you hear? Through. There is a boy, a high school boy, working in your place full-time.
No, you mean making the potato salad too?
Yes, making the potato salad too, and waiting on the customers. Now loafing on the sidewalk and taking naps and talking like a lunatic and getting drunk every other night. And now what are you going to do? What are you going to do?
I will go down and speak to Uncle Nicholas.
He will go speak to Uncle Nicholas. At 2 o'clock in the morning, yes, he will speak to Uncle Nicholas and get thrown out on his ear and go to the hospital and cause more expense.
Uncle Nicholas, he will get over it, Charles.
Yes, that's what you think. You haven't talked to Uncle Nicholas yet.
But Charlotte...
2 days. 2 days! Yes, Uncle Nicholas couldn't go to Hoboken to see about the cheesecake. You were lying home, sick in bed. With what? With the fever, with the stomach trouble, with the back leg? No. With dreams. Bad dreams, just like a baby.
Oh, but Charlotte...
And where are you? When the customers are telephoning for the orders, they should be sent up right away. Upstairs. Sleeping. Taking a nap. And where are you Friday night? The busiest night in the store. Seeing Dr. Stumpfogel. Throwing out your good money to a crack. And where are you today? When Uncle Nicholas is going to play in the Interbrox Hungarian checkers tournament.
Checkers tournament today?
Yes!
I'm sorry, I forgot.
Drunk. Sleeping. In Kleinman's back room.
Never. I wouldn't stay away on purpose, Charlotte.
Yeah, that's all the thanks Uncle Nicholas did. After all he's done for you. I don't blame him. He gave you plenty of rope you should hang yourself with. He closed his eyes to plenty.
I'll apologize. I'll explain to him everything in the morning. He's not unreasonable. After all, he's your uncle, Charlotte.
Too bad for him.
He wouldn't let us starve, Charlotte. Uncle Nicholas couldn't.
So? It's 9 o'clock. How much longer are you going to wait to go down and speak to Uncle Nicholas?
In a minute. I'm going right away. I just got to pull myself together a little.
Yeah, I thought so. You don't talk so brave this morning, do you?
It's not that. It's just... I'm sick. I got those same bad dreams back all over again.
Sure, you got them. Whenever you got something to do you don't want to do, back they come. Wonderful.
No, Charlie. I'm not afraid of Uncle Nicholas. No. I am afraid of myself.
But don't think I'm such a sucker, Bella. I've listened to you complaining long enough. I don't fall for that same tune forever.
Listen, Charlotte, listen to me. Just for once. Job can wait a few minutes.
Oh, the job can wait, can that? That's a new one, the job can wait.
I have done something. Maybe I did it in my sleep. Maybe I'm a sleepwalker. Maybe I climbed down the fire escape sometime and went into somebody's kitchen somewhere and committed a murder. I couldn't dream such things all by myself. Last night, I dreamed I just killed somebody. It had just made 2 o'clock. I was coming out of a window, climbing out over the sill. It was night. There was a fire escape with flower pots going down into an air shaft. I started to climb down. It was a long way to the ground. I crept down like a monkey. And as I went, I could see into all the dark windows of the flats. A man was eating his supper, and his radio was playing, and a baby was crying. And all the time, I kept holding my breath, afraid they would see me. Because upstairs, there was somebody lying in a room, white, like a kitchen, dead, that I had killed.
Shut up! Lunatic! Shut up with that nonsense, or I clap you in the crazy house right now. Now, get downstairs to Uncle Nicholas and get that job back. You hear? Do you hear me, Bella? Did you hear what I said? Look at you, shaking like a leaf. You're an old man already. You're not afraid of Uncle Nicholas. Not much. You're afraid of everything. Afraid of your own shadow. Your own crazy dreams. A fine man I throw myself away on. A fine hero. Yes. What are you looking at me that way for? You don't think I can hit you, huh? You think I'm going to stand around here forever wasting my time on a good-for-nothing? You think I'm good only to wash your clothes and keep your house clean? You think I got no strength in my hands? I can hurt you worse than that sometime. Much worse. You get your life. Well, what are you standing there for then? Are you going down now? Or not?
I am going, Charlotte. I'm going.
Bella? Where are you? Bella? What are you doing in the kitchen at this time of night? Making sandwiches? There's no bread for sandwiches. What are you doing with that knife?
I was just dreaming. We had another strange dream, Charlotte.
Get into bed. Put that knife back into the drawer.
I was dreaming. I was washing my hands, Charlotte. Over there. In that sink.
So, what?
And they were covered with blood. I was washing this knife, too.
Huh?
It was covered with blood, too.
Yeah. And what's so... What's so strange about that?
It was your blood, Charlotte.
My blood?
Yeah.
Transcribed from Hollywood, The Clock is produced and directed by William Spear, the master of suspense. And tonight starred Jeanette Nolan and Elliot Lewis. This evening's play was written by Lucille Fletcher. The Clock theme was composed by Bernie Green. Our musical director is Basil Adlam. Next week, same time, you will hear Kathy and Elliot Lewis as stars of The Clock. Who knows? You might be telephoned to name the new mystery melody for fabulous jackpot prizes. Be sure to hear it on Stop the Music tonight over this ABC station.
Listen at the close of this program for an important announcement regarding a time change. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
I didn't see the man. I swear I didn't. He just appeared out of nowhere. I didn't see a thing. I only heard that awful thump when the car hit him. It was an accident, I tell you.
Friday night, and again, CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the odd story of Blind Alley. Young Henry Carteret III and his widowed mother live with Henry's paternal grandfather. Grandfather Carteret is immensely wealthy and lives on a vast estate in the suburbs. Young Henry, after graduation, seemed to follow in the footsteps of his late father. He's a weak sort and quite the playboy of the city, gambling and drinking. So Grandfather, though inclined to be generous, finds it necessary to cut down on Henry's allowance.
But, Grandfather, I can't get along now. I can hardly make ends meet. But it's embarrassing.
Embarrassing? Huh. For a whole year now, all you've done is gad about all night and drink and gamble. Well, I've paid all the debts I'm going to.
Well, what can I do on $100 a week?
When I was your age, I got along on $10 a week.
But times have changed since you were a boy.
You're just like your father. Physical wreck and in his grave before he was 35.
Oh, well, he did everything to excess.
He was my son. I know what he did. Started out just like you. But each day he got a little worse. He was smart, too. He knew just when to slow down.
I know how to handle myself.
And got nothing around you but a bunch of leeches.
Oh, you're just soured on everything and everybody.
Some of your friends you've had around here would sicken anybody with horse sense.
And you refuse to give me an extra $100 tonight?
I won't give you 10 cents.
I'd rather die before I'm 40 than be like you.
You keep on the way you are, and you'll get your wish.
Can I have $50?
If you say another word, I'll stop your allowance completely. Do you hear?
What is it, Henry? What's wrong,
Oh,
darling?
nothing, Mother, nothing at all. Grandfather's on one of his economy rampages.
Oh, but, darling, your grandfather is right. You're only harming yourself.
Well, what good is money if you can't use it?
Depends on how you use it.
Oh, he couldn't spend his money in the next 50 years if he tried.
No, but you certainly could.
Well, what are you going to do with it?
Leave it to you, providing you get some sense in your head. If you don't, I'll leave it to a home for indigent cats. What you need is a good solid jolt in the solar plexus, and that's just what you're heading for.
Please, Henry, run along. I can't stand any more of this.
$20. I can't even take a girl to dinner.
No, not the kind you know.
Please go,
All
Henry.
right, Mother.
And if I get lost in the big city, I promise I'll go to the big policeman and tell him who I am.
Oh, if he only knew what I went through with his father.
I know, Mary. Some fellows just have to be beaten over the head with a club before they wake up. Well, I'll do my best, Mary.
For several weeks, Henry has been making the rounds of the nightclubs and gambling places with his latest girlfriend, Nella Goodwin of the Boston Goodwins. Nella and her brother Jerry have been vacationing in the vicinity. The three of them have made the rounds and have dropped into Nella's apartment for a nightcap.
Well, I certainly had a wonderful time tonight, Henry.
Did you, Nella? Well, so did I. But I was so sure I'd clean up on that roulette wheel.
You can't win all the time. Here. Here's your drink.
Thanks. Let's see, how much did I borrow from you, Jerry?
Oh, just 100.
No, I'll let you have it in a couple of days.
No hurry.
Really think you should drink any more tonight, Henry? Why not have some coffee?
Coffee? Perish the thought. Who wants coffee?
How far do you have to drive? 20 miles, isn't it?
Oh, he'll be all right when he gets out in the air.
Oh, I don't know, Jerry. It isn't safe. I wouldn't want you to get into trouble, Henry. Please drink some coffee. Please.
Oh, darling, don't worry. I've driven that strip along the coast 100 times.
Yes, but you've drunk more than usual tonight.
Maybe.
I wouldn't be able to sleep a wink.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll phone you when I get home.
Why not stay in town tonight?
Nella, why don't you let him alone? He'll be all right.
Henry, let Jerry and me drive you home in our car. How about it, Jerry?
Whatever you say.
No. I'll tell you what. I got a better idea. You two get your things and drive home with me and stay over the weekend.
a weekend.
Sure, stay as long as you like. It's a regular resort. Lots of things to do. Plenty of fun. You come with me, and if you're afraid of my driving, then you can drive. Fair enough?
Okay. Now, how about it now?
Well, if Henry insists on driving home tonight, I'd rather see that he gets there.
Great, that's wonderful. Go on and get your things, and let's be on our way. Well, how am I doing? Satisfactory, am I?
Well, I'd feel better if you'd slow down a bit.
It's beginning to mist. Better take it easy, Henry.
Okay. Does that suit you?
Take us about an hour or more, won't it?
This snail's paid.
Why not let me drive?
No, I'm all right. I feel swell.
Let Jerry drive.
No. Clear sailing from here on. Light me a cigarette, Nella. My case is in my right pocket.
All right. There. Cigarette, Jerry?
Yeah, thanks.
Henry, look out!
What was it? We hit something.
Yes, it was a man.
A man? Oh, good Lord.
Yes, there he is at the edge of the road. Oh, Henry.
I see him. Stay in the car. I'll have a look.
Is he all right, Jerry?
In just a second.
Jerry.
Not a sign of a pulse.
He's dead? Oh, but I wasn't going fast. I couldn't have hit him very hard.
I know, but he's an elderly guy.
Jerry, what do we do? We've got to do something.
Yeah, but... Hey, there's a car coming. Way back there, look. We got to get out of here. They'll smell liquor if they stop, and Henry's driving, and he's tight.
What do we do?
Look, it's a red light. Police. We've got to get that body off the road. They'll see it and chase us. Get out, Henry. I'll jerk a wire loose on the distributor. We're having trouble, see? Take it easy and don't get excited. I'll carry this guy over behind that big sign. When you find the trouble, the two of you drive on. I'll meet you back at the apartment. I'll get there as soon as I can.
Here they come. Don't be nervous, Henry.
I feel kind of sick, Neal.
What's the trouble here?
Why, I don't know. Motor just cut out on me.
Yeah? Battery's all right. It's got lights. Let's have a look. The wires... Now, wait a minute. Here it is, I think. That wire was loose on top of the distributor. All right, try it now. There you are.
Oh, thanks. Thanks very much, officer.
Out kind of late, aren't you? 1:30?
Why, I'm on my way home.
Yeah? It's your car?
Yes.
Henry Carteret III. You young Carteret? Let's see your operator's license. Thanks. You've been drinking a bit, haven't you, Carteret?
Well, yes, but I'm a careful driver.
What's your name, miss?
What? Nella Goodwin.
You drive?
Oh, yes.
Then you better slip over here and drive this car. Now, good night, Carteret. Take it easy, miss.
Yes, officer. Thank you.
It was young Carteret. Had a loose wire. Let's get going, Joe.
In a few minutes, the police car passes them. Nella leaves the highway, cuts over to the boulevard, and heads back to town. In Nella's apartment, they wait for Jerry. 3 hours pass, and finally, Jerry walks in.
Jerry, where on earth have you been? We thought you'd never get here.
I stayed behind that big sign for over an hour. Every time I started out, a car came along. Finally, I made it over to the boulevard. I couldn't find a cab, so walked back down the side street. Didn't want anybody to see me like this.
Where did you get all that mud on you? What did you do with it?
No, don't worry. Everything's all right.
What did you do with the body?
I buried it back of the sign. I found a small board. The dirt is soft and the brush is thick. No one will ever find him.
Buried him?
Sure. If we reported it now or anyone found him on the road, those cops would be after Henry in a second.
Who was the man?
Well, he didn't have anything on him. Only a few cents in his pocket and no identification. I gather from his appearance and his clothes that he was just a trenchant, a hobo. Probably stepped out in front of us to bum a ride.
Was he an old man?
I'd say about 50 or more.
Oh, it's awful. I didn't see him. He just seemed to come out of nowhere. I didn't see a thing. I only heard that thump when the car hit him.
It was an accident, Henry. We know that. It was a lucky thing for you I got him off the road. Those cops had found him, and with you drinking, well, you'd get stuck for manslaughter. You're mighty lucky I was alone.
Yes, I know. I appreciate it,
You
Jerry.
don't think we should have reported it?
Would you like to see Henry sentenced to prison for accidentally running into some old bum?
No, Jerry, but I was afraid of something like this. That's why I didn't want him to drive.
I'm sorry, Nell. I should have listened to you. Oh, what a mess. It's terrible.
Will you relax?
Well, you're sure they won't find him?
When they do, they'll have forgotten about you being stalled there. Oh, by the way, just where was that?
Well, it's practically at the intersection of Ocean Drive and Valley Boulevard. It was in front of that big billboard, that bread sign.
Yeah, let's forget about it. It's done, and the less said about, the better. Better have a drink, Henry, and as soon as I change my clothes, we'll go on to your place. You were spoiling that weekend.
I don't want a drink.
Okay. I'll be ready in a few minutes.
All the rest of the night and morning, Henry is shaken. He cannot close his eyes. And finally, he musters sufficient strength to dress. Downstairs, his grandfather is talking to Jerry and Nella.
And what did you say your name was?
Goodwin, Gerald Goodwin. The Boston Goodwins, you know.
The Boston Goodwins?
This is my sister, Nella.
I see. Came down with Henry, eh? And what time did you get here?
Well, it was late. That is, early this morning.
It was about 6, to be exact.
6? Huh. Don't you people ever sleep?
Oh, certainly we sleep, but, well, youth doesn't require the amount of sleep that age needs.
And what are you doing here?
Henry invited us to spend a week or so with him.
Oh, is that so? Mm-hmm. Well, that's mighty decent of him.
Henry's a wonderful boy. He really is, Mr. Carteret.
All depends on how you look at it.
You should think a lot of Henry.
I do. Believe me, I think constantly.
Good morning. I don't think I know these people. Or do I?
No, you don't, Mary. But you will. Henry's guests came in at 6 this morning, here for a bit of a stay from Boston. Jerry Goodwin and his sister Nella Goodwin, of the Boston Goodwins. This is Henry's mother.
How do you do, Mrs. Carteret?
Well, you're quite welcome. We really didn't want to impose on you, but Henry was so insistent that... Well, we really came because...
Because Henry wouldn't take no for an answer.
And where is Henry?
Well, I don't think Henry is feeling well this morning.
You mean Henry had been drinking?
Well, yes, a little.
Oh.
As a matter of fact, that's why we came with him. I was afraid for him to drive home last night.
She's exaggerating, Mrs. Carteret.
Tell me, how long have you known Henry, Miss Goodwin?
About 3 weeks. Going on 4.
Are you the one who's been taking to dinners and nightclubs?
Well, yes, I've seen him nearly every evening.
Oh, I see.
Oh, good morning, Mother. Morning, everybody. Well, I see you've all gotten acquainted.
Henry, why, you're pale as a sheet. I've never seen you like this.
I'm quite all right, Mother.
I'd have sworn it was your father coming down those steps. Hold your hands out. Look at that. The jitters. You're doing all right, boy. Don't you worry about being a sour old tyke.
Oh, shut up and let me alone, will you?
Henry, what is it? What's wrong with you?
There's nothing wrong.
He'll be all right. He had a very bad night, didn't you, Henry?
Jerry.
Well, first he lost too much, then he drank too much to cover up the losses.
I'll pay you the 100.
Oh, don't be silly. I'm not worried. I'm only kidding. Come on, let's have some breakfast and forget about it. Come on, everybody.
Oh, pardon me. Would I be intruding? I haven't had breakfast yet. Do you mind?
Why, certainly not. Come along.
Before the day is over, Grandfather is boiling. He can't stand the impudence of Jerry, but Henry is still unable to control his nerves. He can't get the highway accident off his mind, and Jerry becomes bolder and bolder. Jerry has the upper hand now, and Henry realizes he is completely at the mercy of Nella's brother.
But you've got to get hold of yourself, Henry. You've got to.
I can't get it off my mind.
Oh, calm down and quit prancing about. What good does it do? Besides, you've nothing to worry about. No one knows but the three of us.
But the police didn't see you there.
That's right. Just you and Nella. And obviously, you were driving.
What are you talking about, Jerry?
You don't have a thing to worry about from me, Henry. Not a thing. I'm perfectly satisfied with things the way they are. Of course, I may ask a little favor of you now and then, but it's nothing to worry about.
Favor? What do you mean?
Why don't you forget about it now? You'll drive yourself crazy.
What do you mean by favors?
Forget about it. Just forget I mentioned it. I wouldn't dream of saying anything about what happened last night to your grandfather or your mother. What kind of a rat do you think I am? That'd be terrible. Family name like yours, well, they wouldn't be able to stand such a thing. Oh, no, Henry, you've nothing to worry about.
No.
Jerry hasn't made himself clear. He's trying to tell you that he wants to help you. Aren't you, Jerry?
Well, certainly. What else? Well, what on earth... I get it now. Henry thought that... Oh, for the love of Mike, pull yourself together, Henry. Don't be so ridiculous.
Well, I'll run alone. Maybe if I take some tablets, I'll be able to sleep.
Jerry, you're at it again. Now, please get out of here and leave these poor people alone.
Poor people?
I like Henry. I'm crazy about him. And I want you to leave him alone. I know what you're planning.
Oh, shut up. Who are you to talk? The good ones of Boston. Sure, but what have we got? Nothing. We've been living for years on our name. We winter in Florida and we summer in Maine without a dollar. And here we are again. Only this time it's a little better. This old grandpa is going to kick off and leave millions to Henry. And with what we know, well, we can stay here forever.
I won't.
You will?
I like Henry too much. I love Henry.
Huh? Well, I can't see a thing wrong with that. No, not a single thing. In fact, I approve. See you later, Nella.
Poor Henry is licked. He knows Jerry has him by the nose, but he's helpless. Completely helpless. Finally, Monday comes, and Grandfather calls Henry to the library.
Did you want me, Grandfather? I certainly did. Why? What's wrong? The bank just called me and said you'd overdrawn your account $1,000. $1,000.
Oh, well, I haven't.
What did you do with the money? What?
Did the bank pay it?
Certainly they paid it. What did you do with that money?
Well, I owed a debt to Jerry Goodwin.
I heard him say you owed him $100.
Well, he was just going easy. It was really $1,000.
Henry, you're lying. You hear me? Lying.
No, I owed it to him because of, well, gambling.
I don't believe you. Not this time. It's something else. I've been suspicious from the moment they walked into this house. There's something going on. That Jerry is too smart, too cocky. There's something afoot, and I want to know what it is.
Nothing. Please believe me.
I don't believe you. And you'll tell or get out of this house and stay out.
Wait a minute, Mr. Carteret. Henry will tell you.
Nella, you keep out of this.
Then I'll tell. If he gave that money to my brother, then I think I know why.
Why?
Because Jerry knows something that Henry doesn't want told.
What?
Keep still. Get out of here, Nella. Get out.
This is blackmail?
What else?
Then why do you tell me this?
Well, because I love Henry. With all his faults, I'm crazy about him. And I know my brother, and I can guess why Henry gave him the money.
I owe it to him. I owe him thousands more. Now get out of here, Nella.
Henry had to pay him, Mr. Carteret. He had to. Jerry knows too much about Henry.
It's blackmail. I'll call the police.
No, please. Please don't do that, please.
Well, what's going on? What's all the racket?
You'll find out. Blackmail. I'll have you in jail.
No, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Jerry saved me from prison. I killed a man accidentally. Ran over him on the ocean road.
What?
Yes. And I was drinking. We saw a police car coming, and Jerry got the body off the road just in time. He pulled a wire in the motor, and the officers helped me fix it. And Jerry got me out of it.
I see. And where did this happen?
On Ocean Drive near Valley Boulevard. I buried the body back of the big billboard. The bread sign on Ocean Drive. You see, everything's all right. I did my best, and no one will discover the body for a long time. There's no identification on it.
Good Lord.
It was an accident, Mr. Carteret. Really it was. Henry didn't see him. I swear he didn't. It was missed, and I wanted to report it, but the police were almost there, and Henry was drinking, and, well, it would have meant manslaughter.
I've never been so shocked in my life. Your mother must not know of this.
I've really done you a favor, Mr. Carteret.
Leave me alone. All of you. I want to think.
A death-like silence falls over the household. Very little is said until afternoon of the next day. The grandfather calls the three young people to the library, but at that very moment a visitor is announced. The visitor steps into the library.
I'm Mr. Carteret. Did you wish to see me?
Well, not exactly. I want to see your grandson here, Henry Carteret.
Who are you?
I'm Lieutenant Jones, Police Department.
Well, what can we do for you, Lieutenant?
Who are these people?
This is Mr. Goodwin and Nella Goodwin, our guests at the moment.
You're Nella Goodwin?
Yes.
Well, I have a little report here. On the morning of August 17th, about 1 a.m., A patrol car came upon Henry Carteret and assisted him to get his car started. A girl with him gave her name as Nella Goodwin. It was near the intersection of Ocean Drive and Valley Boulevard. Is that right?
Yes. Yes, I did have trouble at night.
Mm-hmm. How long were you there?
About 10 minutes, I think.
I see. Did you happen to notice another car leave as you pulled up, or did you see anyone else in the vicinity?
Why, I don't remember.
Did you, Miss Goodwin?
Well, I can't remember, but there may have been.
Did either of you step off the highway during that time?
No. No, that is, I may have, but
I don't think we did.
Mm-hmm. You stopped directly in front of that big billboard, the one advertising bread?
Yes.
What is this all about?
Well, they removed that billboard and started excavating for a new project today. They discovered a body. A man about 50, been dead several days. Apparently struck by a car. Might have internal injuries.
Well, we didn't see a thing.
Uh-huh. You know nothing about it, miss?
No, certainly not.
What's your relation to Henry Carteret?
Well, no relation.
I see. Well, let me ask you to drop down to headquarters for a little talk, Miss Goodwin. Good afternoon, folks.
He's wise. They're going to get Nella down there and make her talk.
I won't go.
You'll have to go.
I won't go. I won't talk if they kill me.
They know you were with Henry, and they'll hammer you until... Wait a minute. I've got it. There's one way they can't make you say a word.
How's that?
Nella and Henry have got to get married at once. A wife cannot be made to testify against her husband.
Married?
But, Jerry, he doesn't want to marry
There's
me.
no choice. It's the only chance. Come on, let's get going. They'll be back.
Grandfather, what'll I do?
Figure it out yourself. This is that jolt in the middle you've had coming to you. Oh, what have I ever done to deserve this?
Come on, Nella, hurry. Hurry.
Oh, Henry, darling, married. I can't believe it. Why didn't you tell me? Why?
Calm down, Mary. He's married, and that's all there is to it.
But I never heard of such a thing. What was the rush? We had to get married, Mrs. Carter, if we had to. But don't worry, I love Henry. Married? Oh, I think I shall faint.
Yes, but I'll explain later, Mary.
Pardon me, there's a Mr. Jones to see you.
I knew it. They're back again.
Mary, please go to your room. I'll come to you in a little while. I'll explain.
Yes. Yes, Father. Oh, I've never been so shocked in all my life. Henry, your father was bad enough, but this is beyond all sense of peace.
Well, what do you want now, Lieutenant?
I'd like to have a talk with Miss Goodwin down at headquarters.
Oh, but that isn't possible, Lieutenant.
No, Lieutenant. You see, Miss Goodwin is really Mrs. Carteret. The wife cannot be forced to testify against her husband.
I see. Well, maybe that won't be necessary after all. Is this your cigarette case, Henry?
What? I don't know. I don't think so.
Oh? Well, this was found a few feet from the grave on the other side of the billboard. It has initials on it. H.C. Of course, we have ways of tracing the owner through the jeweler.
Maybe it belonged to the dead man.
No. He's been identified as Peter Lund, a Trenchant.
And suppose you couldn't find the owner of that case.
We'll find the owner.
May I see the case?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Rather expensive. Handmade. Cost about $100, I'd say.
The dead man's fingerprints weren't on it.
I imagine this case is worth considerably more now than it cost originally. Prices have gone sky high. Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if a case like this wouldn't be worth, well, a pretty penny.
Yes. I imagine some people would pay up in the thousands for a case like that. Did you ever hear of bribery, Mr. Carteret?
No, but I have a couple of friends heading the police commission, and I've heard of shake-ups and pounding the pavement.
Can I see you alone, Mr. Carteret?
Yes, Lieutenant. Step into the library.
Look, Mr. Carteret, I know you're a big shot in this county, and, I'm trying to do my duty. I don't want to cause you any trouble, but then at the same
Does
time...
anyone other than you know about this cigarette case at headquarters?
No.
Jones, here is $1,500 for that cigarette case. How about it?
I don't want to go back to pounding a beat. I guess you've got me. I'm stuck. Poor guy hasn't got a chance. Okay, here's the case.
Here's your money. And I'll see about a promotion for you.
I'm satisfied if I can just stay where I am.
Well, I'll be running along, Mr. Carteret.
Mr. Carteret, don't do it. Please don't.
What? Don't do what?
Henry didn't leave the pavement that night. I swear he didn't. Someone planted that cigarette case there. I know who did it, and I know why.
Are you crazy?
You had the case last, Jerry. Henry did hit the man. It was an accident, but you carried the body behind the sign and buried it. You put the case there purposely.
Shut up.
Sick and tired of living by your rotten schemes. From hand-to-mouth on other people for years. Blackmail, extortion, anything you could think of. But I'm through with you. Brother or no brother.
You're a fool, Nella. You've just sentenced Henry to the penitentiary. All three of us.
Then we'll all three go to prison. I don't care.
Please, Nella, please.
Henry, you're a weak-kneed jellyfish. If you had any gumption, you'd poke him in the jaw. You know he's a crook.
Shut up!
And there's something phony about that cigarette case. I don't know what it is, but... Well, if you planted it there, you were stupid. And if you dropped it, you're stupider still. And I don't think you did either.
Will you shut up?
Wait a minute. Wait, if that cigarette case was there when they tore the sign down... Why didn't Lieutenant Jones mention it when he first came here?
Well, we didn't find it till the next day.
Lieutenant Jones, that cigarette case was never near that sign. My brother gave you that case. You're in with him on this. More blackmail.
Good girl, good girl. You're wonderful, marvelous, cooking with gas.
She's crazy.
Come in, Captain Gibson. Yes, step in here, please. Hey, did you hear this? Did you hear what they said, Captain?
I heard, and so did the sergeant.
And take them away. Take both of them away and put them on the first train out of town. Let them keep the money. But put them on the first train. I'll prefer no charges, providing they get out of town and stay out.
Grandfather, I don't understand.
Jones isn't a police lieutenant. And there's no body buried back of that billboard. I suddenly remembered that whole block belonged to me. I hadn't sold it, so why would they be excavating?
No body?
I checked with Captain Gibson here, and there was no Lieutenant Jones. There was not even a trace of a grave back of that sign.
Well, then what became of the man I hit?
I'll explain that in just a minute, son. Just a minute.
And what about the girl, Mr. Carteret?
Nella, my granddaughter? She's the first bit of red blood we've had in this family for years. Now put that phony Lieutenant Jones and Jerry in the cooler for 24 hours. Then put them on trains going in different directions. If they come back in less than 10 years, they're crazy.
Yes, sir.
I'll show them how to monkey with the president of the police commission.
Well, there's very little to explain this time. Jerry Goodwin discovered the man was not dead the moment he felt his pulse. And when he regained consciousness back of the big billboard, well, Jerry took him across town to a hotel. Later, he arranged with him to pose as a detective and frighten Henry and Nella into marriage. And the supposed victim and Jerry would carry on a lucrative blackmail scheme from then on. But they never dreamed that the grandfather owned the lot where the corpse was supposed to have been buried. And that was where they slipped. But grandfather is proud of his spunky granddaughter-in-law, and Henry will be a good boy from now on.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed by Wilbur Hatch and conducted by Ivan Ditmars. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Beginning Sunday, October 3rd, The Whistler will come to you at 10:15 p.m. Sunday, October 3rd at 10:15 p.m. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
something wrong. Terribly wrong. I'm going to wait a few more days, and when I'm sure, I'm going to take care of you, Joe. I'm going to kill you.
Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so tonight I tell you the bewildering story of Mirage. Fred Adams is an attorney, a promising young attorney. Fred is a specialist, for his practice has been limited to nightclubs and bars. In other words, Fred is what is called a mouthpiece. He steps gaily down the street tonight, unaware of the two men leaning against the black sedan, parked in the shadows between the lampposts.
Hi, Fred. What's your hurry?
Oh, hello, Joe. What are you and Mike doing in this end of town?
We're waiting for you, Fred. Thought you might like to take a little ride.
Ride?
Boss wants to have a little talk with you, Fred.
Not tonight. I'm busy. Got an appointment.
The boss would like to talk with you. Get in.
I tell you, I'm busy. I'll drop around tomorrow.
What are you so busy about, Fred?
How would you like a poke in the nose?
Get in the car, Fred.
Let go of me, you.
We ain't kidding. Come on, get in.
What did you two guys do without a gun?
Get in.
Okay.
15 minutes later, Fred makes his way through the crowded tables of the swank Tripoli Cafe toward a door marked Manager. He hesitates a moment, glances at the two men beside him, and knocks. Across the room, a beautiful woman sits behind the desk, toying with a long cigarette holder.
Come in, Freddie. Come in.
Well, we got him, boss. And where do you think he was? Over on Park Avenue.
How fancy. Wait outside, Joe. I want to talk to Freddie alone.
Yeah.
Sit down, Fred.
Well, what's wrong? You in trouble again, Gloria?
Would it matter to you if I were in trouble?
Of course it would.
Where have you been the past week?
Has it been a week since I saw you last?
You know it has. And a week's too long to suit me, Freddie.
Well, you know my phone number. If anything had happened, you could have found me.
Doesn't make me very happy to think I have to go out looking for you. Kind of lets me down.
Well, for the love of Pete, what's happened?
Nothing's happened here at the cafe.
What then?
You, Fred. It's what you've done.
I haven't done anything.
Why do you think I paid your way through law school?
Well, because you wanted to. Because you needed a lawyer around.
That all?
I don't know.
I thought we were together in this thing for keeps.
We are. I'm still your attorney. What else do you expect of me?
You have the nerve to sit there and say that? You know how I feel about you. You've always known.
We've always been pals. Good friends.
Pals? Friends? Oh, Freddie.
Look, what are you trying to say?
I knew for the past 3 weeks that you had changed. Couldn't figure it out. But I found out this afternoon. Here it is in the paper. District Attorney's daughter to wed young lawyer.
Well, what about it?
Are you really in love with her, Fred?
Certainly. Why shouldn't I be?
I don't think you are. I knew you were campaigning for the DA in this last election. I know you're ambitious. I think you've got your eyes on a job in the DA's office, more than you have on the girl.
I tell you, I love Brenda Gibson. You can think whatever you like.
Is she pretty?
Very pretty. And young.
I don't like the way you say that, Fred. I'm not so old.
Oh, I didn't mean it that way. You're a very beautiful woman, Gloria.
Am I?
Well, I don't know what it is. You've done everything in the world for me. No one could ask for more. I've always cared more for you than any woman I've ever known. Until now. There's something about Brenda that, well, she's so different.
Go on.
I hate to say this to you, but I've got to make you understand. Brenda's intelligent. She comes from a fine family. She has culture.
And I came up from the chorus.
Oh, Gloria, I didn't expect you to take it this way.
How did you expect me to take it?
I didn't think you were really in love with me. It never occurred to me that you had any ideas about getting married.
What do you think I am, a totem pole?
I looked upon our association more as a business arrangement. You financed me through school, and when I got up in the money, I'd pay you back.
Oh, Freddie, don't say any more.
I know I've been blunt, but how else can I tell you? What else can I say?
There's nothing you can say. But I'll tell you something. You're getting out of your element. You don't belong there. You belong here with me. And if you marry her, you'll live to regret the day you met her.
Now, look, don't be like that. Don't be a hard loser.
You'd be better off dead.
You don't mean that, Gloria.
No. No, Fred, I didn't mean that. But, darling, please go before I say any more. I know I have cancer. Please go.
I'm sorry, Gloria. Terribly sorry.
Goodbye, Fred.
Well, I'll be seeing you. Goodbye, Gloria. Now, a week later, the papers are filled with stories and pictures of Fred and Brenda, and the district attorney, and parties, dinners, and teas. Read them, Gloria. Pore over them. Mr. and Mrs. Frederick Adams this, and Mr. and Mrs. Frederick Adams that. Read them, Gloria. Read them and weep. But on a train to Miami...
Fred, darling, after we spend a few days in Miami, we can fly over to Nassau. Father has a place there, and I know some wonderful people. We can have a great time. Fred?
Oh, what did you say?
Snap out of it, darling. We're on our honeymoon.
Yes, I'm sorry. I know we're going to have a swell time.
My sister Nella's spending the summer at Nassau.
Why didn't Nella come home for the wedding? She was supposed to be a bridesmaid.
I told you, dear. You can't always get transportation just when you want it these days.
But after all, Nella's your only sister. She could have made an extra effort.
What are you thinking about?
Oh, business.
Business? Business.
I was thinking about my new job. How did your father happen to make a place for me in the DA's office?
Oh, I suppose he's a capable young attorney.
Did you ask him to appoint me?
Well, I may have had something to do with it. Fred, I wanted you to start out right. You don't mind, do you?
Certainly not. It was swell of you. I only hope I can make good.
You will. And who knows, maybe you'll be the district attorney yourself someday.
I hope so. At least I'll break my neck trying.
Well, let's forget about everything for the next 2 weeks but us.
I love you very much, Brenda.
Oh, darling, I'll spend all my waking moments trying to make you happy.
Thanks, Tom.
You'll never regret the day you met me.
What did you say?
I said you'd never regret the day you met me.
Oh, I should say I won't. Not a chance in a million. Now the happy honeymoon is over, and Fred and Brenda are back home. And Fred is in the district attorney's office and progressing nicely. But Gloria, poor Gloria, still sits in her office at the Tripoli and broods over her fate. She scans every item in the society columns, searching for news about Fred and Brenda. And every item, every picture nurtures her resentment. And her resentment slowly turns to hate. And finally something snaps in her mind. And she begins to harbor thoughts of revenge. Revenge.
Joe! Joe!
Yeah. What are you yelling about, boy?
I wasn't yelling. Close the door.
Sounded like yelling to me.
I said I wasn't yelling.
Okay. So I apologize.
Sit down.
Oh, look, Gloria, what's eating you? Why don't you get out of this office? Go out and visit with the customers the way you used to.
Yeah, why should I?
Well, they all miss you, honey. They're all asking, where's Gloria? Where's Gloria? I've run out of excuses.
But I didn't call you in here to talk about the business.
Well, maybe not, but I thought it was time I said something.
Where's the evening paper?
I didn't get it.
Why not?
Oh, look, Gloria, come on. Snap out of it. Why don't you quit hunting for news about Fred? You're only driving yourself nutty. He was a nice guy, but he's gone. He's married, so forget him.
Can't.
Well, you could try.
Not so easy as that.
After all, he ain't the only man walking around. There's one or two others, you know.
Yeah, who?
Well, there's one guy in particular who might get your mind off Fred if you just give him a chance.
Who do you mean?
Well, I know I ain't as good looking as Fred, and I ain't got his fancy manners. But, well, I like you just as much as he did, and probably a lot more.
Sorry, Joe.
Well, at least I wouldn't walk out on you for another day.
Yeah, and if you did, I wouldn't blame you.
No?
No. I blame the other woman. She had no right to take him away from me. He belonged to me.
Oh, Gloria, please, forget it.
I won't. I can't. I made up my mind.
Huh? What are you thinking?
Where's your car?
Outside.
Where's your gun?
In my pocket.
Some people are giving a party at their country place tonight for Fred and his wife.
But, Gloria.
But Fred was called out of town on business. They're giving the party anyway, and he'll be there. Then they'll be there.
So what?
We'll wait for her and follow her when she leaves.
Wait a minute. Nothing doing. I ain't bumping off no dame.
Sit down and shut up.
You're crazy. You're gone absolutely nutty. I'm getting out of here.
You're driving me to that house.
I won't.
No? I wonder if the police would be interested in knowing who killed Lefty Hammond.
Gloria, you wouldn't.
Oh, wouldn't I?
Okay. Okay, you win.
All right. Go get in your car. I'll go out the back way and meet you in the alley.
Gloria and Joe sit in the car in the deep shadows of a spreading tree. The hours drag on, and then, about 1:30 in the morning, the party breaks up and the cars begin to leave. Finally, Brenda comes through the gate driving her own coupe.
There she is. That's Brenda. Get going, Joe.
Is she alone?
Yeah, she's alone.
I sure wish you'd change your mind.
Don't get too close to her.
I ain't got nothing against her or Fred either. What good is this going to do you?
You wouldn't understand.
I think you're gone off your bean. Maybe you're cracked.
Shut up. I'm not crazy if that's what you mean.
That's what I mean.
Stop back a little.
They say crazy people never think they're batty. Look, you might feel different about this in the morning. Maybe you ought to see a doctor. Hey, cut it out. Where do you get off slapping people?
Move along. You're losing her.
Lay off of that rough stuff, or I might decide to change my mind about the whole thing.
You won't change your mind.
It'd be funny if something happened to you.
If anything happens to me, there's a letter in my safe that tells all about you. So you better see that I get back to the AAA.
Okay, I was only kidding.
We're coming to that long stretch. No cars behind us and none coming. Step on it now. Run her off the road. Now, run her off in the ditch.
Then what's the idea? Are you trying to arrest me?
Get out of the car.
What is it? Hold up?
Get out and shut up.
Well, I haven't anything. Just a couple of rings.
Take her rings, Joe.
Well, this was a new one, a woman bandit.
Any money in your purse?
A few dollars.
Take the money and scatter the rest of the things around.
Yeah.
Now ruffle her hair up, Joe. Go on, muss her up.
You take your hands off me.
Gloria, have a heart.
Okay, I'll muss her up. But they're good.
Who are you? What's the meaning of this? You got what you want. Now, why don't you let me alone?
I'll let you alone, Mrs. Adams.
Who are you?
Start walking.
What?
Start walking off through those trees.
I won't. Oh, stop it.
Get moving.
Yes, all right. What are you going to do?
See to it that you don't do any more chiseling in, Mrs. Fred Adams.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Walk. Let her have it, Joe. Well, what are you stalling for? You missed it. Give me that gun. Well, that's the last of Mrs. Adams. Here's your gun. Get out of here. Well, what's the matter? What are you waiting for?
Oh, I'm kind of dizzy. I'm kind of sick. I can't drive, Gloria. You better drive.
Huh. I thought you were experienced at this business.
If I didn't see you do it, nobody in the world could have made me believe it. Nobody.
Anything about it in this morning's paper, Joe?
No, not a thing. And it was the night before last, too. I can't understand it.
Are you sure she was dead?
Of course I'm sure. See, what do you suppose happened? She couldn't have walked away. Hey, maybe they haven't found her or the car yet, huh?
That isn't possible. That's the main highway. Hundreds of cars passed her in the course of a few hours.
Yeah, but maybe they just seen the car and thought it was a wreck, maybe. Yeah, maybe that's what it is.
Hey, better lay off that stuff, Joe. You've been drinking for 2 days now.
Yeah, but I need it. I'm jittery. I got the willies like I never had before. Hey, maybe I ought to drive out to the place and see if the car's gone.
Okay. Get back as soon as you can.
Yeah. I can't get it off my mind. I don't mind telling you, I'm scared.
Go on and quit talking so much.
Hey, Gloria, I went out there.
Yeah, I know. What'd you see?
Nothing. The car was gone. I looked all around the spot, and there wasn't a sign of anything. No trinkets, no bug marks, no nothing.
Then they must have found her.
Yeah, but why don't they say something about it in the papers? If they just say something, I could stand it. It's driving me nuts.
Are you going to lay off that stuff?
No, I ain't. I need it.
I don't need it.
Yeah? Well, I don't know what you're made of. But whatever it is, it's sure tough. I never knew a woman could be as tough. I'll never forget about this as long as I live.
You're a jellyfish.
I can understand one guy rubbing out another guy for doing something against the gang, but I never thought I'd see a woman do a thing like that for no good reason.
There was a reason to shut up.
I couldn't have done a thing like it. You could have turned me in first. There she was, lying there all covered with blood. This stuff doesn't seem to have any effect on me. It's just like water.
Get hold of yourself.
That poor kid. I never felt so lousy in all my life.
Did you get the late papers?
Huh? Yeah, here. Well, anything in it?
No, nothing. Not a word.
Maybe we didn't do it, Gloria. Maybe it was just a nightmare.
No, we did it all right and proper.
If I don't hear something soon, I'll go crazy.
Hey, wait.
What is it? Did they find her?
No. Well, what do you know about that?
Well, what is it?
Look at this picture.
Holy smoke, it's her. It's her. Her and Fred.
Mr. and Mrs. Fred Adams attend the races.
When?
Yesterday. It isn't possible.
But it's her. I know it's her, but how could she? She's dead. Hey.
What's the matter?
Maybe it's her.
A ghost? Don't be silly.
I'm getting out of here. I'm leaving town.
Look, here in the other papers. Day before yesterday. Fred Adams and wife attend tennis match.
There's another picture.
What can this mean? What do they say something about it?
Yeah, you see, it's getting you down, too. Oh, please, Gloria, let's pull out.
It's uncanny. I can't believe it.
It's in the papers. You gotta believe it.
Did you double-cross me, Joe?
What do you mean?
Did you have blanks in that gun?
Blanks? I'd certainly hate to get hit with what I have in that gun. She's dead, I tell you.
He'd better be.
What'll we do?
We'll wait. That's all. Just wait.
Okay. But I don't think I can stand it. I'm going to pieces. They did wait. They waited for 2 more days. And Joe, fortified with his bottle, was able to hang on. Then Gloria began to crack under the strain of waiting.
Joe, I can't stand it any longer. I've got to do it.
Do what?
I'm going to call Fred's apartment and see if she's there.
Huh? I wouldn't.
Hello? Is this the Adams apartment? Is Mrs. Adams there? Why, an old friend from out of town. Thank you. She's there.
Holy Jesus.
She answered. I heard her. You lied to me, Joe.
I didn't lie. I had bullets in that gun. I saw her. She was dead.
There's something wrong. Terribly wrong. I'm going to wait a few more days. I'll check again. And when I'm sure, I'm going to take care of you, Joe.
What do you mean?
I'm going to kill you.
That's crazy.
I don't think it would be safe to have you walking around and talking.
But Gloria, listen to me.
Come on, we're going to my apartment and wait. Story's bound to bake sooner or later.
But I'd rather get out of town.
You're coming with me to my apartment. Get moving.
Then 3 more days of sleepless waiting. The tenseness grows and grows. The suspense is almost stifling. Poor Joe can neither sleep nor eat, and Gloria becomes pale and drawn. Then Joe finally emerges and goes on a little scouting tour about town to see what he can learn. Then on the next night, a knock at Gloria's apartment door.
Who is it?
It's me, Fred.
Fred. Wait a minute.
Hello, Gloria.
What do you want, Fred?
May I come in? I'd like to talk to you.
Of course. Come in.
I know it's rather late, but I had to talk to you.
What about? I never expected to see you around here again.
Well, I was a bit lonely. I had to talk to someone.
Lonely? Well, sit down, Fred.
Thanks. You look kind of tired, Gloria. What's wrong?
Well, since you mentioned it, you look a bit weary yourself. What's wrong with you?
Oh, nothing much. I sent you a check clearing up what I owed you. Did you get it?
Yeah. There is something wrong, Fred. What is it?
Oh, just a little trouble, that's all.
What sort of trouble?
Domestic.
Domestic trouble? Why, what do you mean? That isn't...
Isn't possible? Is that what you were going to say?
Why, yes, I thought you were quite happy with your wife.
Well, things can develop suddenly. I certainly found that out.
Well, what happened? Or do you want to tell me?
Yes. Yes, as a matter of fact, I do. I guess that's why I came here. You were always so darned understanding. You always knew the answers to things.
But what happened?
Well, I guess I really didn't belong in the upper crust. You had it figured out about right. Everything was all right until Brenda started to shape my career.
Shape your career?
Oh, yes, she had everything all planned for me. She and her father had it all figured out. I wanted to go into the DA's office and move up on my own initiative. But they didn't want it that way. They wanted me to start out as a big shot.
Did she leave you?
Well, yes. We agreed to disagree.
Well, where is she now?
At her father's place, I suppose.
When did she leave?
Yesterday.
Yesterday. Are you sure it was yesterday?
Of course. Why do you ask that?
Well, no reason, I suppose. I just can't believe it. It seems a shame. Well, I'm very sorry for you, Fred. Believe me, I know how you feel. I was let down with a dull stud once.
Were you?
You should know.
Gloria, I was such a fool. You were so right. I should have listened to you. You could see what was coming, and I was too dumb to realize it. Have you forgiven me?
Oh, yes. Yes, Fred. I'd have to forgive you. I love you so much. I've never been able to forget you for a single moment.
I'm sorry, Gloria. Terribly sorry.
Fred, I've got a strange feeling. I don't know what it is, but I've a feeling you're not telling me the truth.
What? You mean you don't believe me?
There's something you haven't told me. What is it?
Why, nothing. I've told you everything.
I don't believe you, Fred.
Very well, Gloria. I'm in a tough spot. Brenda hasn't gone away. She's dead.
Dead? What on earth do you mean?
Yes, she was found dead beside her car a number of days ago. The day after we had a nasty argument, but I didn't do it. There have been many threats against the district attorney and members of his family. It may have been any one of a number of persons.
But nothing's been said about it in the paper?
Yes, I know that. They've purposely kept it quiet, hoping the real killer will show his hand.
That's silly. Why should he?
I don't know. Darling, it's all such a mess. I'm completely worn out. I know they suspect me, and, I don't know what to do about it.
Gloria, I've seen her. Who? She was standing under the lamppost at the corner. She spoke to me. She said, "Hello, Joe. How's Gloria?"
Shut up, you're drunk.
No, it was her. It was Brenda. I ran for the elevator, and as the doors were closing, she was coming in the lobby. She was terrible. Oh, pale and awful looking.
Simpleton, you got the snake.
No, it was her, and she's coming up here. It's her. I don't want to see her. I can't look at her. I can't stand her.
Joe, turn on those lights.
I won't.
Turn on those lights.
Never mind the lights. I can see you. All three of you.
Brenda. What do you want?
So you're Gloria. Yes, I met you for the first time not many nights ago. On a deserted highway.
Oh, yes, sir.
Come out of the corner, Joe. I can see you. Joe, the man who pulled the trigger.
No, I didn't.
What do you want?
So, Fred, you were in on this, too. You wanted me out of the way because of Gloria. You were back of the whole thing.
No, Brenda, no. I had nothing to do with it.
You decided you'd made a mistake? You wanted to.
I didn't. I swear I didn't.
Tell him, Joe. Tell him how you shot me down. You had the gun. Tell him
No, keep away from me. Keep away. Don't. I'll tell. I didn't do it. She did it. Gloria did it. I didn't have the nerve.
He's lying. I didn't do it.
Go ahead, Joe. Spill it.
I ain't going to take the rap for this. Gloria went off her beam when you married Brenda. She went crazy with jealousy. She knew about that party, and she made me drive her out there. We followed Brenda and ran her off the road. She tried to make me kill her, but I couldn't. I fired wild, and Gloria grabbed the gun from me and let her have it.
He's lying.
How could she make you?
She threatened me. She's got something.
Shut up!
I don't care. She can tell what she knows, but I can prove she killed Brenda. I wore gloves, and Gloria didn't. I still have the gun, and the only fingerprints on it are Gloria.
You did it!
I figured she might try to double-cross me.
What about it, Gloria?
All right. I did it. I shot her. I couldn't stand it any longer.
Turn on the lights, Joe.
Hey, she ain't dead. It's her. Brenda ain't dead.
Good Lord.
Oh, yes. Brenda's dead, all right. Quite dead.
What is it?
You'll find out, Gloria. What a strange quirk of fate. It was your money that caused all this. It was you who put me through law school so that I could defend you. And now I'll be forced to be your prosecutor. I'm sorry, Gloria. Terribly sorry. Well, Gloria, you've come to the end of your rope. Things didn't work out as you planned. You really killed Brenda that night, but Fred got a brilliant idea. He had Nella, Brenda's twin sister, come up from Nassau and pose as his wife. That's how all the pictures appeared in the papers. And it was Nella who just walked in on you and got a confession. And how did Fred know you were the one? There were several suspects. But you, Gloria, made the mistake of phoning for Brenda too many times, and the police traced your calls. Too bad, Gloria. Jealousy is a terrible thing.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production is composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, Sunday at 10:15, I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another strange story. Good night. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called As Long as I Live.
You ever know a medium? I mean, that produces ghosts and spirit voices, does table rapping and stuff. Yeah, I was married to one. Sure, it's phony. Most of them are phony. Some of them ain't. Some of them are legit. I hear. You got a minute? Let me tell you, huh? Me? No, I'm not going anyplace for a while. Time, I got lots of. You go for this stuff? You don't, huh? Don't believe in it? Yeah, that's what they all say. Never had your fortune told, huh? Never had your hand read, the palmistry, I mean, at the carnival, amusement park, anything like that? I thought so. Sure, everybody's made one pass at least at supernatural stuff, a cult. Sure, even when you read the fortune on the card that comes out of the penny weighing machine, you're on the edges of it. Human nature, that's all. Human nature. And it pays off right well when you're in the business. I know. Listen, it's good money, the psychic business, but stay out of it. It's not all phony. Yeah, if Georgie was here. But Georgie ain't. Georgie. My wife, the medium. We had this old house in Chicago out on the west side, Georgie and me and Uncle Lars. I never knew a good deal about Uncle Lars, except he was born in 1845, which would make him 97 years old. He was my father's great uncle. He was a kind of recluse when I was a kid. Tall, skinny old Swede, lived all alone in a little brown painted house on Margaret Street. Never went out without a shawl around his head. But he always kind of liked me, even when I was a little bitty kid. Had my first drink at Uncle Lars' house, Swedish punch. Man. And glug at Christmas time, hot and full of raisins and nuts and spices. Quite a thing, glug, especially for a 10-year-old brat. Well, Georgie and I had quite a discussion about Uncle Lars when he got the letter saying he was coming to live with us.
Well, you're going to have to look after him, Jim. I'm not picking up after you, let alone an old man that probably hasn't got all his buttons.
No, he's got good sense. He's only 97. He comes from Dalarna, where they live to be 1,000,000 years old and dry up and blow away.
You got any money?
Yeah, must have.
Couldn't he go to an old folks' home or something?
And leave the dough to the old folks? You crazy?
Wonder how much he's got it. Oh, darn it, I'm sorry. That was a terrible thing to say. Poor old guy all alone.
Sure. He was nice to me when I was a kid. And he won't cost much to keep.
He says he'll pay his keep.
Oh? That's just like him. You like him, Georgie.
Ever been married or anything?
Well, there's a kind of mystery, you know.
No?
There was a cousin Flora. I don't know who she was, but there was some kind of story about this cousin Flora back in Sweden. She came over to this country. They were going to be married, but she died in the Chicago fire in 1871.
And he kept house all by himself all those years.
Yeah, I suppose.
Maybe he's forgotten her, though. Long time ago, I guess.
No, he hasn't forgotten her. I don't think he has. I remember when I was a kid, he used to have a big carved Swedish chest.
A hope chest, I guess.
I guess so. It was all full of old-fashioned clothes. I got into it one afternoon at his house while he was asleep. Funny clothes. I remember a purple velvet dress.
Was she pretty?
I don't know. Never saw any pictures of it.
Didn't you ever ask him about it?
Nobody ever mentioned her to him. I remember my dad said something about her once. The old man ordered him right out of the house. Poor old guy.
Well, we'll make his last years comfortable, Jim.
That's my baby. You're a good kid, Georgie.
The mists are clearing now, and the ray of moonlight, as it moonlight, falls between the tall trees. And I see a face. It is a little girl, a golden-haired little girl, and the gown is shining silver. Her arms are outstretched. She is seeking someone. She stops. She wants to tell me her name. Her name. Wait. She says her name is Rosalind.
Rosalind, for God's sake, Georgie.
Oh, that's right. I forget it all the time, darn it. Rosalind. Rosalind.
Okay, don't forget it. If old lady watches hears you calling her darling baby out of her name, it'll screw up everything. And she's worth go, Kitty.
I know. I'll remember. Where's Uncle Lars?
In the hammock out in the backyard.
Oh, he likes me very much, Jim.
You're crazy. He thinks you're swell. Well, he don't talk much to anybody, not even me.
That's like he's scared of me.
What are you talking about?
I'm not kidding. You ever see anybody put their hand like this?
No.
I have. Tell you what it is.
Well?
That's what people in the old country call horns of the devil. Corny di Diablo, old man Garbacho used to say down on Taylor Street when I was a kid.
For what?
Well, you see, you hold your two middle fingers with your thumb, Stick your first finger and your little finger out like horns, see? You point at people.
Well, what for?
To charm against the evil eye.
What are you talking about?
That's Uncle Oz when he's with me. He holds his hand like that all the time.
You think you got the evil eye?
He sure does, honey. Funny part of it is, baby, maybe I have.
You're screwy.
You know, fooling around with all this psychic stuff like I have, every once in a while you begin to wonder about things.
Like what?
I don't know, James. I mean, things.
Well, like what things, sweetie?
James, listen. When he makes the corny di diablo at me, I get the most awful pains around my heart.
My darling. Honey, you stop. You stop that, you hear? You're letting this stuff get to you. You can't do that. You're just being silly.
I know. I know, James. It's silly, all right, but... You know, if you fool around with this stuff, you begin to wonder if maybe you really are psychic.
You said that. You're nuts.
I know, but... Oh,
Georgie, what's the matter?
My heart. What's the matter, James? Is your wife sick all of a sudden?
And I looked up, startled, as the old man spoke from the doorway. Uncle Oz stepped forward, his hand outstretched to help me support Georgie. The fingers of his right hand were still clenched into the horns of the devil, into the charm against the evil eye. And then he opened his hand, and Georgie straightened up in my arms and drew a long breath and smiled at me. But I looked into her face, and there wasn't any smile in her eyes.
I'm all right. I'm all right, James. Tell Uncle Oz I'm all right.
And I looked deep into her unsmiling eyes, and I felt my own right hand twitch, and I looked down at it. My forefinger and little finger had formed the shape of the charm against the evil eye. I lay awake a long time that night. Georgie, as long as we've been married, has always insisted on sleeping with the light on in the room. And, well, after all these years, I've gotten used to it, too. But she had a most disconcerting, is that the word? Disconcerting way of sleeping. A way that used to bother me at first when I woke up in the night and turned my head to hers on the pillow beside me. But she slept with her eyes open. No, don't be silly. Not wide open, but not quite closed. Georgie was a very good-looking woman, mind you, but asleep, with her eyelids not quite meeting and just a little of the pupil showing, she seemed to be staring. Or like... Oh, I don't want to tell you what it looks like if you've never seen it. Oh, yes, she'd be sound asleep, sure. We used to laugh about it, so I got used to it. She said lots of people sleep that way. I don't know. I got so it didn't bother me anymore, like I said, but... Well, this time, I'd shut my eyes, and I'd have to open them again. And there'd be that glitter between her eyelids and the light of the lamp, like... I don't know why I did it. It sounds foolish, but... Well, I made the corny di diablo at her. And she stopped breathing. And I thought I'd never get my fingers apart. They were cramped, stiff, unwilling. But in a couple of seconds, I guess, I managed to pry them apart. And Georgie started breathing again, and she smiled and turned her face away from me. And for a long time, I lay there listening to her soft, even breathing beside me and saying over and over to myself, Georgie, I love you. And believe me, I did love her. But a thought came crawling in from the back of my mind, and it took hold of my brain. The first thing I knew, I was in those dreadful minutes between being awake and falling asleep, and I thought, Georgie, I love you. And I can kill you whenever I want to. And at last I fell asleep. And I dreamed about a woman in an old-fashioned purple velvet dress. A woman who laughed in a strange way. And I could never see her face. Only the purple velvet dress. And then the morning came, and it seemed all confused in my mind. And Georgie was cheerful and happy in the kitchen as we ate breakfast together. And I guess I held her hand thinking, this is a lot of nonsense, a lot of bad dreams, a lot of nightmares. Everything's all right, of course. And it was really quite pleasant, just the two of us. And it was that way for a week, maybe. We did a seance for Mrs. Whatsis, and Georgie remembered to call the little girl Rosalind, and old Mrs., I forget her name, cried in the dark, asked questions about how Rosalind was doing in the great beyond. And Georgie made her happy with her answers, and we made $75 out of that. She bought a new hat that was just a hat brim with flowers on it, not at all the kind of hat you'd expect a spirit medium to wear. So it went on, as I said. We hardly ever saw Uncle Lars. He used to get up and make his own coffee first thing in the morning, long before we woke up. Then he'd go sit in the backyard, smoke cigars, and rest. So this one morning, we're sitting there, looking at the papers and being quietly happy. When Georgie got up to pour another cup of coffee, she stopped at the back door and looked out.
Jen, where's Uncle Lars?
In the hammock, isn't he?
I don't see him.
He's probably putting around with the flowers.
No, not in the garden. I don't see him. Uncle Lars!
Well, heck, maybe he's still asleep.
He's always up so early.
Well, let him sleep. He's an old man.
I better see. I don't know. You know, he might... Something might be... I better see if he...
Yeah. Right, he's asleep. Don't wake him.
Jen?
You all right?
Jen, come here.
Well, what's the matter?
Come here, quick.
What's the matter?
Something's the matter with him.
Uncle Lars. He's had a stroke, that's what it is.
He was all right, Jen, when I came in the room. He was breathing just like a baby, and then when I came over and looked at him, he was just kind of gasped, and that awful look came on his face. Jen, what's the matter with you?
You looked at him. All right, he was 97 years old. He was entitled to a stroke. How do I know she did it? How do I know anything? How do I know when I pointed my finger at her that night she stopped breathing? All I can do is tell you what happened. No, he wasn't dead. We took him to the hospital, and he was there a long time. The doctors told me it was perfectly natural. A stroke. He'd be all right for a while, they said, then he'd have another, and that'd be that. So I said to myself, sure, it's natural. There's nothing magic. There's nothing, evil about this thing. Georgie couldn't be to blame. And even if she was, which I said to myself is silly, she couldn't help it. She didn't mean anything. She liked the old man. All right. You remember that woman in the purple dress I dreamed about, the purple velvet dress? The one in Flora's Hope chest? Mm-hmm. Georgie, I said one day. Georgie, the funniest thing, I've been dreaming about that purple velvet dress I told you about. You remember?
In the chest?
Yeah.
But there's a lot of stuff in there.
Yeah, it's heavy, all right.
Funny about him and that girl that died.
Yeah.
He must have been awful in love with her.
Yeah.
Dreams are funny, Jen.
How do you mean?
Well, no, they mean different things. I wonder. Maybe you dreaming about her?
I didn't say I dreamed about her. I said the dress.
Well, maybe that's a symbol. Maybe that means... Maybe he's going to die. Maybe she's telling us that. Maybe there's something in the chest we ought to know
Let's
about.
not monkey with the chest.
He might be trying to tell us something.
Oh, stop, George.
No, James, I don't know. Well, there's a lot of things we don't understand.
And then I got mad and I said, oh, for Pete's sake, let's get out of this stupid business. It's making us all nutty. Georgie said it wasn't stupid, and so we got into a fight. I got up and put on my hat and walked out of the house. And when I came home that night, I walked into the bedroom, and there was a woman in a purple velvet dress lying on Georgie's bed. And when I saw it was Georgie, a wave of rage just swept over me like a hot flood, and I slapped her, and she woke up and flew at me. What was wrong with us? She hit me, and I think I tried to choke her. We yelled at each other like a pair of wildcats. She scratched my face. I yanked her hair down. She struck at me again, and then I don't know how I did it. Something seemed to be pulling at my hand. Georgie screamed again and fell down on the floor. I looked at my hand where it hurt. My two fingers were outstretched in the shape of the devil's horn. And I picked her up and put her on the bed. Took the purple velvet dress off her. And as it slipped over her head, she opened her eyes and she smiled at me. And I just flopped down alongside the bed, put my arms around her, and cried like a baby. And then a few nights later, we brought Uncle Lars home from the hospital. I put him to bed. Georgie went out in the kitchen to make coffee. She knew Uncle Lars was nervous with her around. Georgie was a good kid, like I told you. So I sat on the edge of the bed and felt sorry for the old man.
Jens.
Yes, Uncle Lars. You feel all right?
The purple dress.
What?
The purple dress.
Well, what? What about it?
Your wife put it on.
Why?
I know. Laura told me.
Uncle Lars.
You must not put it on, Jens.
Oh, I'm sorry, Uncle Lars. She didn't mean anything. You know that.
She has the evil eye. Your wife.
Oh, Uncle Lars, now let's not.
You know she has, don't you?
Well, No, I don't know it.
Then, beware of an evil woman.
Well, Georgie's not.
I speak of Flora.
Why, I thought you... I mean, you...
I am close to dying now, Saint. I tell you something.
Well?
Flora. I loved Flora once.
Of course.
She died in the fire.
I know.
I killed her, Saint.
Why? What did you do?
I locked her in the house and I let the fire burn her.
Uncle Lars.
Peter, Flora was an evil woman. I loved her and she... Let us not speak of that. Let us not speak of how I found out. Let's just say that there was another man. And she laughed at me and called me a dumb fool. And then there was the fire. I had bought her the new purple dress and I came home and...
Uncle Lars, do you want to tell me all this?
I have told you. She hated me, Jens. She has hated me so long. And beware of an evil woman.
Jens?
Oh, she called you. Take care.
Jens, come here, dear.
I'll be right back, Uncle Lars.
Don't tell her.
Of course not. I'll be right back.
Jens?
What do you want, Georgie?
Come here, please.
Shall I close the door?
Please.
Where are you, Georgie? Well, what have you got the light off for? Georgie, where are you?
She's still, Jens.
What are you doing?
She's still, I'm trying something.
Well, turn on the light. Well, listen, What are you...
I'm doing something for Uncle Lars. He's afraid of me and he doesn't like me and I want to...
What are you up to?
I'm going to bring Flora back to him.
Georgie.
Be still. I found out I can do it. I told you there were things we didn't understand. I tried it and it's easy. Poor old man. I'm going to let him see the dear he was in love with.
Stop, Georgie.
I can't stop now. Be still, Jim.
Georgie, you don't know what you're doing. Stop. Stop.
Flora! Flora!
What is it? Stop it.
Flora! Flora!
Georgie, I tell you, And something choked off my voice. I tried, but I couldn't say another word. Over in the corner, I could see a little pale, purplish light. I could hear Georgie moaning. And I couldn't move hand or foot. It was like something holding me by the arms. I heard Uncle Lars call to me.
Then, what are you doing?
And Uncle Lars' door opened slowly.
I did. Come back.
Laura!
And I felt something release my arms then, and I reached for the light switch, and suddenly the room was bright again. Georgie was huddled in a chair across the room, her eyelids nearly closed, and the bare light glittered between them. And she was breathing heavily. But at the open door beside me there stood a tall woman in a purple velvet dress. And I heard her laugh. And she turned to look at me. And she had no face. She raised her arm toward me. I felt my own right arm lifting and my fingers squirming into the shape of the Corne di Diablo. Into the charm against my wife who had only tried to be charitable to an old man and who had brought his death upon him. And so I brought my wife's death upon her, too, in that old house. But Georgie struggled to her feet, took 2 steps toward my outstretched fingers and said, "Thanks, darling," very clearly, and fell. And I felt something soft clinging against me. I dropped my eyes, and there was the purple dress slowly sinking empty to the floor at my feet. And there was the sound of soft, distant laughter in my ears. And so, I'm here. And tonight they'll take me out, and I won't be coming back. How could I explain 2 dead people with the marks of horrible, violent death on their faces? Alone in an old house with a man who was sitting on the floor, gibbering, and carefully, oh, so carefully ripping an old-fashioned purple velvet dress into shreds.
Quiet Please story tonight was called As Long as I Live. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell. And Alice Reinhardt played Georgie. Uncle Lars was Bruno Wick. And Lotta Stavitsky was Flora. As usual, music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now, about next week, here is Willis Cooper.
All the characters in tonight's story were, as usual, figments of my own imagination and have no relation to anybody living, dead, or undead. Next week, our story will be The Man Who Stole a Planet.
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Quiet Please comes to you from New York and is heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Good evening, friends. This is your host of the Inner Sanctum inviting you in through the squeaking door. Come on in. Have your picture taken with the corpse. You'll look good next to him. Poor fellow was a photographer. Passed on last winter while taking a picture. Yes, died of overexposure. Awful, isn't it? Enough to make your camera shutter. Well, let's gather around the coffin now for a nice, happy picture. Watch the body. Watch the body. Oh, dear. We'll have to take that again. Someone moved. And I think it was the corpse. Portrait of death. It's an original radio play by that ghastly ghostwriter, Robert Sloane. And our star tonight is Miss Leslie Woods, who plays the role of Miss Snyder. And listen, if you've never sat for a portrait, you'd better not sit alone for Portrait of Death. In the dim light of a misty old art dealer's gallery, a somber portrait has just been sold at auction to a man by the name of Mason.
Magnificent painting, isn't it?
There's never been anything like it, Mr. Mason. But if you don't mind my saying so, I think you paid a stiff price for it.
I couldn't let that woman in the black dress outbid me. Look at those colors. Expression on the girl's face.
Yes.
The detail in the background. Really is a work of art.
Technically speaking, yes. But the portrait has a strange history, Mr. Mason. Strange and sinister.
What do you mean?
Well, people say it's brought bad luck to every one of its owners.
Oh, come now, brother.
Well, it may be just a story, but at least this much of it is true. The day this portrait was finished, the artist died by his own hand. And the model who posed for him died, too, by her own hand.
So that's why he painted her in black.
Yes. He knew she was going to die. He even painted 2 graves into the background of the picture, you see. 1 grave's for him, 1 for her.
Remarkable.
Now you know why the painting is called Portrait of Death, Mr. Mason. It meant death for the artist, the model, and, oddly enough, for many of its owners. I'm sorry you bought it, Mr. Mason.
I'm sorry you bought it too, Mr. Mason. You shouldn't have taken it away from me.
I beg your pardon.
Don't you remember me?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. You're the woman I was bidding against.
I still want the painting, Mr. Mason. And I beg you to sell it to me at a price I can afford. I warn you, it can only bring you harm.
I'm sorry, Miss Snyder. The painting is not for sale. Really, Mr. Flournoy, you didn't have to drive me all the way home with this painting. I could have managed it alone.
Oh, no trouble at all, Mr. Mason. Here, let me help you carry it into the house.
Oh, no, I'll get one of the servants.
As you like.
Oh, Parker. Parker. Huh. I'm afraid I'll have to go in. Will you wait for me?
Oh, certainly.
Oh, Parker.
Mr. Mason?
Yes, Parker. Tell Mrs. Mason to come down, will you? I've got a surprise for her.
Mr. Mason, I think you'd better come in.
Why, what's the matter?
I have some very bad news for you, sir. Terrible news. Mrs. Mason is dead.
What?
It was her heart, sir. She died this afternoon while you were at the art gallery.
No. I can't believe it.
I tried to reach you, but you'd already left, sir. Dr. Simpson said... Excuse me, sir. Hello? Mr. Mason's residence?
Is Mr. Mason there, please? This is Miss Snyder calling.
Just a moment, please. It's for you, sir.
Oh. Thank you. Hello?
Mr. Mason, I still want that painting.
What?
Don't you think you'd better sell it to me? It can only bring you harm.
I'll think it over.
Don't wait too long, Mr. Mason. I warn you. Don't wait too long.
You ought to go to bed, sir. You haven't had any sleep for days.
I'm all right, Parker.
But it can't do any good to sit in this room and stare at that painting.
Parker, doesn't the portrait look a little different today than it did when I brought it into the house?
I don't think so, sir.
The expression on the girl's face is a little deeper. A little more understanding. The background... Good heavens, Parker.
What is it, sir?
Look. The graves in the background.
Weren't they there, sir?
When I bought it, Parker, there were 2. Now there are 3. I'm so glad you could come out here, Mr. Flournoy. I had to speak to you.
I came as soon as I could.
Did you bring the catalog?
Oh, yes, I did, Mr. Mason. What is it? What's wrong?
Let me see a picture of that portrait, please.
Yes, of course. Here's portrait of death. There.
I was right. There were only 2 graves in the original painting.
Well, of course, Mr. Mason. I told you there were 2 the day you brought it.
But now there are 3, Flournoy. 3 graves.
So what?
Come. I'll show you.
Oh, Mr. Mason, please.
There are 3, I tell you. The 3rd one's been there ever since my wife died.
But that's impossible. You must be imagining.
Give yourself one. Here. 1, 2, 3.
Mr. Mason.
Why are you looking at me like that?
You need a rest.
A rest? What are you talking about?
Don't you understand? There are only 2 graves in that portrait. The 3rd one is in your mind.
You mean there isn't a 3rd grave on this painting?
No. You've been under such a strain these past few days.
I must be losing my mind.
Oh, no, I'm sure it isn't as serious as all that. It's only natural for you to be upset about your wife.
I want to get rid of the portrait. I want to sell it. Right away.
Well, I don't know how soon I can dispose of it for you, Mr. Mason. Under the circumstances, it might be hard to arrange a
That woman
sale.
will buy it, won't she?
Who?
That woman who's been pestering me for it. Why don't you get in touch with her?
I will, first thing in the morning.
No, I won't wait until morning. I want that portrait out of this house tonight. Parker. Where are you going with that painting?
Why, I was taking it to the garage, sir.
What for?
You said you didn't want it in the house tonight. I thought I might return it to the dealer.
Mr. Flournoy hasn't called back yet?
No, sir.
Well, I'll take it to him myself. Is the car ready?
Yes, sir, but I hardly think you ought to go alone, Mr. Mason. You're in no condition.
I brought that portrait into this house, and I'll take it back. Alone. Come on. What the devil is the matter with this car? I should have had Parker take it out of the garage for me. Confound it. I'll get that painting out of here if I have to carry it out with my hands. Portrait of death. You are a portrait of death. You, with those searing eyes, that faint half smile. I'll never see your face again. Not as long as... No, don't.
This is a strange time of night to go calling for a painting, Mr. Flournoy.
Mr. Mason told me to get in touch with you right away, Miss Snyder. He was determined to have you pick up the portrait tonight.
Well, I hope he isn't asleep.
Yes.
Nobody seems to be answering the door.
Oh, wait a moment. There's a light in the garage. Oh, good heavens, what was that?
It sounded like a scream from the back of the house.
Come on, we better hurry. Come on, Miss Snyder. There's somebody in the garage. Why, hey, Parker.
Yes,
What's
sir.
the matter, Parker? Why'd you scream?
It's Mr. Mason, sir. He's dead.
What?
I just found him, sir, slumped over on the floor of the car.
Awful. Maybe he was asphyxiated.
No, the motor wasn't running, sir.
It's the portrait. The portrait killed him, just as it did the other.
It does seem strange. He came to the garage about an hour ago, carrying the painting in his arms.
Well, didn't you help him?
He wouldn't let me, sir. He insisted on being alone.
That's strange. Look, at these marks on his neck. As if he'd been strangled with a fine chain. Or a woman's necklace.
What do you mean by that?
Nothing. Did you think I was accusing you, Miss Snyder?
I don't know.
Good heavens, Mr. Flournoy. Look at the portrait.
Oh, what's wrong?
The necklace, sir. The necklace that was painted on the girl's throat. It's gone.
It's 6 months now since she strangled old man Mason with that necklace of hers and put the Indian sign on his late wife. Parker's still around, though. And so is that character Flournoy, who at the moment is disposing of the ill-fated portrait for Mr. Mason's estate.
Mr. Davis, I believe you're the only man in the world who wants this painting. And I really can't see why you want it, knowing its history.
Mr. Flournoy, that kind of history doesn't mean a thing to me.
Oh.
May I take it with me now?
Oh, certainly. Parker.
Yes, sir?
Would you be good enough to help Mr. Davis with the painting?
If you don't mind, sir, I'd rather not touch it. I haven't seen it since Mr. Mason died, and I don't care to see it now, sir.
All right, Parker. I'll help you, Mr. Davis.
Thank you very much.
It's a very heavy frame, you know. It's really too heavy. Why, that's incredible.
What is it, Mr. Flournoy? What's wrong?
Parker, you say you haven't touched this painting since Mr. Mason died?
No, sir.
Well, look at it. The girl is wearing a necklace again. Miss Snyder, how do you do? We haven't seen you here at the gallery for some time.
What's the meaning of this, Mr. Flournoy?
Beg your pardon?
Why did you let that painting go without telling me it was for sale?
Well, I tried to tell you, Miss Snyder. I called you home several times to let you know about the auction. I was never able to reach you.
Didn't you know I was away on a trip?
No, I
Then why didn't you find out, you stupid fool? How many times have I told you I must have that painting?
Well, I'm sorry, Miss Snyder.
Never mind. Who is this Mr. Davis? Where does he live and where can I find him?
Well, I imagine you'll find him at his home. Here's his card.
Give it to me.
I don't think you'll gain anything by going up there, Miss
You
Snyder.
keep out of this, Flournoy. I want that painting. And this time I'm going to get it.
I'm very sorry, Miss Snyder, but nothing you can say will persuade me to part with the painting.
Mr. Davis, your stubbornness may cost you your life, you know.
I'm afraid I'll have to risk it. I'm very anxious to find out exactly how he died. And if he was murdered, I'm going to see that the killer is brought to justice.
The killer is the painting, Mr. Davis. And you will find that out very soon, just as the others did.
Are you threatening me?
I am giving you one more chance to live. One more chance to sell me the portrait at the price you paid for it.
If I refuse?
If you don't sell it to me now, Mr. Davis, I will buy it after your death.
Forgive me for not showing you to the door, Miss Snyder, but I hardly think...
Never mind, I'll go myself.
No, you don't have to. Parker.
Yes, sir?
Parker, what are you doing here?
Oh, didn't you know, Miss Snyder? I'm Mr. Davis's new butler.
Hayden Art Company, Mr. Flournoy speaking.
Mr. Flournoy?
Yes, this is Mr. Flournoy.
You had better come over to Mr. Davis's house right away. And don't tell anyone you're coming.
Huh? Who's this?
It's important, Mr. Flournoy. Don't ask a lot of questions. Just come over.
Who is this?
Don't you know? It's the girl in the portrait.
What? You... Hello? Hello?
Come in, Mr. Flournoy.
I thought it was you on the phone. Why didn't you tell me?
I didn't want to mention any names. Come in, will you?
All right, all right. What's the hurry? What's this all about?
I'll tell you in a minute. Does anyone know you came here?
No, I don't think so.
Good.
What are you doing here? And where's Parker and Mr. Davis?
Parker's left. He's gone away. I found a note from him on the foyer table there.
Well, what about Mr. Davis?
He's in the library.
Well...
Wait a moment. Don't go in there yet. He's dead.
Mr. Davis?
Yes, Mr. Davis. It's horrible, Flournoy. His head has been cut off.
What do you mean? What happened?
I don't know. I found him lying there on the library floor when I got here. He must have been killed with the axe from that suit of armor, you see. The armor's toppled over, and the falling axe must have landed on his neck.
It would have to fall from a good height to sever his head, Miss Snyder.
Well, the armor was mounted on a pedestal, and you can see for yourself how heavy that axe is.
Yes, I see.
You don't think I killed him, do you?
I don't know. What are you doing here?
I received a strange phone call telling me to meet Mr. Davis. When I got here, the door was open and everything was just as you see it.
Have you called the police?
No, not yet.
Why not?
I wanted to speak to you first.
You wanted to speak to me with a murdered man lying there on the floor?
It wasn't murdered. It was an accident. The portrait killed him.
I'll let the police decide that.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Flournoy. You are not going to phone the police until you've heard what I have to say.
Go on, say it.
I called you because I wanted you to help me. I want that portrait before it's passed on to Mr. Davis's heirs.
What do you mean?
I may never be able to buy it if it becomes part of his estate. But if you tear up his check and take mine, it doesn't have to become part of his estate. It will be mine, once and for all.
Mr. Flournoy?
What?
Mr. Flournoy?
Why, Parker. What are you doing outside Miss Snyder's house?
I've been waiting for her, sir. Have you any idea where she is?
Why do you want to know?
She left a photograph at Mr. Davis's house last night, and I've come to return it.
Oh, I'll take it to her, Parker.
If you don't mind, sir, I'll return it myself.
Is it that important?
The photograph is a picture of the woman in the portrait. And if Miss Snyder can explain why she's been carrying it around, we might have an answer to this mystery.
You suspect her, don't you, Parker?
Not any more than I suspect you.
What's that?
You've got the portrait in your car, Mr. Flournoy.
Yes.
Don't try to conceal it. I recognize that frame anywhere.
I'm not trying to conceal it. I'm trying to find out what your game is.
I have no game.
Then why did you leave that note saying you were going away?
What note?
Oh, don't lie to me, Parker. I saw it myself on the foyer table.
You must be mistaken, sir. Today is my day off. I left the house early this morning, and I didn't write a note.
Oh. If you're telling the truth, then I know who did write that note. Only I've got to prove it before I can take your word.
Now, wait a moment, Mr. Flournoy. Where are you going?
I'm going into the house for this painting. I'm going to set a trap for Miss Snyder.
I'll go with you.
What for?
To help you carry the painting,
Why?
Of course.
But you'll spoil everything if you're seen, Parker.
Then I won't be seen. I'll hide. What's the matter, Mr. Flournoy? You're not afraid of me, are you?
I don't know. Every time this painting has brought misfortune to anyone, you've been alone in the house with the victim. Is that you, Miss Snyder?
Yes, where are you, Mr. Flournoy?
I'm in your living room, hanging up the painting.
I didn't ask you to do that. Take it down.
Why?
Take it down, I say. I don't want it in my living room. I don't want it in this house.
Well, I don't understand. Then why did you buy it?
Mr. Flournoy, I have been after that portrait for years. And now that I've got it, I'm going to destroy it.
You're going to do what?
There is a curse on that painting. There really is. You see, I know. Because I'm related to the girl who posed for it.
Well, you never told me that.
I never saw any reason to. That girl was a sister of my grandmother. And ever since her death, my family has been haunted by that portrait. But now we'll be haunted no longer.
But you can't destroy a work of art like this. It isn't fair to people who admire it. It isn't fair.
Nobody wants it, Mr. Flournoy. Nobody but me.
Oh, but you're mistaken. There is somebody who wants it. Wants it very much.
Parker?
Oh, no. No, Parker's dead.
Dead? How do you know?
I know. Because I killed him. Right here in the living room. I'm awfully sorry I didn't have time to dispose of the body, but I'll take care of him before I go.
Oh, no, Mr. Flournoy. You didn't kill him. You couldn't.
I had to. You see, he discovered the painting in the cars I drove up. He would have ruined all our plans.
Plans?
Yes.
Plans? Do you think I'd go through with any plans knowing what I know now?
Well, I'm going through with mine, Miss Snyder, and I dare say I won't be suspected.
What are you talking about?
Nobody knows you stole this painting from Mr. Davis. Nobody knows but you and Parker. And I can trust Parker to keep the secret.
You stay where you are.
Don't be afraid. I've become an expert at the art of murder. It is an art, you know, just as delicate as retouching old portraits which happens to be a specialty of mine.
You killed Davis and Mason and Mrs. Mason.
Oh, no, not Mrs. Mason, no. Her death was only a coincidence. But it did give me the idea for the others. You see, I needed a series of deaths to completely destroy the value of that portrait. The legend was already there. All I had to do was help it along.
Why?
I wanted the painting, Miss Snyder. I wanted it more than anything else in the world. An art dealer's clerk could hardly afford to pay for it.
You're insane.
Well, we're all a little bit insane, aren't we?
Don't you come near me. Don't.
Shut up, you. Don't. Shut up. Yeah. The knife is coming. Sure. But if you don't. You make me miss my mark. You crazy devil, be still. No. Portrait fell on the wall. Frame grew knife into.
Now we'll be haunted no longer.
Poor old Flournoy. Framed by a portrait. Still, it's better than being boiled in oils. But Davis is the guy who really had an interesting death. Yes, that armored axe did a smooth job. And the police might have thought it was purely accidental.
That terrible picture. It was always changing around. I guess it wasn't what they call a still life. In fact, I'm surprised there's still life left in any of the people in the story.
Well, drown me in a cup of Lipton tea if Mary didn't make a joke.
So I did.
Well, it's time to go back to my slab now and swap a few stories in the smoker of the crematorium. Oh, before I leave, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is Lay That Pistol Down by Richard Powell. Yes, and next week's Inner Sanctum story, directed by Hyman Brown, next week's story is just your meat. That is, if you like human meat. It's about a man who's been dead for 6 years. So, of course, his wife doesn't recognize him when he comes home. In fact, nobody recognizes him. So he goes around killing people to refresh their memories. I guess he figures that if they can't remember him, they might just as well remember nothing. Now it's really time to close the squeaking door, so good night. Pleasant dreams.
And now, the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the series of radio dramas dedicated to the supernatural, the unusual, and the unknown. Come with me, my friends. We shall descend to the world of the unknown and forbidden, down to the depths where the veil of time is lifted, and the supernatural reigns as king. Come with me and listen to the tale of the Automaton.
Over here is what I call its brain. Put the power on, Elizabeth.
Yes, Father.
I've only begun on the binary system, but watch.
Why, it's moving. It's sitting up.
Yes.
It's getting down off the table.
And now you'll see a sight that no one else has ever seen before.
It's walking around the laboratory.
Yes, you're witnessing the first movements of a new creation, superior to man in that it will never tire, a servant to man. For that will be its place in the future. A machine that looks like a man and will be able to think like one.
The Hall of Fantasy will present the Automaton in just a moment. The Automaton.
I first met Dr. Eric Ziegler at the conference on scientific research. I knew of him, of course. His name was famous throughout the world as one of the foremost experts on automatic control. It was the closing session of the conference when he made his now famous speech.
And in conclusion, gentlemen, may I say that mankind can expect this technological advance to continue. He can look forward to the future in the secure knowledge that his life will become easier and longer through the advances we make. That he will be free to direct his energies towards the conquering of new frontiers, bringing him closer to the day when he will stand alone over all the universe.
His speech so aroused me that I couldn't help making my way to the speaker's platform, pushing my way through the crowd which surrounded him in order to congratulate him.
Congratulations, Dr. Ziegler.
Dr. Ziegler?
Yes?
My name is Drake Sheridan. I just wanted to tell you I thought your speech was the best thing I've ever heard.
I take that as a compliment coming from you, Dr. Sheridan. I know about your work.
Oh, nothing at all compared to yours, sir.
Dr. Sheridan, I'd like to talk to you further. Why don't you come to my house this evening?
What time?
After dinner, about 8:30. Here's my card.
Well, thank you, sir.
You'll be there?
Of course.
I'll see you then.
Yes?
I came to see Dr. Ziegler.
Oh, your name?
Drake Sheridan.
Oh, yes. He's been expecting you. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
Just follow me.
But the most interesting effect of all, a new paragraph. The success of the automaton of which I am speaking is dependent upon the excellence of the brain I can give him. My work has become so...
Dr. Sheridan is here, Father.
Oh, excuse me. I do hope you'll forgive me, Dr. Sheridan.
Of course, sir.
I was dictating my report on a project on which I am now working. Please be seated. And before I forget, this is my daughter, Elizabeth.
How do you do?
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Drink, perhaps, Dr. Sheridan?
Yes, I could stand one.
Yes. Any particular preference?
No.
Would you do the honors, Elizabeth?
Of course, Father.
Dr. Sheridan, perhaps you're wondering why I asked you to come here.
I have been, but I consider it a privilege and an honor to be here.
Thank you for the compliment, but it wasn't necessary. You may be interested to know that I've followed your career quite closely. And from what I've gathered, you're a very intelligent young man.
Well, thank you, Dr. Ziegler.
I'm not complimenting you to make you feel comfortable, Dr. Sheridan. I mean what I say.
Exactly why did you ask me here, Dr. Ziegler?
To talk to you, to see what kind of a person you are.
And here are your drinks.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, my dear. That's just right, Elizabeth. Yes. Dr. Sheridan, I'm going to be completely frank with you. I am working on a private project financed with my own money, completely divorced from my work at the Research Institute.
Mm-hmm.
My daughter has been helping me with this work, but unfortunately she does not have the knowledge nor the training to be of anything more than elementary assistance.
I see.
I am interested in finding an assistant who will devote his full time with me to the work I am doing.
You mean you intend to leave the Institute?
Yes. My work is finished there, and besides, I want to devote more time to this particular project of which I'm speaking.
What's the nature of your work?
Automatic control, of course. Would you be interested in working with me?
It's a great honor, sir.
I will make it worth your while.
Well, I'd like to know exactly what you're working on before I make any decision.
I believe I can trust you. I have a building some miles outside of the city which serves as my own personal research laboratory. We might as well drive out there. That is, if you're interested.
Why, I certainly am.
Good. Elizabeth, get the car from the garage, please. We'll drive out tonight.
Well, you certainly have it well equipped, Dr. Ziegler.
I wanted to show you that you would be working with only the finest of equipment.
Who's there?
What's that?
Oh, that's the watchman.
It's nothing to worry about, Bart.
Oh, it's you, Dr. Ziegler. I didn't hear you come in.
It's all right. We'll check out with you when we leave.
All right, sir.
Will you open the door, Elizabeth?
Of course.
All right, let's go in. I'll put on the lights. Now you'll see what I've been working on for the past year.
That sheet-draped figure on the table over there, what is it?
My newest research project in automatic control.
But what
you see.
It looks like a human body underneath that sheet.
Not quite. Here, I'll pull back the sheet.
No, it isn't a human body.
That's correct. What do you think of it, Sheridan? What do you think of my automaton?
Is it finished?
Not yet, but soon, with your help.
A mechanical man. A robot shaped exactly like a human being.
What better form could I give him? After all, our own bodies evolved to what we are today. Why should I attempt to improve on nature?
What do you intend doing with him when you finish?
Tell him, Elizabeth.
Well, this automaton will be able to do all of the hard and painstaking work of mankind without ever getting tired. It can fight his wars. It can be the first to explore outer space. It can free mankind to direct his energies to other channels.
I don't know.
Oh, come, Sheridan. You look at the automaton as if you thought he was some Frankenstein monster. Believe me, this is the farthest thing from that imaginary creature. This is a work of science. This is not a monster created from the dark recesses of someone's imagination. This is our key to the future.
We'll return to the Hall of Fantasy and the tale of the automaton in just a moment. Back now to the Hall of Fantasy and the tale of the automaton.
Dr. Eric Ziegler, his daughter, and I stood looking down at the metallic figure lying on the table before us. In all respects, it resembled a man, a metal and plastic man, created by the genius of Ziegler.
This is our key to the future. This automaton will free man from labor. Let him develop his mind to the fullest.
How much longer do you think you'll have to work before it's finished?
I can't tell. That's why I need you to help me set up the automatic self-regulation of its brain.
Then you haven't developed the system of feedback yet?
No. As you are aware, that is the basic machine of all self-regulating systems of automatic control. A man's mind is a complex creation. The mind of the automaton must also be complex in order that it can do the work of a man, in order that it can think and regulate itself.
Why don't you show him what you've accomplished so far in the feedback system?
All right. Now, over here is what I call its brain. Put the power on, Elizabeth.
Yes, Father.
I've only begun on the binary system, but watch. It's moving. It's sitting up. Yes. It's getting down off the table. And now you'll see a sight that no one else has ever seen before.
It's walking around the laboratory.
Yes. You're witnessing the first movements of a new creation, superior to man, in that it will never tire. Servant of man, but that will be its place in the future. A machine that looks like a man and will be able to think like one. I shall return him to the table now.
It's climbed back up on the table.
And it's lying down again. All right, turn off the power, Elizabeth. Well, Sheridan, what do you think now?
I'm afraid I don't know what to think.
Will you work with me?
Oh, yes. Who wouldn't jump at the chance? Of course I will.
Good.
You understand, of course, that the feedback system and the binary scale are still in their elementary stages. When the brain, the automatic control is finished, it will fit inside the automaton's body and head.
That's correct. There will be controls on the robot's chest to set the automatic control to working, and another to stop the machine if it needs to be repaired. Of course, our largest task will be to develop a complete automatic self-regulatory system to fit inside the robot's body. As soon as you can be free...
Which should be in about 2 weeks.
Good. Then we shall begin work on the final stages that will lead to the completion of the automaton.
Rather than completely sever my relations with the organization for which I worked, I took an extended leave of absence. There were living quarters in the laboratory in the country. Ziegler shut down his house in the city, and he and his daughter and I moved our belongings to the laboratory in order to devote every possible minute to our work. Not only was Ziegler intent on having the automaton think for itself, but he was also insistent that the robot be able to talk. To those ends, we went to work.
If we were right in our calculations, the amplifier and receiver we have built into the mechanism will convert our words into electrical impulses, which in turn will activate a response from the automaton. Those responses themselves will be electrical impulses, which will be converted into words.
Well, why don't we try it and see, Eric?
We might as well, I suppose.
After all, the automatic control is almost finished. We only have the more complex reactions to set in the binary scale.
All right. Turn the control on his chest.
Right. It's on.
We'll see what happens. I order you to sit up.
Sitting up?
Yes. Jump down to the floor. I want you to answer me with your voice. What have you been created for?
To kill.
That's not the right reaction.
What was that?
Correction. To work.
That's right.
We must have made a mistake somewhere along the line in the reactions we set up. That to kill value is present for only one situation, for personal protection.
I thought you'd come up and... What are you doing?
Well, we're just conducting a test.
Woman.
That's correct.
Woman.
Stay back. Stay away from me.
Elizabeth, be quiet. He wasn't going to hurt you.
I'm sorry. He started toward me. Frightened me.
You see? He's stopped now. There's nothing to fear.
Nothing to fear.
Get back. Back to the table. Lie down again. Turn off the control, Drake. Right? What's the matter, Elizabeth? You're shaking.
It's just that thing frightened me so. Those lenses that it has for eyes, there's something hypnotic about them. He looks so much like a man. I know he's made of plastic and metal, but well, I fear him.
Elizabeth, there's no sense getting emotional about this. There's nothing to be afraid of.
I know you're right, Father, but...
But what?
But what would happen if you ever lost control of the automaton?
That will never happen.
But is it possible?
Perhaps.
We didn't do any more work on the automaton that day. We went into the city in the early evening to see a play, leaving the watchman at the laboratory to take care of things. We got back about 12 and were having a late snack.
More coffee, Drake?
Oh, yes. Please.
I think it did us good to get away from here this evening. We've all been working too hard. Do you feel better now, Elizabeth?
Oh, yes, Father, much better.
Yeah. Tomorrow we can finish up with the automaton. Then we can show him, after suitable tests, of course, to the world.
If we're successful, you ought to win a prize.
What was that?
Someone screamed.
It came from upstairs. We'd better take a look.
Who could it have been?
The only other person up there is Bert, the watchman.
There it is again. Hurry.
Look, the door to the laboratory. It's open.
He must be in there.
The lights are on.
We'll see what's wrong in a second.
All right.
Oh, no.
It's Bert.
What's the matter with him?
His neck's been broken.
Oh.
He's dead.
But how?
I don't know, only...
What's the matter?
Look, we turned off the control on the robot when we left, didn't we?
Of course we did. Why?
Because now it's on, Eric. The control is on.
You are listening to the tale of the Automaton on this week's journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy. We'll return to our story in just a moment. And now, back to our story. An original tale of fantasy entitled The Automaton.
On the floor of the laboratory sprawled the broken body of Bert, the night watchman. A scant few feet away, I stood looking down at the inert form of the automaton. Before we had left the laboratory, we had turned off the control, and now we found it on.
But that isn't possible.
Take a look for yourself.
The control is on.
But we turned it off before we left.
Are you sure?
Of course, I turned it off myself.
How did it get on?
Perhaps Bert turned it on.
Why should he do that?
Perhaps he was curious. But the most important thing to find out is what killed him.
The robot.
Don't be a fool, Elizabeth. The robot won't kill unless attacked.
That's right, Elizabeth. It's the only reason for it to kill. Actually, the reaction was set in the control system for self-preservation. For no other reason than that. It's the only time the automaton is dangerous.
Maybe you made a mistake when you set the automatic controls.
It's possible that we might have made an error in the feedback system, Eric, and that the automatic selector chose the wrong value. When Bert turned the switch on, the robot thought he was in danger and killed him.
We didn't make an error in the feedback system, Drake. We checked each value through 5 times before we placed it in the servo mechanism. You know that as well as I do.
Then how did Bert die?
I don't know.
Master of Man.
It's still on. Turn it off.
Did you hear what it said, Eric?
Master of Men.
We didn't set that reaction in the servo mechanism. Something's wrong.
Do you mean the automaton can think for itself?
What about it, Eric?
We'll dismantle it tomorrow morning and check it over thoroughly, just to be sure.
What about Bert?
We'll merely explain to the authorities that he died in an accident here at the laboratory. We can do that in the morning, too. Now we all need a good night's sleep.
Don't you think we ought to move him out of here?
Well, they may want to look at his body, Elizabeth. Besides, nothing more can happen to him. Elizabeth?
Who is it?
Drake. What are you doing up here on the second floor outside the laboratory?
I couldn't sleep.
Oh. Well, neither could I.
Drake, do you think that the robot can operate by itself?
Why do you ask that?
I was thinking, what if Bert was merely making his rounds? What if he walked into the laboratory and the robot was there, waiting for him?
Well, that's not possible, of course.
I wouldn't say that. Isn't it possible that you and Dad might have made a mistake in setting up the feedback system? Isn't it possible that there could be an error in the automatic control system that would allow it to operate without being switched on? Operate enough to at least turn the operating switch on?
Well, it's possible that there's something comparable to a short in the control system, which would mean that the robot could operate without the control being on. Yes.
I want to go in there and take a look at it.
Why don't you wait until morning?
No, I want to see it tonight.
All right. Let's go. Are you sure you want to go inside?
Yes.
Switch on the lights. Well, everything seems to be all right.
Let's take a look at the automaton. Every time I see it frightens me.
There's nothing to be afraid of, Elizabeth.
I'm not so sure.
The control button is still off.
Wasn't he lying the opposite way, with his head at the other end of the table when we left?
No, I don't think. Where's that hum coming from?
I don't know.
Sounds like the robot's power system. Yet the control button is off.
Are you sure?
Let me get a little closer to it.
Well?
The hum is coming from the automaton.
That means I was right.
I guess you...
Drake!
Huh?
Look out!
Master of Men!
The system is on.
It's sitting up.
We made a mistake. We must have made a mistake.
It's getting down.
Let's get out of here.
Is it following us?
No, it's just standing there. But it will be after us in a few seconds.
Hurry.
Let's get this door closed and locked.
I can see it through the glass panel. It's starting towards the door.
I heard some noise up here.
What's the matter? The automaton's in operation, without the control being on.
What?
That's right. We must have made a mistake, Eric. The only thought that thing knows is to kill. We have to destroy it.
It's getting closer to the door.
That door won't hold. Let's get out of here. It has to be destroyed.
But how? It weighs over half a ton.
I think I have it. Stop here by this window.
Oh, another crash against that door and it'll be out of the lab.
What are you going to do?
Its reactions are slower than ours. We'll wait here for it. It'll come walking towards us. At the last minute, we'll run to the side. I don't think it'll be able to stop itself in time. It should crash through the window and to the ground below. The two-story drop should destroy it.
The door's down.
I hope your plan works.
And if it doesn't?
Then we'll have to think of something else.
Here he comes.
It's moving up and down the hallway.
Over here!
It sees you.
Here it comes.
To kill.
It's getting closer.
When do we move away?
Not yet.
Master of men, kill all men.
Only a few feet from us.
How soon? In a moment.
To kill.
Now!
Are you sure it's destroyed?
Yes. The fall completely destroyed the automatic control. You're looking at nothing but a pile of metal.
What do you intend doing?
Starting all over again. Somewhere along the line, we made a mistake. We have to find that mistake and correct it. We don't want a master of men, but a servant of men. Someday, I don't know when, but someday, we'll be successful. And then one of mankind's most useful servants will be the Automaton.
So runs tonight's tale of the unusual, the terrifying, the unknown. Join us again when next we journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy to hear another strange tale of the supernatural. All characters and events portrayed in these programs are fictional, and any similarity to actual events or persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler, written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan, and starring two of radio's foremost actors, Clifford Carpenter and Lawson Zerbe, in Strange New World. This is the Mysterious Traveler inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as we follow two young flyers on a routine flight
which suddenly deviated from normal and brought them to a strange new world. Our story begins aboard His Majesty's ship, the submarine Valiant, somewheres in the vast Pacific. Captain Farnsworth, commander of the Valiant, makes his way along the narrow passageway of the submarine to the sick bay and steps into the small cabin.
No, Pete, no. You're wrong. Wing flaps are down. Well, we're going to hit Pete.
How is he, Higgins? He's not too good, sir. Lord knows how many days it was adrift on that large raft. Did you find any identification on him? Oh, yes, sir. His dog tags. Here they are, sir. Thank you. Daniel Walker, Lieutenant, United States Air Force. Of course, I knew from his lingo, sir, he was an American. That's quite so, quite so. Well, Higgins, you'll have to do what you can for him until we reach a ship with the doctor. Ah, yes, sir.
Pete? Where am I?
I think he's coming out of it, Captain. Yes.
Who are you?
Lie quietly, Lieutenant. I'm Captain Farnsworth, His Majesty's Navy. You're aboard the submarine Valiant. We picked you up an hour ago.
Pete. The island.
I take it you were forced down while flying, Lieutenant. What happened?
Happened?
Yes.
Pete, Mendez and myself were flying the C-47 from Honolulu to Japan. There were only the two of us. Pete was the pilot. I was holding down co-pilot. We were attached to air transport and had aboard a cargo of medical supplies. We were 6 hours out of Honolulu, and I'd taken over the controls. Pete was relaxing in his seat, chewing on a chocolate bar.
Hey, where's the newspaper we picked up in Honolulu, Junior?
Right behind you.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Now, what's the good news?
They exploded another atomic bomb at Los Alamos.
Oh, yeah? Anything else of interest?
That's enough.
Hey, what are you doing? I haven't seen that paper yet.
I'm sorry.
What are you getting so worked up about? What's one atomic explosion, more or less?
Oh, you're just a kid, wet behind the ears.
Okay, Pop, relax.
I was there when the first one was used.
Where?
Hiroshima.
Oh. I didn't know that.
There's a lot you don't know, Junior.
Yeah, well, give me a chance, will you? You weren't on the plane that actually dropped it, were you?
No. I was piloting one of the escorts.
That must have been quite a sight.
Yeah. I hope I never live to see another one.
Yeah.
Now, look at those clouds ahead. We may be in for a rough trip, Junior. Better let me take over.
Pete, look at our rate of speed. 125 miles an hour.
Yeah. This typhoon we're bucking must be hitting peaks of 150 an hour. We're right in the center of it.
Wide open?
Wide open.
How about turning back?
We can. We're an hour past point of return.
We've been taking this beating for hours. When's it going to let up?
That's hard to say. The worst typhoon I've ever seen.
Look at the compass, completely haywire. Any idea where we are?
No, not anymore.
How long do you think we can take this?
What I'm worried about is the gas. We're running low.
Yeah, how much we got left?
2 hours. 2.5 at the most.
Well, that means we're going to have to set down on the drink.
Yeah. Our one hope is that this lets up and we find a ship to sit down there. You better prepare a life raft. Stock it with plenty of water and rations. Okay. I'll take care of it right away. Well, looks as though we've come through it. Yeah. Well, that was one to tell your grandchildren about. There go the engines. Okay, Junior. Get back to the raft. Be ready to launch it when we hit.
All right, Pete. Put it down nice and easy.
Those are my intentions, Junior.
What's the altitude?
1,600. 14.
Water rough?
Well, not too bad. 800. 600. 4. Wing flaps are down. Get ready with the hatch, Junior.
Right.
We're down to 100. Hang on.
You okay, Dan? Yeah. Now, but you're still ain't fast. Here, give me a hand with the raft.
Right. There sure is a lot of water out there. Climb in, will you? Huh?
Oh, yeah.
There. Okay, let's shove off. So far, so good.
We shoved off into a sea that was running plenty high. In a few minutes, the waves carried us off, and the sinking plane was lost to sight. Pete rigged up a distress flag so we could be more easily spotted, and then we settled back to wait. For 2 nights and 1 day, we drifted in a fast-running sea with a heavy overcast. There wasn't a sign of a plane or ship. By the dawn of the second day, the overcast lifted and the sea became calmer. It was around noontime that Pete spotted the island. We rigged up a small sail and began paddling for it. You recognize the island, Pete? Any idea which one it is?
Your guess is as good as mine. Looks fairly big.
Yeah.
Hey, look. The channel through the reef and into the lagoon is directly ahead. The tide is helping to carry us in.
Good. Sure we want to end up on those reefs. Brother, we're really moving.
Yeah, another minute or two and we'll hit the beach.
Think there might be some natives on the island?
There should be. Certainly looks big enough.
I don't see any huts or anything.
No. Hold on, we're going to hit the beach. Yeah. Well, that does it. Hop out and give me a hand. Let's drag it out of the water.
Yeah. Right.
Oh, it sure feels good to be able to walk.
Yeah. All right, pull. Okay. That's it.
A little more.
Okay.
There.
Oh. Hey, look at those coconuts.
Yeah. Let's begin looking the island over, Junior. See if we can find any natives.
Pete took some food and a canteen of water from the raft, and we started walking along the beach, now and then cutting inland to look for water. It took us 6 hours to walk around the island, and the sun was just setting as we got back to the life raft.
Sit down, Junior. Take a load off your feet.
I don't mind if I do. Cigarette?
Yeah, thanks.
Well, we found fresh water, signs that natives had once lived here, but they sure aren't here anymore.
No. That's strange, considering the island is 3 miles wide, almost 2 miles long. I've seen natives living on islands 1/2 the size. Wonder why they left.
Got any ideas?
No?
Well, it's just you and me. Sit tight and lead the right Riley. So we're picked up.
Yeah. And the first thing we'll do in the morning is run up a distress signal on one of the palm trees. We'll also get brush together for a fire.
Check. What do you say we have supper and turn in? It's been a long day.
Okay, Junior. Sounds like a good idea.
Pete. Pete, wake up.
What? Oh, what time is it?
2 a.m.
2 a.m.? What are you waking me for? Go to sleep.
Pete, I heard something moving around in the brush inland.
You're probably wild pigs. The island's full of them. Go to sleep.
It made too much noise for a pig.
Holy smoke, Junior. It certainly wasn't an elephant.
Well, maybe not, but... Do you hear that?
Yeah. I heard.
Does that sound like a pig in the brush?
Ah, maybe there's a herd of them.
Who's kidding who?
Okay, wait till I get my 45. All right, come on. Let's have a look. And step lightly.
Sounds as if it's over that way.
Yeah. Hey, listen to that. It almost does sound like an elephant.
Look, the moon's coming out behind those clouds. That's a break.
Yeah, we're getting closer. We better take it easy.
The sound of it, that 45 of yours isn't going to do much good.
I got the feeling I'm dreaming all this. I've been on dozens of tropical islands like this one. Biggest thing you'll find on any of them are wild pigs.
That's no wild pig, brother.
Yeah. That's why this seems like a dream. What the devil could it be?
You see anything yet?
No. Look out for those palm leaves. They're sharp.
Yeah, okay.
Listen to that. Good Lord. Look.
It was like a nightmare. A nightmare you can't escape from, try as you will. There, 50 yards away in a clearing in the underbrush, was a monster. A monster that baffled the eye and brain for a moment, then began to come into focus and take shape. What I saw before me was a water crab, only 100 times larger than the crabs that scurried along the beach. The monster crab in the clearing stood fully 20 feet high, with legs the thickness of palm tree trunks. The antenna on its frightening head was yards long, and its eyes were unbearably evil, even from a distance. Its 12 legs carried it slowly but lightly through the underbrush.
Don't move, Dan. We don't want to attract its attention.
Pete, what is it?
I don't know. It's a crab of some sort. Only 100 times larger than any I've ever seen.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Oh, the size of it. It must be at least 18 feet high. And those claws.
You could park a car under its belly.
I can't believe it.
It's moving off.
Yeah.
Do you think there may be others like it around?
I don't know. I hope not.
Look, it's moving toward the beach.
Yeah, I see it. Yet I still can't believe it.
Maybe it's an hallucination.
Both of us having the same hallucination, hardly.
Well, how do you account for it?
I can't.
It's on the beach going into the water.
Yeah. There it goes.
God.
Look. We better stay here, Junior. And just sit tight for the rest of the night. Oh, it's good to see daylight again.
Yeah.
Let's take a walk over to that clearing in the underbrush. Where we saw it, huh?
Okay.
Now, what do you think about it?
I don't know. Well, maybe what we saw was just a fluke of nature. It's possible.
Yes, possible.
Yeah, what other explanation can there be?
I've got one. But it's so incredible.
What's happened?
I'll tell you later. I want to think about it some more.
Well, here we are. Here's the clearing.
Yeah. We first saw it by those palm trees over there. Look.
Tracks of the monster. In the sand.
Look how large and deep the tracks are.
Yeah. It was a beautiful morning. Until now.
Come on. Let's follow him.
Okay.
Now, they go through the brush here and towards the beach.
Yeah. Yeah, this is where we saw it go.
Oh, the brush is flattened as though a tank had rolled through here.
There's no problem following it.
Look. This is where it came out on the beach.
Yeah, and there's the tracks on the sand leading into the water.
It's out there. Somewhere in the waters of the lagoon.
Yeah.
Look. Let's unload the raft and then paddle out into the lagoon.
What for? Holy smokes, don't tell me you're going looking for that monster.
Well, not exactly, but I got a hunch. And I want to check on it.
It's crazy paddling out into that lagoon. How do you know it won't attack once we get out there?
I don't. It's just a chance we'll have to take.
But why?
So that I can find the answer to all this. Are you going with me?
Okay. I'm going with you. For an hour, I've been paddling you across the lagoon. All you've been doing is peering down into the water. Are you trying to spot the monster?
No.
Well, if it isn't a monster you're looking for, what then?
Stop paddling. I think we found it.
Found what?
Take a look over the side. Into the water.
I don't see a thing.
Oh, the sun's been in your eyes. Keep looking towards the bottom till your eyes get used to the water.
I don't see it. But wait a minute. I can hardly make it out, but there seems to be a wreck on the bottom. A big one.
It is a wreck. That's a battleship you see on the bottom.
A battleship?
Yeah, don't you understand? This island. It's Bikini.
Bikini? You mean when they dropped an atomic bomb on those old battleships?
Yeah. A dozen ships on the bottom here. All sunk by atomic bomb tests.
Bikini. Pete, you don't think the island's radioactive, do you?
Well, not enough to do us any harm. It's been years since the test.
You said you had a crazy explanation for that monster we saw last night. Does that tie in with all this?
Yeah.
How?
Now, look, you'll think I'm nuts, but here goes. We dropped a bomb into this lagoon to see what an underwater explosion would do to those warships.
And what are you getting at?
We know what the atomic bomb did to the ships. But do we know what effect it had on the fish life here in the lagoon?
Are you saying that the monster crab we saw last night was the result of the bomb dropped into this lagoon?
Well, what other explanation can there be? Remember, Dan, the effect of the bomb on the survivors of Hiroshima left wounds and illnesses that doctors had never seen before. Now, who's to say that the radioactivity in this lagoon couldn't have caused fish life to multiply in size 100-fold?
It can't be. It just can't be.
Well, why not?
Radioactivity causing a crab to grow 1,000 times bigger?
Well, how else can you account for that monster crab we saw last night?
I don't know.
Well, think about it. Meanwhile, let's paddle back to the beach.
The two of us paddled silently across the lagoon to the beach and dragged the raft out of the water. Time and time again, I found myself turning to look out over the waters of the lagoon as Pete's words ran through my mind. His explanation seemed an impossible one, and yet, what other answer could there be? The two of us sat on the beach smoking, watching the moon come up over the lagoon of Bikini.
Sure is a beautiful night.
Yeah. Do you think they'll send search planes this way, Pete?
Well, sooner or later, they'll find us. As long as we have fresh water and fish, we're okay.
Yeah, I guess so. Pete! Look at
so warm in the lagoon. Holy smoke. Why, it's been churned up as though there were a dozen whales out there. Could it be whales? Not in these waters. Pete, there's something enormous out there threshing around. And maybe it'll break through to the surface and we'll be able to see it. Could it be that monster crab we saw last night? Oh, it's something bigger, much bigger. Bigger? Well, that would make whatever it is a couple 100 feet in length. Yeah. The way the water's been churned up, there must be a fight going on out there. Pete, look. They're coming out of the water. The monster crab we saw last night. Another one following. There's two others. Dan, some of them are coming this way. Come on, we've got to get out of here. What about our supplies? There's no time to grab them. Get a move on. This way. There were dozens of them. Coming out of the water. They came out of the lagoon. They're fleeing the fight that was going on out there. Whatever it is, it's in the lagoon. I don't want to see it. Well, it must be the size of the destroyer. Where are we headed to, Pete? I'm getting bushed. Oh, let's stop for a minute. Get our bearings, huh? Do you hear that? Yeah. Those monster crabs. There must be dozens of them. Overrunning the island. Look. The moon's getting behind the clouds. Oh, just our luck. Can't see much now. Those crabs. They're all over the place. Yeah. Hey, we might push off. No, we might run into one in the dark. We're better off staying here. One of them seems to be heading this way. Can you make out from which direction it's coming? No. The moon is behind those clouds. And who's that? It's coming closer. What are you doing with that 45? It's better than nothing. Maybe the sound of shots might frighten it off. It's getting closer all the time. I can't see it. Can you? No. Keep your eyes open. Sounds almost on top of us. Pete! There it is! Look out! Pete! Right near the cloud. As it ran past my chest. Oh, lie quiet. Let me look. Good Lord. Don't move, Pete. I'm going back to the beach for medical supplies. No, don't. No, it's too dangerous. It's no use anyway. No use? I'm dying. No, Pete. Oh, listen to me. You know, first thing in the morning, this raft is still okay. You shove off. Don't stay here. It's too dangerous. Pete, let me go for the medical supply. No. When you're rescued, explain to them. Strange new world. Sea life. Multiplying 100-fold. Radioactivity. Of atomic bomb. In lagoon. Sea life will increase. Overrun 7 seas. Pete. I sat there beside Pete's body for the rest of the night. Several times I heard monster crabs passing in the brush nearby, but I didn't leave. In the morning, the island was once again peaceful, tranquil. I buried Pete on a high hill and then returned to the beach. The raft was overturned, the supplies gone. I overhauled the raft, gathered coconuts and a supply of water.
By noon, I was paddling across the 3-mile lagoon of the channel through the reefs that led to sea. As dusk came, I was several miles out to sea. 2 nights and days slipped by without my seeing a plane or ship, and more days. Soon my water was gone. The days that followed were ones of thirst and torture. The will to live left me, and I lost consciousness. Next thing I remember was feeling hands lift me, finding myself here. Where did you say I am?
His Majesty's ship. Submarine Valiant.
Submarine Valiant?
Yes.
Where'd you pick me up?
50 miles southeast of the island of Bikini.
Bikini?
Now you must fly back. Rest. What you need is sleep.
Sleep, yeah.
That's it. Close your eyes.
That's it, lad. He's fallen asleep, sir.
Yes. Poor devil.
Did you catch his ravings about monsters and all that, sir?
Yes. Poor chap is clearly out of his mind.
Must be, sir. Yet his ravings gives the one the chills, they do.
It's quite so.
Devil, take it. What happened, sir?
Feels as if we've hit a derelict. Carry on, Higgins.
Aye, sir.
What was that?
Well, woke you up, did it? Too bad. Well, we may have hit a derelict. It's hard to say. Captain's looking into it. Now, rest easy, lad. Oh, me, what now? They're being tossed about like a ball.
Dragging us down.
Nonsense, lad. I just start back and leave everything.
Now hear this. Captain Farnsworth speaking. We're being attacked by some creature of the deep. All crew members to battle stations.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our trip? Oh, what happened to the submarine Valiant? Well, after a 2-hour battle with an unseen enemy, it managed to escape. But at a naval court of inquiry, Captain Farnsworth was at a loss to explain the nature of the enemy his submarine had been in battle with. Well, of course, there was Lieutenant Dan Walker's testimony, but obviously the poor fellow was out of his head. Who ever heard of monster crabs 20 feet high and denizens of the deep as large as a destroyer? The court could reach no verdict in the matter of the submarine Valiant, and there the case rested. Now, if by some chance you should happen to take a voyage across the Pacific, and one night as you stroll on deck, you see a giant. Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time. You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler. Now you can follow other tense and exciting adventures of The Mysterious Traveler in the current issue of The Mysterious Traveler magazine, now available. Bill Tonkin speaking. This program came to you from New York.
The Mummers in the Little Theater of the Air. Now, it's time for the Hermits.
Ghost stories. Weird stories. Murders, too. The hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Have you heard the story It happened on Sunday. Eh? Then listen while the hermit tells you the story.
Yes?
Your cousin, Viola Straight, is here to see you, Mr. Straight.
Viola. Swell. Send her right in.
Yes, Mr. Straight.
That's a coincidence. Just about to call her. Hello, Vi.
Hello, dear.
Here, take this chair. Most comfortable one in the office. You know, I was just saying to myself, this is a coincidence. I was just going to call you.
Were you?
Yes. Raymond just called me about 20 minutes ago.
He did?
Yeah.
Well, this is more of a coincidence than you thought, because I came up to talk about Ray.
Well, what do you know about that?
I just had to talk with someone. And, of course, Dave, you were the logical person. He's your closest friend. You introduced us a year ago.
Which should give me the right to be best man at your wedding, don't you think?
If there is any wedding.
Hmm?
Oh, Dave, there's something terribly wrong with Raymond these last 3 weeks. He isn't the same person.
Vi, haven't I told you before? When he gets one of these painting streaks of his, he isn't like other people. He always goes out to his studio cottage and refuses to see any of his friends.
I know those moods, but this is different.
In what way?
I don't know where to begin to tell you. I've been so upset. It's so baffling. It all started 3 weeks ago. Monday night, Ray and I were having dinner at Meadow Lane Inn. You know that place, about 4 miles from his cottage?
Oh, sure.
Well, we'd driven out to the cottage in the afternoon. Ray was going to pick up some canvases he had out there. The housekeeper...
Mrs. Orion, you mean?
Yes. Well, she and her husband hadn't expected Ray to call that day, and they were house cleaning.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't go into the living room. I stood in the hallway, and I heard Ray tell Mrs. Orion to burn that big oil painting he made of his wife, just a few months before she died.
You heard him tell her to burn it?
Yes. He said it upset him so every time he came out and looked at it. He didn't mention it when we got in the car and drove to the inn. Then, while we were eating, he scarcely spoke to me. So while we were having our coffee, I decided to break the silence. I overheard what you said to your housekeeper while we were at the cottage. I wasn't supposed to, I know.
What are you referring to, Vi?
About burning that lovely painting.
Oh, I see.
You weren't going to do it because of me, because you thought it might annoy me?
No.
Then why destroy it, Ray?
I think it's best. Marion belongs to a dead past.
You can't kill memories.
No, that's true.
Ray, I don't know how to say this exactly, but perhaps you shouldn't marry me in August. Maybe you aren't ready to marry anyone yet. After all, it'll only be 3 years this month. I know how much you mourned, how much you loved her.
Why, let's not talk about it anymore. Our plans are all made. Believe me, it's best for you to forget all that you heard me say to Mrs. Orion. Please, let's not mention it again.
Naturally, I said nothing more. But from that night, Raymond seemed to change. Evenings when we've gone out, he's silent, almost morose. He doesn't seem to be aware that I'm in his presence. Then, Monday of this week, he called to say he was going out to the cottage. But he didn't say when he would see me again. He didn't invite me to drive out there. It was almost as if he was saying goodbye for good.
That's strange.
You say he just called you?
Yes.
Did he have anything to say about, well, about him and me?
No, he didn't, Vi. But he was very upset. He asked me how busy I was. And then he said, Dave, you've got to come out here no matter how busy you are. I want you to come out and stay the rest of the week.
What can be the matter?
I don't know. Isn't like Ray, I'll admit.
Are you going out?
Tomorrow. Told him I had some work that I couldn't leave until tomorrow afternoon.
Oh.
I'll tell you what. Tomorrow's Friday. You can drive out Saturday afternoon.
Oh, but Dave, if he doesn't want me to be...
Oh, nonsense. You come out. I won't tell him. We'll rig up a surprise party. Whatever's eating him, you'll get it off his chest Friday night. By the time you get there, he'll be straightened around.
I hope so.
Will you come?
Yes, if you think it's all right. I don't have to tell you how much I think of Ray. I'll do anything to help him. And although it would break my heart if he decides it's best for him not to marry me, I'll respect his wishes.
Forget that angle.
He loved Marion very much, didn't he?
None of us saw anything of her or Ray while she lived, but I suppose he did.
You know it. He never left her side. He allowed her to stay in the cottage while he painted. They were inseparable companions for 7 years. You can't forget anything like that in 3. No. Why did I have to meet him? Why did I have to fall in love with him?
Vi, you're creating unnecessary mountains. Now, I don't know what's wrong, but I know it isn't anything to fret about. So stop worrying and come out Saturday afternoon ready to have a good time. You'll see. Everything will be straightened out. Well, Mrs. Orion, it's nice to see you again.
I'm glad to see you, Mr. Street.
Now, where's this guy who dragged me away from a busy office on Friday afternoon?
He's up in the studio. He said to tell you when you came to come right up there.
Fine. I thought when he called me yesterday that he might be ill.
Oh, no, Mr. Street. It's not any physical illness he's got. It's something mental.
So, just exactly what do you mean?
I can't say any more. I shouldn't have said what I have. But if you're his friend, Mr. Street, you'll urge him to get away from the cottage this weekend.
Well, how...
Now, please don't ask me any questions, Mr. Street. I can't say another thing. And don't mention to him what I have said.
No, of course not.
Just remember, Mr. Putnam isn't himself, not at all. And he needs you. He needs your help and friendship.
He has both, Mrs. Orion.
You know how I feel about him. At times, it seems like he's my son. I've taken care of him ever since his parents died, all these years since.
I know how you feel.
And yet I'm just his housekeeper. I have to remember that. Now, shall I take you up to the studio?
No, thanks. I'll burst in and surprise him. See you later, Mrs. Orion. Believe me, I'm looking forward to one of your good dinners. Come in. How are you, Ray? Hello, Dave. I'm glad you came. Gosh, I thought from the urgency of your invitation that you wanted me to come out and pose for a painting. I've often wondered why you never saw anything worthwhile in this mug of mine. Yeah, what's wrong, Ray? Just no go?
There's nothing wrong. I invited you down because you haven't visited me for a long time. That's all.
Okay, Ray. Been doing some work?
No.
It's a doggone shame that you came into so much money you don't have to paint for a livelihood. You've done some mighty fine things. Now, listen, you can't walk the floor this way and still insist there's nothing wrong. Well, why keep it all to yourself? Why not get it off your chest? You invited me down here for a purpose. Look, we've been friends for years. I'm the logical person for you to confide in. Now, come on, stop walking this room like a lion in a cage. Listen to me. Is it Vi? Have you found you don't care for her?
No.
Is it something about your health?
No.
Well, then, it can't be anything very serious.
If you're my friend, don't ask me any more questions. If you want to know why I invited you down here, it's because I don't want to be alone. I want you here.
Your wish is granted. Now, what do you say we have a stroll around the grounds, and then urge Mrs. Orion to serve dinner early, Come start.
Dave, we can't leave the studio. You've got to eat here with me. We'll sleep here tonight. You see, I've had Mrs. Orion bring 2 cots in here. You've got to stay right here in this room with me. Now, wait, don't ask me why. Just give in to this whim of mine, or whatever you want to call it.
You have me baffled, I'll admit.
Maybe someday I can explain. If I ever do, then remember this episode is between you and me. Never to be mentioned to anyone else. Now, let's settle down.
$12. Guess I'll roll up in my bunk, Ray. You ought to do the same.
Go ahead if you're sleepy.
I am. Wish I could persuade you to have a game of golf with me in the morning.
I will in a few days.
Well, what's wrong with tomorrow?
You heard what I said. I'm not leaving the studio until Sunday morning.
So that's that. Well, I'll be talking to you in the morning. Seems a doggone shame to sleep on an old cot like this when this house is filled with good beds. You turned out to be a heck of a host. Yeah. Good night.
Good night. Dave. Dave. Did you hear it? Someone laughing. Someone laughing as if they were right outside the windows of the studio. No one can get in these windows. They're all locked.
Hey, what is this? As if anyone would put up a fireman's ladder to try to climb in this third-floor studio.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I hope you do. Maybe you're expecting someone to drop in through the skylight.
Listen. Did you hear it?
Oh, sure. Someone at the door. Well, get on my robe before you let them in.
What? No one here. You heard the knocking on the door, but you see there's no one here. Mrs. Orion was right. What she told me is true. She came back last year at the same time and the year before. She won't rest in her grave. Mrs. Orion was right. She does come back.
This business has to be cleared up once and for all. Here, Mrs. Orion, you sit here in this chair.
Thank you, Mr. Street.
Pete, supposing you sit here.
Sure.
Hate to get you two good folks out of your beds at 1 o'clock in the morning, but I want this crazy business cleared up.
My wife and I don't mind, Mr. Straight.
Oh, we don't mind at all. Anything we can do to help Mr. Putnam.
There's nothing anyone can do. I want the whole of this story. Now, Mrs. Orion, Ray tells me that for the past 2 years since Miriam died, that you people think she has walked about in this house each year on the eve of the night she died.
Oh, yes, Mr. Straight. Pete and I heard the walking up in the studio.
We heard something, all right. Got up to investigate, but we didn't see anybody.
Of course you didn't. You know that there's no possibility of such a thing being true. Mrs. Orion, just this afternoon you told me how much you thought of Ray. Well, if that's so, why in thunder would you tell him such yarns?
He made me tell him. I didn't want to. I tried to convince myself there wasn't anything to it. But we did hear walking up in the studio, and we heard her laughing just like she used to do. Mr. Putnam, he made me listen on the night last year and the year before and report to him.
Ray, what made you think Miriam's spirit would come back to haunt this house?
Because she said she would, just before she died.
Well, of all the... Now, come on. Suppose you tell me the whole of this wild tale,
You might as well know it all, Mrs. Orion.
No, that's what I say.
I was a coward. I stayed away from the cottage last year and the year before at this time. These days are the anniversary of her death. I was afraid of a threat.
Well, go on, Ray.
No one but Pete and Mrs. Orion knew what Miriam was like. She was insane, Dave, but I never let anyone know it. I never let her out of my sight. What I'm saying is true, isn't it, Mrs. Orion?
Oh, the poor boy put up with more than anyone will ever know.
She used to stand here in the studio when I'd be painting and laugh, just as she did tonight. Creep up behind me as I worked. What? Miriam, you frightened me.
Sure. You're always afraid of me. Afraid that I will kill you.
Miriam, where'd you get that knife?
Out of the kitchen. Mrs. Orion never saw me take it.
Give it to me, Miriam.
I'm going to kill you with it. Just like I'm going to slash your picture to shreds right now.
Miriam, don't. Miriam, wait.
Your horrible old pictures. No one wants to buy them. None of them are any good. None of them are any good. Why don't you paint me? You paint everything and everybody but me. You don't paint me because you want to spite me. I know it.
I'd intended to paint her for a long time. I tried to, but she wouldn't sit for me. And when she did, it was always to annoy me. She'd sit and grimace, laugh. I should have put her in an institution, but I couldn't bear the thought of that. She was beautiful, frail. I was afraid of the treatment they might give her. So I kept her near me all the time. Mrs. Orion and Pete were frightened, but they stayed on for my sake. Finally, I decided to paint Miriam even though she wouldn't sit for me. This seemed to mollify her somewhat.
Oh, she was much easier to handle those last few months.
Almost friendly-like.
That was because she was growing weaker, though we didn't know it. You see, I had never called in a doctor for fear he would judge her insane. And then that last night, as Mrs. Orion and I stood by her bed, she raised up looked at me wildly.
I'll come back every year at this same time. Do you understand what I say? I'll come back every year until I have my revenge. We heard what she said, Mr. Straight. But I told Mr. Putnam not to worry over it none. She was always saying crazy things.
I did forget it for a little time after she was gone. But 2 years ago, and then last year, as the time of the anniversary of her death drew near, her threat bothered me. I wouldn't come near the studio. Pete and Mrs. Orion watched for me. They heard her. And then this year I realized that I couldn't marry Vi until I was sure in my own mind. Until I'd stayed here myself. And then tonight I did hear her laugh. It was as distinct as if she were alive. So there's only one thing to do. Tomorrow at midnight, if I hear a knock at this door, even though I see no one, I'll use my revolver. I'll fire at her unseen spirit standing at the door of this studio.
An unseen spirit, a visitor at midnight. Will she return again? Will she make a threat come true? The hermit will tell you before the night is done.
Now the hermit again.
It is nearing the hour of midnight. Again, Ray Putnam and his friends sit in the studio. This time, both are alert, listening for any sound they may hear.
Miss Orion left us some sandwiches and coffee, Ray. Want to join me in a snack?
No.
Well, I'm going to have coffee, or I may fall asleep on you. Stays piping hot in this thermos jug. Good cup of coffee is just what you need.
No, nothing.
You know, it's a strange thing to me how you can be taken in by all this nonsense. You aren't going to hear anything tonight or any night.
You forget that I did last night.
Oh, you listened so hard last night you had to hear anything your mind created.
Didn't you hear someone knock?
You had me believing almost anything. I feel so darn silly. As if we were playing a game of cops and robbers. You sitting here with that gun. Both of us waiting for a spirit to make an appearance. Yeah, I was planning on having a swell weekend. I told Vi to come out today, but with things as they are, I decided it was best to call her and tell her not to come. Better have some of this coffee.
Dave.
Yeah.
Look at that rocking chair. The one Miriam always sat in. It's moving. See it? Rocking back and forth.
Well, what's funny about that? I've seen chairs rock by themselves lots of times. Wind catches them.
Miriam sitting in that chair. I see her. She's sitting in the rocker.
Oh, get a hold of yourself. There isn't anyone there.
Stop that laughing. I'll end that insane laughter of yours forever.
Wait! You're the one who's insane. There's no one sitting in that chair. Well, you frightened the wits out of the Orient coming up the stairs.
Mr. Straight, it's us. Is everything all right?
Coming. I'll let you in.
Get away from me. You can't touch me.
It's all his imagination. The fire of the rocker. Thought she was sitting in it.
Mr. Putnam, what's the matter? What's wrong?
She's got her hands around my throat.
There ain't anyone in here but us, Mr. Putnam.
Her hands around my throat. Stop. Stop. I'll confess. I poisoned you. I had to kill you. But you might have harmed innocent people. It was best to kill you. But stop. Let me free.
Ray, there's no one in this room. Miriam didn't return. Ray.
What's the matter with him?
Call a doctor, Mrs. Orm. I'm afraid he's dying. Get a doctor here immediately. Vi, it's a terrible thing. There's really nothing any of us can say to comfort you.
He poisoned Miriam.
Yes, he told us just before he died.
You don't think she really did come back to carry out her threat of revenge?
I saw no one. I think Ray died of a guilty conscience. But of course it's true that there were finger marks on his throat, as if someone had choked him. And that is the part that is hard to figure out.
Turn on your lights. Turn them on. I'll be back. Pleasant dreams.
All characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermits Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, or occurrences is purely accidental.
Unsolved Mysteries. The Borden case is undoubtedly without parallel in the criminal annals of America. It is perhaps the most puzzling murder which has occurred anywhere in the whole world. The perpetrator of this double murder was saved from the gallows by a most extraordinary chain of circumstances. Circumstances which perhaps would not recur in 1,000 years. The Borden place in Fall River, Massachusetts, was a house of silences. A house of moody, brooding silences brought about by pent-up hatreds, petty jealousies, niggardly dealings in money matters, and two daughters who hated their stepmother. A stepmother who hated with equal intensity her two stepdaughters. Even from the outside, the Borden house, where it stood on South Main Street, had about it an air of ineffable doom. The atmosphere of a place accursed. It is exactly 30 seconds before 11 o'clock on the morning of August the 4th. Bridget, the maid, finished with her morning duties, is resting in her room on the 3rd story. Mr. Borden is lying on the couch in the living room. Emma Borden is away from home. And Lizzie Borden, is standing on the back porch.
Bridget, come here.
What's the matter, Miss Lizzie?
Come down quick. Father's dead. Somebody came in and killed him. Don't go in, Bridget. Don't go in. Get a doctor. Run across the street and get Dr. Bowen.
Is there anything wrong, Lizzie?
Oh, Mrs. Churchill, someone has killed Father. Please, please come over.
I'll be over right away. The doctor isn't home. I left word for him to come. Miss Lizzie, where were you when this happened?
I was out in the yard. I heard a groan. The screen door was wide open. I came in.
Lizzie, where is your father?
In the living room.
Where were you, Lizzie, when it happened?
I went to the barn to get a piece of iron.
Where is your mother?
I don't know. She had a note to go see someone who was sick. It must have been in town, but I thought I heard her come in. I don't know but what she may have been killed, too. Father must have an enemy.
What's all this, Lizzie? What's it they hear about your father?
It's Dr. Bowen, and he has Officer Allen with him. Oh, Doctor,
in the living room.
All right. Now stand back. Come on, Doc. No need to examine him to see whether or not he's dead. Get me a sheet, somebody. How long's he been dead, Doc? About 10 minutes. Still warm. Lizzie.
Yes, Doctor.
Where were you when this happened?
I was over at the barn.
Where were you, Bridget?
In my room, upstairs.
Did you hear anything?
No.
Were you asleep?
No. I've just been lying down for a few seconds.
Now listen, nobody could have killed this man the way he's been killed without making some noise. No signs of any weapon either, officer. Let me see your hands, Bridget. That's it. Turn around. Nothing there. You, Miss Lizzie. Let me see your hands.
Me?
Yes, you. Whoever killed this man must have left some traces. And you were the only two people in the house.
There's no signs of blood on Lizzie. Not even inside her bodice. I've looked.
Bridget, you go upstairs and see if Mother's come in.
Not alone, Miss Lizzie. I'm not going up those stairs alone. I'll go with you. Oh, Dr. Lizzie. Oh.
That's Mrs. Borden?
Yes. I knew something like this would happen.
What? Why?
I just did. That's all.
Alan. Yes, Doctor? Jeez. Mrs. Borden's been dead anywhere from 1 hour to 2 hours. And he's been dead only a few minutes. Yes. Well, every one of you stay where you are. I'm going to search for the weapon.
But neither Officer Allen nor any other of the many members of the police force ever found the weapon. Mrs. Churchill, from her window across the driveway, saw no one enter or leave the house. Mrs. Borden, the murdered woman, weighed nearly 200 pounds, yet no one heard a sound when the murderer felled her. Not a sound, not a cry, not a clue, but suspicions. Yes. Lizzie Borden lay in prison, staring at the whitewashed ceiling, hearing again and again the same words. Different voices, but always the same words.
Where were you, Lizzie Borden, when this happened?
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 Where were you, Lizzie Borden, when this happened? Where were you, Lizzie Borden, when this happened?
The Superior Court of New Bedford on this day, June the 20th, now in session. Chief Justice Albert Mason presiding. All stand while the justice takes his seat.
Mr. Robinson, you may begin your closing appeal to the jury.
Gentlemen of the jury, you have heard the witnesses describe the sitting room in which Mr. Borden was killed. How the walls, the ceiling were splattered with blood. Now, gentlemen of the jury, almost 2 hours elapsed between the murders. At no time was Miss Lizzie Borden out of the sight of Bridget the maid or Mr. Borden before his death for a period of more than 20 minutes. How could she cleanse herself of bloodstains in that length of time? I repeat, how could she cleanse herself of bloodstains in that length of time? She could not. Now remember that according to the state, Lizzie Borden must have killed her stepmother about 9:30, got rid of the weapon, cleansed herself, and appeared before Bridget the maid before 9:45. Again, she had between 10:45 and 11 o'clock in which to kill Mr. Borden, again dispose of the weapon, and again cleanse herself of bloodstains. Impossible, gentlemen of the jury, impossible. Within 15 minutes of Mr. Borden's death, Lizzie Borden was examined by Mrs. Churchill, who stated that there were no bloodstains on Lizzie Borden's person, not even inside her bodice. I have finished. I ask that you think carefully and seriously upon the evidence presented when you return your verdict.
The district attorney may address the jury.
Gentlemen of the jury, the defense contend that Lizzie Borden did not have time to cleanse herself after killing her stepmother. Now, that is something that no one can say. The medical testimony cannot and does not specify the exact moment at which Mrs. Borden was struck down. And Lizzie Borden may have had ample time in which to rid herself of the telltale bloodstains. In regard to the killing of Mr. Borden, I admit the difficulty. I cannot answer it. You cannot answer it. But, gentlemen of the jury, Lizzie Borden was the only person who could have committed the double murder.
And so I say to you, gentlemen of the jury, as presiding judge in this case, that if the state have not proved their case, then you must find for the prisoner and return a verdict so. You may retire to consider your verdict.
While the jury retire to consider their verdict, consider the case. It is not easy to remove bloodstains. Bloodstains can be removed more or less easily from the smooth skin of the face, but from the hands, no. Remember, too, that there was no bathtub in the Borden home. Do not lose sight of the fact that no weapon was found. No burned clothes were found, and the murderer must have been literally saturated with the victim's blood. Consider, too, that at any moment Bridget, the maid, or Mr. Borden could have walked upstairs and discovered the murderer killing Mrs. Borden. The jury have been out almost an hour. It is 4:30, and they file to their places in the jury box.
Are the gentlemen of the jury agreed upon a verdict?
We are, Your Honor.
Lizzie Borden, stand up. Face the jury.
We, the jury, find the prisoner not guilty.
A careful reading without emotion or favor of the trial transcript must convince any unprejudiced person that Lizzie Borden did not commit the double murder. Since this is an unsolved mystery, any solution is necessarily a supposition based, however, upon the known facts. A possible solution will be presented after you have heard from your sponsor. On 2 occasions previous to the Borden murders, the Borden home had been robbed of jewelry and money. Stray tramps had probably perpetrated the robberies, and remember that these gentlemen of the highway leave secret markings on walls and houses informing their brothers of the road that these houses are easy to rob, or perhaps a mark that tells that the householder is kindly and that food will be forthcoming. It is the morning of the murder.
Lizzie? Lizzie?
Yes, Mother?
I'm going to town to visit a friend who isn't feeling well.
Now, Mother?
I'm going to my room to dress first. Have Bridget wash the windows.
Yes, Mother. Bridget? Oh, Bridget?
Yes, Miss Lizzie?
I'm going to do some ironing. Will you wash the windows?
Yes, Miss Lizzie. I've got the water and everything ready now. I'm going right outside.
Both for the irons won't be hot for quite a spell. I'll go to the barn and get the lead to make these sinkers for my fishing line.
A tramp hidden in the basement since early morning makes his way into the house. This is his opportunity for petty theft. The house is empty, he thinks. In the upper room, he comes face to face with Mrs. Borden. He silences her unuttered cry with a blow. Panic seizes him, and he turns to flee. Escape is impossible. Lizzie Borden has returned from the barn, and tremblingly, the murderer hides in the same room where his victim lies dead.
Here's your father, Miss Lizzie. I'm going up to my room for a few minutes.
Very well, Bridget. Oh, hello, Father.
Hello, Lizzie.
Any mail for me, Father?
No, not a thing, Lizzie. I'm tired. I think I'll lie down for a bit on the sofa.
No, all right. I'm going out to the barn for a piece of iron.
The murderer, still hidden in the upper room, hears the door slam. He creeps downstairs to the living room, sees Mr. Borden on the sofa, and thinking he's asleep, tries to creep past him. Borden looks up, sees the blood-stained figure, but like Mrs. Borden, he is silenced with a blow before he can say a word. The back door creaks. Lizzie's returning. In a moment, the hue and cry will be raised. The murderer's only chance is to hide in the basement and wait for an opportune moment to escape. And so Fall River had an unsolved mystery. For the police, despite a statement that a murderer could have entered the house through the basement, didn't even look in the basement till the next day. And the murderer had, of course, made his escape in the dark of the previous night.
Suspense play produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Back when I got my first job on the Herald, Alan Pierce was its star reporter. A little later, he went to Washington and became top dog of all syndicated political columnists. Pierce could tell you what the president said when he didn't like his breakfast, and who was getting paid off, for what, by whom, and how much. He was a national big shot, so naturally his coming back to the hometown last January got local front page. Especially since the first thing happens, he checks into the Borden General Hospital from a heart attack. Heart attack he had on the train right as it pulled into the station. Quite an entrance. And timed. Well, maybe you remember. Just when 22 million anxious readers were waiting for his promised expose of the contents of the Argyle Album, the thing he'd been building up in his columns for about 2 weeks before. Teapot Dome was going to be a church club misunderstanding compared to this. Naturally, all the boys hung around the anteroom of his hospital suite during visiting hours, but nobody from the press cracked the door to the sick room for the first 3 days. Then on the fourth morning, Ben Sullivan, the doctor, came smiling out into the anteroom to us.
Good morning, gentlemen. Gentlemen, Mr. Pierce would have willingly seen you all the first day. Of course, as his medical advisor, I couldn't permit anything of the sort. However, today I'll allow you to see him one at a time. I suggest that you gentlemen draw straws or something for terms. That is, except the man from the Herald. Mr. Pierce asked expressly to see him first.
The Herald man, that's
Is
me.
the Herald representative here?
Yeah, right over here, Doctor.
Do you want to come in now?
Right with you, Doctor. Pinky, come here.
Yeah, Harry.
Dr. Van Selvin, this is Mr. Melvin Pincus, the Herald's best and, believe me, the quietest photographer. He's very good for patients. I wondered...
Great, not Mr. Mitchell.
Okay, Doc. Stand by, Pinky.
Nurse, let this gentleman in. I'll be on the 5th floor.
Hello there. Say, you're Harry Mitchell, aren't you?
That's right, Mr. Pierce.
Yeah. Just make it Al.
Right, Al.
So you're young Mitchell. Well, how time flies. I spoke to the old man on the phone. I said, send your next Alan Pierce over. And he sent you. Do you consider that a compliment?
Compliment? I'm going to hit him for a nice fat raise.
Well, Harry, have you got your questions all written down like a good reporter should?
No, I don't work that way.
Neither do I. I suppose you want to know what the Argyle Album is.
Yeah, that's about it, only it's your business, whatever it is, so I can't ask it.
You're a smart boy.
But I'll ask anyhow. What is the Argyle Album?
Good. Now, how shall I begin?
You're not really going to tell me.
Harry, it's got to a point where I think I ought to share it with somebody. Preferably somebody like myself, who thinks like me. But I'm going to ask you not to use this unless I'm not in a position to.
It's a deal.
Well, you know what an album is. This is quite a fancy-looking one. White-tooled, leather-bound, and a flaming crimson double-headed eagle crest etched on the cover. It's an impressive item.
Maybe you better take it easy, Mr. Pierce.
You were going to call me Al.
Okay, Al, maybe you better just...
No, I'm all right. I'm all right. I guess I'm... I guess I'm a little dizzy.
Do you want the doctor?
No. No, just a drink. A drink of water, please.
He lay back on his pillow, breathing terribly. There was a thermos on the bedstand that turned out empty. I grabbed a glass and ran into the bathroom, filled it from the tap. I'll be right there, Al boy, I called, and when there was no answer, I just about guessed what it was. Mr. Pierce. Al. Stood there for a while, feeling awfully bad, thinking awfully hard. I finally figured an idea.
Hey, Pinky! Oh, here I am, Charles. Is he going to pose?
Yeah, he's going to pose. Come on in here. Pinky, look at him. He's dead.
Huh?
Passed out while we were talking. This is our beat. It's big. It's a scoop. I don't want those other tin horns out there cutting in.
What are you going to do?
I'm going out and phone. You stay here and don't let anybody through that door.
You're not letting me alone with him.
An old hound like you. Are you kidding?
I don't like it. I don't like it.
I went out to the pay station in the hall and phoned in the story. Then I found Dr. Van Selvin on the 5th floor and broke the news. Between the 5th and the 7th floor, where Pierce's suite was, we picked up the chief surgeon, superintendent, 4 nurses, and litter bearers and attendants. We went through the anteroom where the reporters were. The newspaper boys smelled something was up. Nobody let them in Pierce's room. The official hospital gang and me barged in and headed straight to the bed where the corpse was. I got a funny feeling. Pinky wasn't in the room. Dr. Van Selvin and the chief surgeon went over to the bed and pulled back the covers, and you could feel the shock go through the whole crowd. A long steel scalpel was sticking right up in the middle of Alan Pierce's chest. Lieutenant Horselip Sampson, who was top man in homicide, strutted in and took over. He got the story from us and just sat there for a while thinking. Very professional, exuding brilliance. His Majesty spoke.
Dr. Van Selvin.
Yes, sir?
In your opinion, did your patient die from a heart attack as our reporter friend here claims, or from the knife wound?
I can't really tell you yet. Indications are that it might be either. You see, in either case, the heart was stopped.
Yeah, the heart usually stops in case of death, doesn't it, Doc? The only thing is, I took his pulse before I left the room. There was no pulse. That scalpel could just as well have been stuck in a loaf of bread for all the damage.
Why did you leave a dead man unreported? Why'd you leave that photographer here without telling the nurse?
I was a reporter with a scoop. What'd you expect me to leave here? Somebody from the Express?
Nurse, were you outside the door the whole time?
Yes, sir, with the reporters. And nobody came out except Mr. Mitchell. The photographer went in, but he never came out.
No. Take a gander in the bathroom, Haggerty.
There's nobody in it.
Michelson, are those windows locked?
Yes, sir.
Locked room case, Horselip. Should bring out your Scotland Yard train.
Mitchell, you're in too tough a spot to be fresh. Oh, if I could just get an angle. Must be an angle.
He got up, sore, and started looking around himself. He walked over to the white bed screen in the corner. It's funny, it stood there all the time. Such a natural piece of hospital equipment, you never noticed it. But now, even before he touched it, I knew what he'd find there. He started to pull it aside like somebody looking hopelessly in any unlikely spot for a lost collar button. But before he had his hand on it, I was at the door. I was practically on my way out to the anteroom when I let the screen fall over, showing Pinky all huddled up among his photographic equipment with a surgeon's scalpel sticking out of his neck.
Hey!
I yelled at the reporters in the anteroom that they could go in now. The crowd coming out after me met the crowd going in, and I was in the corridor while they argued it out. I was around the corner in the elevator before they got to the car. And I was in a borrowed ambulance before anybody could ask embarrassing questions. I walked right through the Waldorf lobby and up to the 2nd floor. Nobody said a thing. Time was still with me. I knew Pierce's secretary was keeping suite 213 for him until he was supposed to get out of the hospital.
One moment. Yes?
May I come in?
Well...
I'm a friend of Mr. Pierce's, Mitchell the Herald.
Well, what is it, Mr. Mitchell? Something I can do?
Yeah, would you let me rifle your boss's desk, files, papers, and possessions? I'll put them back real neat. There's something I have to find.
Are you crazy?
I was afraid that'd be your answer.
What are you going to do?
I'm sorry.
Don't!
I really am. And I really was. I didn't like to hit a woman.
especially that cute. I searched that suite top and bottom, but if Pierce ever had the Argyle album, he took no chances keeping it around. I found his personal address book. I figured it was no more use to him, and it might be to me. Now, I needed a place where I could sit down and think. Then I remembered I was carrying a key from my pal Joe Walsh's apartment while he was sunning himself somewhere in Florida. At least nobody could figure my going there. At Walsh's place, I spent about 20 minutes with Pierce's address book. He had Washington phone numbers in it that hadn't been in public directories for the last 30 years. But there was one in this town that had a red crayon circle around it. It was a query. Jor Brod, J-O-R-B-R-O-D, on Worcester Street. Not the kind of neighborhood that Alan Pierce usually socialized in. I was just about deciding I'd go see this Jor Brod when somebody decided to pay me a visit. Checked through the keyhole. Didn't see much, but what there was to see was female, so I took my chances and opened the door. She stood there, about 5'7", of the most interesting stuff I ever remember seeing. Not young, mind you, nor angelic, but gorgeous and smart-looking, sweet-voiced.
Hello there.
Who are you?
May I come in?
Yeah, sure, it's your risk. Who are you?
You may call me Marla, Mr. Mitchell, and I want the Argyle album.
Just like that?
No, not just like that. I could be nasty, you know. After all, the police want you.
Somehow, Marla, that doesn't worry me at all. I just don't think you make it a policy to have traffic with the police.
An astute youngster. I like you.
I like you, too, but I haven't time.
I'll give you $500 for it.
I don't even know what it is. What is the Argyle album?
10,000.
Without a breath, that's some jump.
10,000?
I'm really sorry, Marla.
That's what I wanted to know. It's not for sale. Well?
She moved so casually and directly to the door and opened it so quickly that I hadn't even got out of my chair before her two boyfriends stepped in. The first one looked like a round-faced, pleasant businessman. Hair slightly gray, nice smile. The one who followed him had the square, low-cut, irresistible appearance of a medium-sized tank.
Mr. Winter and Mr. Hobry. Mr. Mitchell.
How do you do?
Mr. Mitchell. Hi, Mr. Mitchell.
He's not terribly cooperative.
Oh, no?
He doesn't perform, not for love nor for money. Very stubborn.
She really didn't try to love, Mr. Winter.
From what I know of Marla, that's hard to believe, eh, Marla? So you're stubborn, Mr. Mitchell. A stubborn murderer.
I'll repeat my question. What is the Argyle album?
You are a gifted actor.
Never mind. Forget it, Mr. Winter.
Isn't $10,000 enough? That's the best we can offer, and still make a profit.
Let's not waste time.
Have it your way, son. Gil.
The big guy stepped toward me. I ducked and kicked the table between us. Gil pushed it aside like it was magic. His left hand lashed out, and he had the lapels of my coat, and I was lifting until only my shoe tips touched the floor. I was helpless as a baby. He started slapping my face, front hand and back. It kept up and up like a hot click on the drums, and the agony was unbearable. He stopped. I waited like the wait between pauses of the dentist's drill, multiplied by 1,000,000. I must have moved suddenly because I saw the small eyes flicker and a huge fist come swinging in my face. I wanted to duck, but I couldn't. My hands were torn from the front of my face, and it came, shocks of intolerable pain like searing flames. Then the flames flickered and went out.
Wake up, poor boy. That's right. Come on, wake up.
The bedroom of the apartment. Nora was bathing my forehead with a damp handkerchief.
That's right.
I'll lay quiet until things cleared up a bit.
That's it. Rest a little. That's the boy.
Marla.
Where's the album, darling? Where's the album?
I swear, I don't know. I don't know.
You don't want me to call him again, do you, Harry?
No, please.
They're both in the kitchen. I'm supposed to help you wake up and then call.
No, just don't.
If you haven't got it, do you know where it is?
I swear, Marla. I swear, I don't even know what it is. All I know is it's tool white leather or something.
You don't? You don't? All right. Here's what I know. Winter found it originally. He was in occupied Europe then. He doesn't admit it, but I think he was the leader of a looting party after an American raid. It was a sheaf of documents recording the transfer of large sums of money by certain individuals, both German and American. Big men, who wanted to make sure that they'd come out right no matter whose armies won. Winter knew that he found a fortune that day, a fortune in blackmail.
What happened?
He kept it in a public locker in a bus station. Normally the safest place in the world. It was in a town down here in Virginia, Argyle. On a 1,000,000-to-1 twist, he lost it. A gang of young hoodlums blew open that section with a dynamite stick. And it's been missing ever since, until Alan Pierce started hinting about it in his column, and the international scandal is involved. So, when Pierce died, you see, Winter had a right to suspect that Pierce's murderer might have the album. Naturally, the big men wanted too. Lots of people wanted badly. Including me.
You? What for?
Resale value.
I see. That's a decent motive.
I'm a decent person.
Yeah, you are. Come here.
You're nice. You're a nice boy.
You know, I could just press my thumbs here at your windpipe and you couldn't even yell.
I don't think I'd have given you a chance like this if I really cared.
You're not kidding me.
That's the excuse I'll give to Winter. That you choked me and I couldn't yell. You go down the fire escape. I'll give you plenty of time before I call them.
I don't figure. What's in it for you?
We'll see each other again, won't we? You'll find it. Hurry up.
Okay, honey, you asked for it.
Not too hard.
It was a funny experience choking a woman deliberately. I squeezed pretty hard, scuffing bruises at her throat to make it look good. I got so mixed up I didn't know what I was doing. I took her once and kissed her very hard. I ripped her clothes a little and mussed her hair, and when she looked pretty battered, I kissed her again and crawled out on the fire escape and down. I gave the cabbie the Worcester Street address from Pierce's book. It was a junkyard. Jor Broad's junkyard. Are you Mr. Broad? Jor Broad?
That's my name. What you want?
The Argyle Album.
What? What? How did you... Oh, I know you. You are that Mitchell guy the police want for the murder of Alan Pierce. If you move, I'll kill you.
I got you figured, Broad. You're the fence for all the juvenile crooks around here. Some junkyard.
I'm on a lot better terms with the cops than you are, Mitchell, and I'm phoning them right now.
Sure. One of your kids brought you a nice white leather book with a two-headed eagle on it. Maybe you stretched and gave him 2 bits for it. Then you found you had something too big for a little guy. You knew it was worth dough, but your stomach wasn't tough enough for big-time blackmail, so you figured a way to be a right guy and still make dough. Sell it to Alan Pierce.
Selling's no crime.
I'm really guessing, but good, huh?
No.
You invested the price of a couple of photostats and a train ticket to Washington. You got to Pierce and sold him the photostats and told him he'd have to come here for the rest.
There's nothing to keep me from killing you right now.
I guess not.
Sure not. You're a fugitive, aren't you? An escaped killer. They wouldn't touch me.
Wait a minute. Don't...
Well, don't you even say thanks when your life is saved?
Thanks. Nice shot.
Don't mention it. Do you wonder how I knew you were here?
You watched me take the cab from the window and got the number. I know that one now.
You're bright as well as nice. Maybe we can play this game together now that we have the album.
Have we?
Well, it can't be far in the desk drawer or the filing cabinet.
I think we both saw Broad move at the same time. The gun at the edge of his fingers was somehow in his hands again. It wavered weakly between Marla and me. It was like watching a slow-motion movie. Marla didn't waste time. I saw the Swede's little body jump as the slug tore into it, but his gun kept waving, and it went off. Marla sighed and fell down at my feet. She smiled at me once. That's all. I walked through 3 cops in the hall of the police station, getting no more reaction than a nod of greeting, and entered Horselip Sampson's office.
Oh, thanks for the phone call, Mitchell, but you gave us a bump steer. What's your angle?
Bum stare. I saw the shooting.
We found the woman very dead indeed, but there was no man.
Sure, Brad. He didn't look alive when I saw him last.
Well, he wasn't there.
I'm only telling you what
Now, what do you expect us to do with you?
Book me on suspicion of murder.
The murder of who, might I ask?
Alan Pierce, naturally.
Hey, do you want to confess?
It's not bargain day today, Lieutenant.
Well, it's just an angle.
Say, did the autopsy on Pierce come through?
I was wondering why you gave yourself up, yeah. He died of heart failure like you claimed, only because he was so loaded with dope even a normal heart would give out.
Dope? You mean poison?
Same thing. Too much medicine. And Dr. Van Selben, the one who dosed him, has disappeared. Took a powder. You're not even runner-up for suspect now, Mitchell.
Hey, maybe the one who stuck the scalpel into Pierce just wanted to create suspicious circumstances around the death just to be sure there'd be an autopsy.
That's an angle.
Now about Pinky. And how did the murderer get in and out of the room?
Well, that's an angle. Hey, look, Mitchell, do you want to be held?
Oh, I don't.
Then stop asking questions I can't answer. Go on, beat it.
Still wanted to crack it. I found myself nursing a deep belief that there must be equal justice for the murders of a man I loved, another I respected, and a woman I admired. There was only one place I could figure where to start. I picked my way through Joe Broad's junkyard. Shapes of skeleton cars stood out dark in the moonlight. At the far end of the yard was a lighted shack. I went up to it, almost to the door. Somebody pushed from behind, and my own body knocked the door open.
Get in there.
Rod was propped up in a chair facing me, his eyes wide. Winters stood beside him, and Gil walked up from behind me alongside.
Get in there.
Come in, Mitchell.
Thanks.
Well, Mr. Mitchell, this is a proper ending. Another demonstration of the ascendancy of will.
Is he alive?
Oh, Rod here. No, not now. He was very weak and had no resistance. But we learned what we needed. He had the album, quite cleverly hidden. But we have it now. Here, want to see it?
Thanks. Say, who hired Dr. Van Selben to kill Pierce?
A very powerful and very wealthy individual, most concerned with retrieving the album, Mr. Mitchell.
But you didn't want it to be heart failure. You wanted to force an autopsy. That's why you stuck the scalpel into the corpse.
That's rather clever of you, Mr. Mitchell.
In the hospital, you were dressed as an attendant, right? You got behind that bed screen sometime early in the day, probably early in the morning before Pierce woke up, right? You were willing to wait a long time for what you wanted.
It was very tiresome.
You hoped to find out from Pierce where he'd hidden the album. You found out instead that Pierce didn't have it. But you knew that Pierce was going to die anyhow from the overdose, so you decided to put the doctor in a compromising position with a scalpel, forcing the autopsy. There's only one conceivable reason for you to have placed yourself in a hazardous position just for the sake of compromising the doctor.
And what, may I ask, can that conceivable reason be?
That you are the powerful and wealthy individual who got Dr. Van Selben to do Pierce's murder. That you're no more Mr. Winter than I am.
Well,
the original Mr. Winter who smuggled the album out of Europe, you eliminated when he first tried to blackmail you and your fellow thieves. By that line of reasoning, I was able to do a little research in the files of my reporter's memory. And in spite of the fact that you have no mustache and that there are several other slight physical changes that could easily be adjusted, you have an amazing resemblance to the very powerful, very wealthy Mr. Gerald K. Avery.
Huh? What's that? A theory. But isn't this indulgence in violence a strange occupation for a man like Gerald Avery?
Not at all, Mr. Avery. A man doesn't become an international power by going to Sunday school every week. You decided nobody could do your dirty work for you better than yourself. I suppose you felt you needed help, so you got a professional adventuress like Marla to work with you, on the grounds that you yourself were an adventurer, a blackmailer. Same goes for Gil here.
Your time's run over, Mitchell.
And Pinky. Of course, it doesn't bother you that you killed a nice guy with a nice family. To you, he was only in the way. You stuck the scalpel into Pierce's corpse to save yourself some more trouble. The trouble of paying off Dr. Van Selben. He'll probably show up floating. You dragged Pinky behind the screen, and you got behind with him and hid. Then when all the doctors and attendants broke into the room and rushed around Pierce's bed, you stepped out casually from behind the screen and mingled with the crowd. You were dressed for the part.
As a reporter, Mr. Mitchell, would you describe that exploit as daring or brilliant?
Oh, Mr. Avery, I'd use the word selfish, traitorous, foul.
Your morality sickens me. No,
now, there's only one more thing you didn't count on. Gil here.
Gil has nothing to do with this.
Oh, yes, he
Keep
has.
your mouth shut.
I'll do nothing of the sort. I'll tell Gil.
Let him talk. What? Gil, you fool. Let go of my arm. Let him talk.
Thanks, Gil. And just keep hold of his arm, will you?
Talk.
Okay. As I was saying, Mr. Avery, you forgot that Marla and Gil have been playing along with you because they figured you were their kind. There's a certain honor among little crooks, but not among you big-timers, Mr. Avery. Now you have the album that couldn't hurt anybody but yourself. Who's to blackmail? Where's the payoff? Gil's wondering what's going to protect his interests, aren't you, Gil? He knows now what's happened to Dr. Van Selben. You see, he figured you for an honest crook, not a big-timer.
You're not listening to him, Gil. He's only playing for time, only trying to save his own miserable skin. I'll pay you off, Gil. I'll pay you more than you ever dreamed.
Oh, you really are Gerald K. Avery, huh?
Don't be an idiot, Gil. You cooperate with me.
That was a bad mistake for Mr. Gerald K. Avery. You see, he figured his gun was bigger than Gil. He moved fast, but not quite fast enough. The lead that hit Gil in the shoulder, but didn't even seem to phase him. I understand he broke Avery's arm. That's when Avery screamed. The next blow broke Avery's neck. There was an awful lot of excitement because Horselip Shadows caught up with the proceedings just about this time, and the details aren't too clear. All I know is that it had been a big day, and I was awfully tired. I went home, climbed into bed, put my head on a nice pillow made of tooled white leather, and slept a long, long time.
Suspense. And now, Shenley brings you radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Tonight, Roma Wines of Fresno, California bring you Michael O'Shea in The Twist, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Shenley by William Spear.
Listen, Gus, you've got to do the show.
I can't do it.
You've written for all the big comedians. You'd turn out a hit.
I don't have the time.
Oh, but God.
Look, I don't have the time. Anyways, I couldn't do it.
Ridiculous. A guy with your reputation.
Yeah, a guy with my reputation, yeah. What do you know? Listen. 12 years ago, I was under cabs. Gustav Green, the hack license read. Cripes, how I hated the cabs. Worked like a slob 12 or 14 hours a day for a lousy $27 a week. Now, do you blame me that I took to daydreaming? Like maybe it was my limousine and I was driving because my chauffeur had a day off? I used to sit at the wheel figuring out the darndest situations. Like I'd pick up some rich old dame and she'd leave me $1 million, or I'd save a guy. All kinds of situations. But all I got was 27 per a week. Until the night I met Ben. Yeah, have it. Take me home, driver. Home? Your home or my home, wise guy? Huh. Well, you got talent and you're driving a cab. Where can I get a job driving a cab? You want the radio on? Definitely no. Oh, now don't let's be bitter, shall we? You know, radio is quite a medium. Yeah. Just think, some guy says a few words into a microphone and you can hear it as far west as Georgia. Gustav Green? Well, Mr. Green, meet Van Houser, the best gag man in the radio business. Currently freelancing, unemployed, on the beach. Well, if you're so good, why aren't you in there writing them yaks, wise guy? Why? 'Cause words I know, rib-tickling words, gags, yeah, jokes to make a corpse laugh. But plots, situations. Situations? Yeah, that's another story. I could coin $1 million if I could figure them out. Well, look, situations. Now, let me tell you, I am a veritable Scheherazade on situations. I got $1 million. Now, look, for instance, the guy who says to this other fellow... I don't know, something clicked between me and Van Houser. From the beginning, I always hated his guts, the way he talked to me like I was dead. But up in his room, I started feeding him stories, stuff I dreamed up on the cab. He put it into good words, and it came out very funny, too. Well, inside a couple of years, I was getting $1,500 a week, but I was tied to that guy. I couldn't work with nobody else. I'd sit down with another gag writer, and nothing would happen. Yeah, I knew it was Van, $40 a week in some broken-down job. So I hung on to him like a barnacle. I worked with him, ate with him, played with him. My place was just down the hall from his at the hotel. Sometimes I thought I'd go nuts if I had to look at his sneering ugly puss another day. And the only satisfaction I had was that he needed me and hated me just like I needed and hated him. But one day while we were writing a spot for Schmo for a Day, he throws me a very unfunny line.
Gus, my goon boy, you'll may be interested to know that I'm going to marry Julie Phelps.
Julie Phelps, a dancer?
That's right. Used to be the club Catalina.
She making trouble for you?
Cut it.
All right. I didn't say nothing against her.
All right, you better not.
Okay, go ahead and enjoy yourself.
Well, thanks. So, Gus, my cornball colleague, we may not be seeing so much of each other hence.
Oh, now, look, you don't mean that, but... hey, now, wait a minute. What's going to be with our partnership here?
Well, we'll see. I'll talk it over with Julie.
No, Van. Now, look, I mean it. We've always done what we wanted to. Loafed all day, worked all night, ate and slept at any crazy hour. Now, no dame is going to stand for that.
Huh? Julie is different.
No dame is different.
Yeah, she knows how we operate. And she knows you, Gus.
Yeah, and she's not exactly crazy about me, neither.
I was just coming to that. Now, if you want to stay in with me, be nice to her.
It won't do no good. Listen, Van, she'll make trouble between us. See, she'll work on that as soon as the knot is tied.
I said...
Now, listen to me. I'm your pal, Van. A dame like that is hard busy. You know what the club Catalina...
She wasn't exactly... Gus, Julie is one in a million. A joke man like you comes a dime a dozen.
Okay, if that's the way you feel.
The way I feel.
Pardon me for having any feet, hey?
All right, just be nice to her. No crack.
Okay, so I'll be nice. Now, look, about Sunday show...
I said be nice to her. If you're not, Gus, we're finished.
Yeah, I said I'd be nice, but I knew it wouldn't do no good. Julie was a small-town girl who soured on Broadway after she had a bust-up with Nick Edwards, the mug who runs the club Catalina, and she wanted out. And she was going to take Van with her, too, so it came to me that I'd better figure out a situation and pronto. She didn't like me because she was scared of me. I knew about her and Nick Edwards, and Van didn't. So I says to myself, I says, Gus, maybe the dame will scare away, hey?
Who is it, Van? Oh, Gus Green, what a surprise.
Hello there, Julie. Yeah, this is for you.
Flowers?
Yeah, Van told me about you, Doocy, and I figured...
They're lovely. Come on in, Gus.
Thanks.
I miss flowers so much in the city. Back home, the garden's always full of them.
Yeah. Say, this is a nice place you got here.
Thanks.
Yeah, very swanky. Wasn't that chair once in the lobby of the Club Catalina?
Well, I bought it when they redecorated the place.
Oh, sure you did, honey, but it just reminded me.
About what?
I just happened to see your friend Nick Edwards today.
I haven't seen Nick in months.
Oh, sure you haven't, honey, but he's still carrying the torchola for you.
I'm not interested.
No, I didn't say you were, but you might be interested in the fact that Nick said, if Van Houser marries Julie, so help me, I'll kill him.
Did he say that?
Now, would I lie, honey?
Well, that settles it. I've had enough of show business. Van and me are going back home.
Oh, no, you can't do that to Van, Julie. This is his life. What's he going to do in a small town?
I don't care. I'm sick of it. Sick of all the cheap characters, the bums, and the hangers-on. If I want him to, Van will come with me.
Oh, look, maybe he would. Well, I'm sure he would. But, Julie, what I really wanted to say was, why don't you give me a few days? I'll go talk to Nick, and who knows, maybe I can fix the whole thing up.
Would you, Gus? I'd like to stay for Van's sake. I'd like to see him get a good job with regular hours. Maybe an advertiser.
Sure. Nick will listen to me. Well, at least I can try, huh?
Thanks, Gus. You're nice. I didn't know.
And then I got another idea.
What's that?
Maybe the three of us could all work together.
Oh, I can't write. I can type.
Well, we need a secretary. We could dictate our stuff to you.
I don't know shorthand.
You don't have to. After all, what is a comedy script? Along the left-hand side of the page, you put the name of the character, and then you write out what he's supposed to say. Simple?
Sounds simple.
Oh, you could spend more time with Van. How would you like to try?
I'd love to. Gus, it would be wonderful.
Sure, it'd be wonderful. For me. When she said she'd work with us, Julie was playing a part in a situation that I dreamed up. And let me tell you, it was a good one. Because it ended with me still making $1.5 grand per week, and Julie Phelps, well, Julie Phelps was just not there. Music chaser and a commercial. Credits and sign off. Got that, darling?
Every word, Mr. Hauser.
Well, Van, how do you like our new secretary?
Oh, she's good, Gus. How come you had such a swell idea? Huh?
Gus, if this works out, I'll be the happiest person alive.
Oh, no, you won't, Julie. I will. Now, come on. I'd like to try dictating.
Mm-hmm. Ready?
Okay, take a clean sheet of paper.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a gag sequence for the Fred Benton show.
Oh, look who's writing gags.
Don't laugh.
Genius.
Now, look, Fred's talking to Mrs. Mishmash, and she starts reading the wrong page of the script, you see?
Yeah.
Ready? Let's go. Mrs. Mishmash, please don't laugh at me. I think we've made a mistake.
Mistake. Uh-huh.
Now, Fred Benton, I know I have.
Have.
Mrs. M, let's start all over from the beginning.
All over from beginning.
Fred, if you love me, you will.
That's funny?
No, that's charming. Now, this is Mrs. Am I going too fast?
No, that's
okay, this is Mrs. Mishmash again. I would do anything for you.
Anything for you.
Fred, he says, I would like to see you.
Well, I'm bored.
Okay.
Now, Mrs. M again. Let's talk this over. How about tonight?
How about tonight?
Yeah. Fred, when? At midnight.
Midnight.
Mrs. M. Come, I'm waiting for you right now.
For you right now.
Did you get it all?
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Type it right up.
Wait.
What's the matter?
Don't bother, Julie. We couldn't use that corn even on the Benton show.
All right, wise guy. Give it to me, Julie. I'll file it under sustainers.
Look, if you're going to fight, I'm not going to work for either of you. Van, be a dear and get me a pack of cigarettes downstairs, will you?
All right, honey. Now, Gus, don't try to write any more of those charming gags.
Get lost.
Gus?
Yeah?
Did you get anywhere with Nick?
Well, yeah, Julie. He's softening up, but he wants to see you.
Gus, I don't want that man near me.
Now, look, you'll see him. You better start wearing black for Van. You know Nick Edwards.
I know Nick wouldn't stop at killing, but I...
Now, listen, Julie, I haven't got time to argue with you now. Van will come back. But why don't you come to my place tomorrow night at 11?
I'll run into Van for sure.
Well, then come before 8 and wait for me. We'll have rehearsals till then.
What about Van?
Tell him you're going to sleep early or something.
What if he calls anyway?
I'll cover you. I'll probably be with him anyhow.
He must never know about Nick.
I get it. Now, listen, Julie, you just leave everything to me, and in a couple of days, you won't have to worry about Nick Edwards again. Yeah, just leave everything to me, and you won't have to worry about anything anymore, Julie Phelps. Not even your own funeral. Come 8 o'clock the next evening, I paid a little visit to my apartment, long enough to see that Julie was comfortable, and also to get the keys to her place out from her handbag. I drove over there and went upstairs to do some interior decorating. My kind. Gonna take Van away from Broadway, are you? Gonna send me back to $40 a week in a pig's ear, you are, Julie Phelps? Get that? In a pig's ear. Now, just one more touch to complete the situation. A little business outside the Club Catalina. Hey, kid, come here. Here, listen now. Here's a dime, kid. Take this note in this here envelope and give it to Nick Edwards. And if anyone asks you, say a dame gave it to you. Got that? A beautiful dame. You got it from a beautiful dame, right?
Look, Gus, no more work. Let's not go.
What's the matter, Van? You tired?
No.
Well, what's eating you?
Oh, you wouldn't understand.
All right, so don't tell me. I don't care anyhow.
Or it's Julie. Said she had to go to bed early tonight.
So what? It ain't legal?
I called a half dozen times. No answer.
Uh-huh. Afraid she's two-timing you, huh?
I didn't say that.
Yeah, but I know how you feel.
Yeah, well, mind your own business.
Look, my friend, I'll do you a good turn. Leave me dial the number for you.
The number's on the pad. Let's see what your fat fingers can do.
Okay. You could talk to her while I go down to my room to get my hat and coat. I'll take you for a drive before we hit the sack.
Well, sometimes you're even human.
Okay, here, take it. It's ringing now. I'll be right back.
I see.
Hello?
Julie, darling.
Van?
Honey, I'm sure glad to hear your voice. Where you been?
Why?
Well, I've been trying to get you all evening. No answer. Then Gus tried to...
Dear, I told you. I was going home to get some sleep.
Well, when I phoned you, must have...
Maybe it didn't wake me.
Well, now, baby, that's hardly likely with a phone right near your bed.
Sometimes I sleep.
Julie.
I can...
Julie, is there someone there with you?
Of course not, Van. I'm alone. I'm by myself. What are you... Oh,
Julie. Julie! Julie, what's the matter? Julie! Julie!
A very neat situation, you granted, Warden? Sure. Julie being killed in her apartment 2 miles away, Van hearing it over the phone, and me in the next room to him at the hotel. You like it, huh, Warden? Yeah, I like it, too, and I did it. That was a very sensational situation. Van was still screaming into the phone when I came down the hall from my place a minute later with hat and coat draped over my very shaking arm. I opened the door.
Gus. Gus, something's happened to Julie.
Huh?
Something's happened to Julie.
Well, how do you know? Did you get her?
Yeah, she answered the phone.
So?
Well, she sounded funny, like there was someone in the same room, and then suddenly she sounded like she was hit or choked or something.
Well, maybe it's just a gag she was pulling. You know, dames do that sometimes.
You think so?
Why, sure.
No, it couldn't be. I heard her, Gus. Gus, what should I do?
Now, come on, keep your shirt on, Van.
She screamed.
Did you call her back?
No, I didn't.
Well, why don't you?
Sorry. So I call her back. That's what I'll do.
Sure.
Of course I'll call her. Hand me the phone.
Here.
Something's happened. I know it has.
Line busy?
No answer.
Yeah, but you just spoke to her a minute ago.
Gus, I'm worried. I'm worried sick.
Forget it. She's all right. Come on out for a ride.
Oh, no, I couldn't.
Look, tell you what I'll do for a pal. I'll drive you over there. You can check up for yourself. Van looked pretty grim as we drove over to Julie's place in the West 70s. I checked over everything I'd done and figured how I'd work out the rest of the situation. And we turned off Central Park West into the side street where Julie lived on the second floor of a converted brownstone. Hey, look, there's a guy coming out of the house. That's probably nobody.
He's making a getaway. Gus, follow him.
I never catch him now.
Oh, gosh, Gus, if you'd only got close enough to see his license number.
Well, I did.
What was it?
LK573498.
LK573498.
All right, Sam Spade. Now let's go upstairs and visit Julie, huh? The door to Julie's apartment was wide open when we got upstairs, and the place was just like I left it. Like there'd been some kind of a fight. And then I saw where I'd made a mistake. The telephone where Julie was supposed to be strangled was as neat as a pin. I watched Van's face to see if he noticed it, but, well, he was too broken up to notice anything.
Julie. Gus, she was a sweet kid.
What do you mean, was?
I know. She's dead.
What do you know? All you see is that her apartment is all busted up.
I heard her scream, didn't I? Gus, I waited 20 years to meet a girl that I could marry. So help me, I'm not going to die till the guy who did this is in his grave. You'll see. You'll see, Gus. I'm kind of mixed up now, but in a little while I'll be able to think. I'll know what to do. Sure, I'll know what to do. Look, that's the telephone.
What about the telephone?
I'm going to call the police.
Van, now wait a minute. Don't be crazy.
What?
Look, put the telephone
down.
Why
shouldn't I call the police?
It's very simple. You got no evidence she was murdered.
But I heard her scream.
Use your eyes, Van. Will you use your eyes? Julie said she was in bed. Has the bed been slept in? And where's her coat? Where's her purse? And where's her hat?
They're not here, but she said she... You're right, Gus. You're right, I won't phone. Maybe she's still alive.
That's better. Now, look, Van, sometimes we haven't felt too good towards each other, but after all, we've been partners for a long time, kid, and I'll tell you what. I'll do anything. Anything you say to help you out.
All right, then, look. Look, just on an off chance, Gus, trace that license plate, will you? Let's find out who that guy was.
We went back to our hotel. I slept like a log because I knew that Julie was 10 feet from my bed in the closet, very dead, where she couldn't come between me and Van anymore. Next morning, I told Van I checked at the license bureau.
Whose car was it?
Nick Edwards.
Catalina Edwards?
That's right.
Why, that dirty goon?
Look, you don't think that he...
I don't have to think. I'll let the police...
Now, wait a minute. Hold it. Look, Van, I never told you this before, but I knew all along that Julie was playing around with Nick Edwards.
With Nick Edwards?
Yeah. That's why I never liked her. Now, you better not call the cops. Maybe we was just busting in on a private little party.
No, I can't believe it. No, not Julie.
Well, we gotta find out where she is. And the guy who knows is Nick Edwards.
What makes you think he'll tell?
I'll tell you what. I'll call him at the club tonight and ask him over. I think maybe he'll accept my invitation. Well, Nick arrives at 11 p.m., and from my window I watched him park his black car in a dark side street near the hotel, just like I told him to. Then I carried Julie's body down the back stairs and put it in the luggage compartment of Nick's car. Nobody saw me. And a few minutes later, I knocked on Van's door. That you, Gus? Come in. Hiya, Van. Hi, Nick.
Good evening, Gus.
Nick was just telling me, Gus.
Look, I'm just as worried about Julie as you guys are, see?
Yeah? That's easy to say.
Okay. Don't take my word for it. But I've had her house called every half hour all day.
Why'd you go there last night in the first place?
You haven't been around long, have you?
Never mind that, wise guy. Why'd you visit my girl?
Who said she was your girl?
She was engaged to me.
She was tired of you.
Why, you
Sit down. She told me so herself.
When?
Yesterday.
Then you saw her yesterday, Nick?
No, I ain't seen her since she quit working at the club and started to pal around with your friend here.
But you just said that...
Julie was the only gal who ever had me on the rope, see? But when she called it quits, I went along. She was too good for an ex-con like me anyway, I figured. But last night, someone gives me a note in her handwriting.
Oh? What did the note say, Nick?
It was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. I read it over and over until I knew it by heart. Please don't laugh at me. I think we made a mistake. I know I have. Let's start all over from the beginning. If you really love me, you will. I love you. I'll do anything for you. I'd like to see you. Let's talk this over. How about tonight? When? At midnight? Come, I'm waiting for you right now.
As soon as Nick Edwards left, I told Van I didn't believe anything he said, and as far as I was concerned, Nick either killed Julie or had taken her away. Van agreed with me, and we called the police. Ah, yes, it all made a perfect situation. The best I'd ever dreamed up. All of Nick Edwards' high-powered lawyers couldn't save him from being sentenced to the chair. Yes, sir, life looked pretty sweet, but there was just one thing wrong. Van's comedy was getting worse and worse. Fred Benton told us we'd have to get better or else. Now, we sat in Van's room sweating out a Benton program that was a day overdue. Van, for the love of Mike, will you pull yourself together?
Gus, I can't think.
You don't have to think. I gave you the whole situation. All you got to do is write the gags for it.
Gags?
Now, look. In the first scene, Fred and Mrs. Mishmash steal a horse. But here's the twist. The horse is blind. You get it?
Yeah.
Well, come on, then, Gib. You know hundreds of horse gags. Now, just give them a twist and fit the situation.
I can't. They just won't come.
Look, if we don't get this script in tomorrow, Fred will can us. Now, come on, guy, will you write?
I'll write yourself.
Then you know I can't write. I'm no good without a gag man.
Get yourself another gag man. I'm through.
Look.
Washed up.
You know it won't work, Van. You know that. I've tried it on the QT. I was afraid that someday we'd break up, but it never worked. With you and me, Van, something happens. We're a great team. Without me, you're just another guy making with words. Without you, I'm just another Joe. Now, don't you see, kid? That's why we gotta stick together. Even if we do hate each other's guts. That's why nobody can't never break us up. Now, come on, guy, write, will you?
I can't think of anything. Look how we got something in the files we haven't used. You got a scene you dictated to Julie. What was that?
Huh?
That Mrs. Mishmash with Fred. Was it please don't laugh at me or something? I think we made a mistake.
No, Van, look, that's a no-good situation. That's dead. Let's get something new.
It's a good situation.
No,
a very clever situation. All I need are the lines. Please don't laugh at me.
Now, Van, I'm telling you, it's no good.
The lines. Please don't laugh at me.
I'm telling you, it's no good, Van.
Of course. Why didn't I think of that before? Those lines you dictated to Julie, they fit.
No, they don't fit. And besides, I can't write gags. You know that.
That wasn't a gag, Gus. That was a situation. The most desperate situation you ever invented.
Now, wait a minute. What are you beating your gums about here?
We'll find out.
What are you going to do?
Operator, I want to speak to Inspector Martin at police headquarters. Get away from that door, Gus. I got a gun.
Now, don't shoot, Van. Wait a minute.
Don't move.
Police headquarters, Inspector Martin.
Oh, Inspector Martin, this is Van Hauser of the Julie Phelps case.
Hey, I've been trying to get...
Edwards didn't kill Julie. Gus Green did. And I got proof.
That makes it even worse. Edwards says you framed him.
Green did. Nick's note was a script dictated to Julie, minus the character names.
How about his alibi?
He dialed his own number, Inspector, not hers, and killed her while she was speaking on the phone. To make things look right, he messed up her apartment. I never could quite figure out why there were no signs of struggle around her telephone. Now I know. He must have stowed her body in Nick's car. Better send some cops over right away before I shoot him.
Well, they're coming over, Hauser, to protect you. Edwards broke out about an hour ago. Watch out for him.
Nick Edwards?
Yes, Nick Edwards.
Huh? Edwards.
All right, Arthur, come across with that gun.
Nick,
come on.
Nick, you heard what I said, didn't you?
So what?
I didn't frame you. Gus did. He's the guy with a situation.
So what? You took my girl away from me, didn't you?
No.
All right, give me that gun.
Now, Nick, wait a minute. What are you going to do with that?
Nothing except give me that gun, Hauser.
Don't let him get that gun, Gus.
I'm a little too quick for you, Gus.
Now, Nick, please. Now, don't shoot me. Let me tell you how this was over.
I've had a belly full of your stories. They put me in jail, remember? They're all stuffed to me now, see? But like they say, there ain't no situation that can't take a new twist. Here's the twist to this one. You ain't gonna die for the murder of my poor Julie. No. You're going to die for something you didn't do.
What do you mean, Nick?
Just this. The murder of Van Hauser.
Well, they didn't believe me at the trial. So I'm up for killing my late, unlamented partner. But you know me. I always like a twist. They got Nick for killing Julie. Now I guess you can understand why I can't write the prisoner's annual show, can't you, Warden? Not without Van. And besides, like I said, I don't have too much time, do I? Before I go to the chair.
Suspense. The Twist. Starring Michael O'Shea. Tonight's suspense play was by Babe Blau. Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Donald O'Connor as star of Suspense. Produced and directed by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California.